three cinephiles have come together to bring you strong opinions, controversial statements, epic battles, and plenty of fun. Introducing our host, the man who watches 52 movies a week, drinks 52 beers a movie, loves women but hates the woman, from the foreign land of Canada, our host, Mood616. He is widely known as the man who talks too much. His worst enemies are Postmaster P and Pee Wee Herman. He said Hellraiser was overrated and Leprechaun Origins wouldn't suck. He's the full-blooded half-Mexican, JP. Finally, we have the man who doesn't talk enough. He is best friends with Sean S. Cunningham. His favorite horror movie is Gummo. He is your favorite Jew and mine, Jeremy. Together they are known for extending a helping hand to vampircons everywhere. They are the 22 shots of moods and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 100 of the 22 shots of moods and horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, MOOD to the Z, the bullshit artist, also known as Mr. Soup-Ass Moods. And of course, I've always got my tasty refried bean dish, my hetero life mate, the greasy half-breed burrito brain double shot J, also known as JP, the argumentative asshole in the place to be. Yeah. What's going on, homie?
Yo, we finally are here recording episode 100. I am so beyond stoked. It has been a long journey, a lot of ups, no downs for the most part, except for the Night of the Demons episode. But it's 100 episodes, dude. How crazy is this?
This is definitely one of those milestones where we're going to look back at episode 200 and be like, I can't believe that we actually spent 2.5 months prepping for this one damn episode. This has been the biggest headache episode of all time. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely.
Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
I mean, we couldn't have made this episode any more difficult on ourselves because generally when people compile like a top 100 list of, the best horror films of all time, they used one specific thing, and that is the quality of the films.
And how much they liked it personally.
Exactly. A personal list, the quality of films, and you compile a list that it's a lot easier to do it that way. Well, of course, here at the 22 Shots Productions, we seem to make everything a lot more complicated. And by what I mean by that is that this top 100 list that we are celebrating here on episode 100 has I would say a unique criteria that we basically came up with. Yeah, and we thought this would be a little bit different to do instead of just doing, the bona fide top 100 quality horror films of all time.
Yeah. And, speaking of that, when we decided to do this, it wasn't a list of like, okay, Moods, what's your 100 favorite horror films? And JP, what's your 100 favorite horror films? And then we'll just mash them together. It wasn't, what are the best horror films? There's a lot of disclaimers we got to give out. This is a list that we looked at from a multitude of perspectives and tried to be as objective as possible when looking at it from a standpoint of horror culture. What is the 100 greatest horror films based on a list of criteria that we thought was fitting for the horror genre as a whole? And if you wanted to, do you want to talk about what are the criteria that we used?
Okay, like I said before, we came up with this specific criteria and we thought it would be fun to do. It's very, very hard, but instead of, like I said, just picking the top bona fide 100, quality horror films, we decided to come up with this. And that's a totally different list. And we want to really kind of stress this throughout the show that this is not that list. This is this is our criteria. It has about 5 or 6 kind of points
when we're
to the
saying
criteria.
Greatest, it means more than just good. Like, it doesn't just mean the quality of film. Because if that was the case, it would be number 1 is a 10 out of 10, number 2 is a 10 out of 10 until you run out of 10 out of 10s, and then it's 9.75s or whatever. But that's a completely different list. We tried to incorporate all facets of what makes a horror film great, whether it's the scares or whether it's, the actual film quality or whatever, the score, and we tried to encompass all that, and we broke it down into 5 or 6 major criterias and then sub-criterias within those criterias, but we're just going to give you the basic criteria that we used.
Okay, basically the first thing we came up with is a film that can stand the test of time. And, that means more than likely a lot of the films on this list are probably going to be generally older, because they're films that have been ingrained into the genre and have been celebrated throughout a longer stretch of time.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Test of time is important when you're talking about horror films, and that's why maybe this list is retro heavy, because they do stand the test of time. You can't say for sure that a film is not going to be forgotten that was made today versus 1922.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I mean, the best horror film in the world could have came out yesterday. It'd be pretty hard to put it on this list because it's not really going to fall into this bit of criteria. Again, we're going to stress this. Number two, it has to be really critically acclaimed, and it had to have done well, say, at the box office and things like that. So
and
these are
elements. Always
Yeah.
have to, but that is a criteria that we looked at. It is something that, you know, if a film did gangbusters at the box office, the greatest numbers of all time, it's something we have to look at like, okay, that is something important in horror history, in the horror genre.
Exactly. The third one, influence. Now, a film that's really heavily, you know, this is a great example of something that could be, you know, not necessarily like a 10 out of 10 film, but it's one of those staple films that influenced, say, like a whole entire subgenre of horror films, or just, you know, it sticks at,
or even, you know, the way that the industry ended up going. You know what I mean? It could influence anything from a direct influence, like I ripped this film off and made another film just like it, or it could be something that changed the landscape, or changed a decade, or changed a mood in horror. So we looked at that. And we pulled a lot from our episode 50, obviously, the 50 most influential horror films of all time, and, you know, considered a lot of those contenders as greatest horror films of all time as well, because of how much influence. But we didn't focus specifically only on influence for this list. That was a different list.
Exactly. Number 4 here, films that are kind of ingrained into pop culture and also have iconic status. So, I mean, there's many films that, you know, you look at a Nightmare on Elm Street or a Friday the 13th, things like that, you know, are ingrained in pop culture, you know, and I'm talking in like different things. I mean, they could have been parodied, you know, they've got toys, they've got, you know, just everything that goes along with being ingrained into pop culture. Video games, you know, books, comics,
TV shows,
you know,
references, things like that.
Posters, Halloween costumes, things that are, you know, in everyday life, you know, in pop culture, and just have that status. You know, you think about one thing and you just know what it is right away, kind of thing, right? That really iconic status. Number 5, of course, it does have to be a great film. We're not going to leave off, or we're not going to have films on here that, you know, that aren't really a great film, but they seem to fit all the other portions of the criteria. I mean, the film has to be a great film, you know, and it can, you know, but, you know, of course, with that said, there is some X factors here. Also, some films could have been, you know, not really fulfilling other parts of the criterion. They could just be best of the genre. They could be like that staple horror film, you know, kind of like a landmark film, or films that even change the game, you know, horror films from maybe that decade, or is kind of ingrained in that time period.
Or something that is completely unique to that film. It's an X factor. It's something that you can't consider and base your complete criteria on because that film is the only one that did that or whatever. And when we're talking about great films, there are tons of great films that didn't make this list because it didn't match enough of the criteria. And that's not saying that every single film on this list matches every single criteria point. One thing that a film does can be like a skyrocket to the moon factor in terms of maybe it had that influence, that skyrocket influence, but it might just be a really good film and not an amazing film. Or, you know, I look at it like a graph chart with an infinite roof. And you know, if two of those bars go up extremely high and the other one's low, you still count that one because of how high those other two graphs went.
Exactly. Like, I mean, we're definitely going to come across films in here that, you know, didn't even have per se, you know, big theatrical releases and stuff. So therefore their box office status is void. Yeah. Right. And, you know, I mean, there's things like that. And then there's films that just have so much influence in the game, you know, and maybe they're like an 8.5 out of 10 or stuff. You generally wouldn't put them on the best films of all time list, but it belongs in here because it may be ingrained in pop culture. It may have heavy influence, stands the test of time. It fits a multiple amplitude of the criteria. And that's what we really, really want to stress here.
And something else that we really want to stress is that this list was hard, and there are many films that I wanted on here that did not end up on here. There are many films that Moods wanted on here that did not end up on here. There are many films that we wanted not on here, each of us, for whatever reason, that did end up on here. And it's because this list is, at the end of the day, even though it's what we say is the greatest, it is what we say is the greatest. Your list will be different. Nobody will have this same list. Nobody. Yeah. And this is our list based on what we think. And what we think pretty highly and strongly, but that does not mean that it is the end-all, be-all. To us, it is. But to you, it might not be. So we know we're going to get some criticism. We know you guys are going to love it, most of you guys. But we know we're going to get some flack for some of the choices that we made. But we stand by them. We feel them. There's a few things that maybe I wish we would have had more time for. Maybe we wish we could have sculpted out the list more. But at the end of the day, we could have worked 10 years on this list and still had issues with it. Because it is a near impossible task to get perfect.
I think what it really comes down to here, we started with, 300 plus films? Yeah. Or something like that. Some ridiculous amount of films. And through a process of elimination, we have a top 100 here. And when we're talking this, man, we went through every single film multiple times. We cross-referenced the film with the criteria. Things had to go at times. Things stayed on the list, and we argued. We fought. And, this is what we came up with. It's really probably one of the hardest, definitely the hardest list I've ever been involved with making. With the sheer factor of leaving out your biased ideas and, flavors and stuff like that. It's really hard to get away from that sometimes because, with this top 100 list, I mean, it was tough too because there's a couple films that JP hadn't seen on this list, and there's a couple films even on this list I'm not really the biggest fan of, but they fit the criteria. So all these kind of X factors and these factors made this list very, very difficult, but honestly fun because we not only discussed hundreds and hundreds of films and their place in horror history and where they should actually be, placed in a list. I learned things by doing research, writing out bulletin points. Spent like 4 hours last night, doing this type of stuff. Learned lots of really cool things. And this is what I like about this. It's a very interesting thing to discuss and kind of break down. And I hope you guys enjoy this because we put a lot of effort into this. And just understand the criteria. Again, stand the test of time, critical, box office, influence, pop culture, icon status. It has to be a great film, and there is X factors in there. Without further ado, man, we know this is going to be a marathon episode. So we probably need to get right into this list. I would assume, JP, right? We got to do this?
Absolutely.
Hey, guys, this is Alex, Dan, and Jamie from the Skeleton Crew. We all just want to say happy 100 shows, man. Great accomplishment. Really happy for you guys. And it's been a wild ride, really, for 22 shots. I really think you guys should have said you were ending it at 100, and then 120, and then 150. But you know what? Everybody does their own thing.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. 100 is a nice round number.
Yeah, man. Congratulations, guys.
I enjoyed you guys' show so much that JP himself, I asked him to be on the Married with Children podcast because I knew that we had to work with this guy. He was a great addition when we reviewed the movie 31 on the Skeleton Crew. So that, again, was great. So thanks for being a longtime listener of ours, and we're one of yours, and we're really happy for you. And here's to 100 more, man.
Yeah, definitely, guys. You guys rock. Keep doing what you're doing. Over here at the Skeleton Crew, we love you guys. So rock on. Here's to 100 more, motherfuckers.
This is awkward. So we have to send a recording about like how many shows they did?
Who cares? Does anybody even listen to these guys?
What show is this again?
I don't even know. 22 shots of vodka. I don't even know. Something stupid.
Something about shots.
I don't know.
I guess that's pretty cool. It's about drinking.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't know. Yeah, we got to send this fucking thing in. So,
100 shows. Yeah, because that's never been done before.
Yeah, right. All right. Yeah, this is going to suck, but let's just get it over with real quick. All right. I'm going to hit record here and...
No, Dan, that's send!
We're going to start here with, of course, number 100 and work our way down to the number 1 spot. Let's do this.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I have always never said it, but I've never liked that sample.
You know what, JP? You could go suck a Mexican bag of burrito dicks. Fuck you, you fucking stupid ass Mexican. Always fucking have to hate my shit. Always, 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 always has to hate my shit. Even on this triumphant day of episode 100, you always just have to break the Jews' balls. Number 100, Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake from the year 2003.
Absolutely. Now the sample went good with this, didn't it? Yeah. See what we did there?
Good timing, planning. I take full responsibility, like everything that happens on the show. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. So, number 100, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003. So, what do you fellas think about having this one at the top of the list and starting us off?
It's a film that definitely I fought for being on the list because I think that it's very important for me personally, but also in what we saw for the next coming years. It was one of the first successful remakes in the modern time. It created a entire wave that is just now receding today.
I think one of the biggest points for Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003 that people seem to tend to forget, which is becoming very, very prevalent now, is, this one kind of kicked off the whole Blumhouse. And I mean, they're really kind of the front runners in, more mainstream horror and stuff like that today. So this is what kind of kicked their ass.
That would be Platinum Dunes.
Or Platinum Dunes.
Michael Bay, you fucking dumbass.
Whatever.
That's different.
Whatever, great.
Fucking Michael Bay, come on.
But yeah, this film to me is, I think when you look at remakes, it is a film that does a remake well, because it kind of took like the core elements, like the family stuff, and kind of just did its own thing with it. And I say this as an argument all the time. I think this film should be talked about as a classic at this point, because the characters in it fit directly in with the families of past Chainsaw films. You got R. Lee Ermey as Officer Hoyt, Sheriff Hoyt, who is just outstanding, and he would fit right along with the cook and Chop Top and the hitchhiker and all the other crazy chainsaw people. I love it. It made a lot of money off of...
Yeah, you got to think about that. Like 2003 is like a time where at least mainstream horror wasn't very doing that hot. I think the post-Scream era has died down a little bit, and I mean the movie went on to make $108 million on a $10 million budget. So the audiences at least flocked out to see it, and I fucking loved it when I first saw it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, this is one of those films that I always found quite intriguing, because it not only kind of rejuvenated the modern successful mainstream film and stuff, but it was a remake that did it. And I always found that to be very kind of intriguing in itself. So, I mean, I think that's pretty important. But then again, with that said, I think there's a lot of pros and cons, and people argue this points to the death with this film.
Yeah, some people say it's too sleek. I love it. I love it. I love the look of the film.
I mean, for the anti remake people and stuff, they kind of credit this film to being the downfall, or the catalyst for just remake after remake after remake. I mean, a lot of people associate the 2000s with the remake era, right? And this is kind of that film that's, is definitely the catalyst for it, kind of thing. So, I mean, there's been arguments here and there. I mean, at least it was a good one. At least it was a good film. So, I mean, you say what you will about the film, it definitely has its place.
And Jessica Biel's ass is amazing.
Jessica Biel's ass is amazing. But yeah, it's heavily influential. It's like we can take this old film, we can do a remake properly. Every remake that came after this definitely was not a full success. Like, you've done one. We all know that. But, it was a Kickstarter. It was definitely a jumpstart. It was, put the defibrillator on there and fucking kind of kick the game back.
Everybody wanted them after
rejoiced
that.
It.
Everybody, mainstream cinema wanted remakes after this film.
Yeah,
you pretty much wouldn't have seen all the remakes that we got, like them or not. With Prom Night and all these classic films that were being remade, and it's because of this. I mean, Lisi Studios were trying and stuff, so it put some flavor, put some kickstart back into the game. So number 99. Now, this is one of the films that I have to say, man, I was pulling teeth on this one and stuff. I wasn't sure if this should actually belong, being so new, coming back to the whole test of time type thing in the criteria, because this one is definitely the newest film on the list, and it's from 2014, and it follows.
The thing with this film is JP went to bat for this movie. I agree that it's good and it's probably should be, it's those 3 movies of the last like 5 years that everybody talks about. It Follows, The Babadook, and now probably Get Out is going to be this year's film that most people talk. Well, maybe not Get Out, but I think Raw is going to be actually this year's movie that a lot of people talk about. But I think it's in those 3 films that find mainstream success from absolutely nothing, and I think that kind of adds a little bit to it. I don't think the film made as much as many people think it did, but I still think that it went from nothing to an explosion of mainstream success pretty much kind of overnight. So
yeah, it got a lot of very good critical reviews from like very respectable outlets, and it was a film that just was picked up by a major studio and put in a semi-wide release. It didn't make a ton of money, but it reminded the industry that, hey, horror films actually do sell. And I think that my personal feelings is that It Follows sort of kicked off what we're seeing now. We're seeing so many more horror films in the theater right now,
so many. And
good ones too, good ones that people are, taking time with in studios or Jordan Peele and Get Out. Like, I think that is partially responsible from It Follows, and we have to see this thing play out. But that's my prediction right now, that we're going to see another huge horror boom. And I think when people look back, where did this start? I think they will look at It Follows. And so this is a futuristic test of time type thing. And I'm also one of the people that have really looked into this film's deeper meanings. And I think that this film is going to be dissected years from now for all of these amazing meanings, coming of age and transitioning from child and adult, dealing with adult problems after you have sex. It's like an instant switch, and they focus on that in the film, not to mention all the STD and types of commentary like that, and marriage, and there's so much in this film that people don't even realize. Number 98, The Mist, 2007.
Oh man, this is a movie JP wanted hard.
This was a tough sell on me and Jeremy, man. I think we said many times to kick it off the list, but JP had some points.
Yeah, I mean, the most notable point of all is that it has, in my opinion, the greatest ending in horror history, which is saying a lot. But I've never had an ending shake me to the core as much as this film did, and everybody who's seen this film knows about the ending. I mean, how Stephen King didn't even write the ending, and he was amazed at it, right? Like, he was amazed that, wow, they changed my work and made it so much better.
He literally said that too. He's like, wow, that ending is so much better than the ending I had.
Yeah.
So that does say a lot about the adaptation, right? So
yeah, this is a film that is a little bit newer, so I think with time it's going to receive even more praise. I think that it has a lot of great commentary in it. There is the religious extremist angle versus the people that you think are sane. I mean, it's been done before, but it's done really well in this film as well. And I think if this film had been released in its original black and white form, I think even it would have got more critical praise and love, which it did already.
I agree.
Yeah, it did get a lot of critical praise, actually. Number 97, we have Tenebrae from the year 1982, Dario Argento's amazing Giallo. Let's hand it over to Moods for the floor, since he is the Italian stallion master.
Dario Argento's Tenebrae. I think he's claimed, or he said this many times, that it's his favorite film. It's debatable if it's his best film. I personally don't think it's his best film, but just coming from Argento saying it's his best film was good enough anyways. But the interesting thing about Tenebrae is that it was kind of made after the Giallo phenomenon was pretty much done. And I think that's what separates this film, is that, the genre was said to be pretty much over and done with. And he comes out with this film, and it's not only like his favorite film, but it is literally one of the better Giallos ever made. And it sticks out, man. It's got an amazing soundtrack. It's got really stylish kills. It's very typical Argento, but it sticks out because, like I said, it was thought to be kind of a lost subgenre, and Tenebrae comes out and it does what it needed to do. It's an amazing film.
Yeah, it's not my favorite Argento, but I agree. It's pretty fucking great.
In at number 96 is the second Stephen King adaptation here. And coming in from 1990 is Misery. Now, this is one of those films that I think I was on the fence about, and then until we pretty much talked about this one. And Misery kind of sticks out for a couple different reasons. JP is the one that brought up this point. Kathy Bates' performance in this film is literally one of the best female performances of all time. It's not only a great film, but she has not only one of the best female performances of all time, she actually won an Academy Award for this. And that's like unheard of for horror films, for a leading actress to win an award. That's just crazy.
Especially
crazy.
an Academy Award.
an Academy Award for a female lead in a horror film. Insane. It really, really sticks out. It's a fantastic adaptation. It's not as violent as the book, per se. Like a lot of these adaptations, they're not true to the book.
But I think even though it's not as violent as the book, it has probably one of the most look away parts in fucking a long time. At least when I was watching it, it's that one scene everybody knows that it's just
the hobbling scene.
Yeah, it's fucking brutal.
Yeah, was that in the book? I don't even think that was in the book, was it?
I think it is. It's been so long. The one thing I remember from the book that wasn't in the film is that she cuts off his thumb and uses it as a birthday candle. That's pretty vicious. And she tortures him a lot more.
I think that stuff, though, shouldn't have been in the movie, because then it becomes almost comical. And there's nothing comical about this movie. And I'll tell you right now, right? 1990, when we say Kathy Bates' performance is one of the greatest of all time, name another woman that got that kind of role. Like, there have been positive characters like Ripley from Alien and stuff that is considered an amazing performance.
Betty Davis.
But yeah, so when you're talking about
Jane,
this type of character that she's playing, that's what amplifies her performance as it, because it is crazy. And Kathy Bates, it's just one of those things, man, where I think a lot of people forgot that she's been here for years with this shit. Misery is the shit because of her performance in it. And sometimes people sleep on Misery. What's that?
James Caan's good too.
Yeah, James Caan's really good in the film.
Yeah,
and he totally gets overshadowed. He gets overshadowed
I already
big
mispronounced
time.
the name. Ding! 1 point for me.
Yeah, so he gets overshadowed in this film big time by Kathy Bates, but that's why she won an award. It's an amazing performance. So
episode 100 is officially sponsored by Viavision Home Entertainment, an awesome company based out of Australia where you can get tons of horror DVDs and Blu-rays, most of which are region free. Wellgo USA, who released the awesome Phantasm box set, Artsploitation Films, which specializes in art house type movies, and Horror Pack, a monthly subscription service that delivers horror DVDs and Blu-rays directly to your door. It is a fantastic service that is great for new collectors, and it is a fun experience. You guys ever remember opening up packs of cards as a kid? That is what Horror Pack is like. You get a box, you don't know what is in the box. It is Christmas when you open the box. And anybody who is interested in Horror Pack, please check the link in the description below, where you can find a link that will give you $3 off your first Horror Pack box. And if you do not feel like clicking the link in the description below, you can always type it out old school, www.horrorpack.com/go/22shots. And not only did Horror Pack sponsor this episode of 22 Shots of Lived in Horror, which is episode 100, but they are actually a sponsor moving forward, so that link or that code is good for the foreseeable future. And finally, they are actually giving away a box for episode 100. So anybody who has left iTunes reviews for episode 100 will receive a contest entry. And those of you who are wondering when this contest will happen, well, it will be posted for a short amount of time in between episode 100 and episode 101. So be on the lookout for an episode that is just contest results, and then send us your addresses immediately so we can send these prizes out. So thank you guys, thank you to the sponsors again, Viavision Home Entertainment, Artsploitation Films, Wellgo USA, and Horror Pack. Number 95, The Strangers, 2008. Now this was a film that Jeremy pushed for a lot, and I wasn't
so sure on it first. After listening to Horror Corridor, Mr. Watson talk about it, I kind of rethought my evaluation of it. And Jeremy, you tell us why it's on the list.
Now, I was, 2008, 15 when I saw this movie in the theaters, and it scared the living crap out of me. And I still think it's probably one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. And I think it was important and should be on this list because it really brought the home invasion subgenre back into the mainstream spotlight. I think up until this time, we really weren't seeing that many home invasion films, especially in the mainstream spotlight. And even after this, we didn't really see that many, but we started to see some. And I think even on the indie route, we started to see a shitload of home invasion films, 2 years later from 2010 to 2015, across the board, across the sea, we saw just a boatload of home invasion films. And I think all of them have to thank Strangers for making them important again, because I think the film is just amazing. And people are still talking about a sequel today, and the fucking movie came out 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, and people are still following the hype that they're going to make a sequel with this film. And I think it's just the buzz that the movie had when it initially got released, that it has that aurora around it that people want to see a sequel. It's the same thing with Jeepers Creepers. It's a movie and a franchise that people have followed for multiple years hoping for a sequel. So we'll see what happens. I heard that it's going to shoot this summer. We'll see. But I just love the movie, and I think it's one of the scariest mainstream movies ever made, and I just love the movie.
Yeah, and something that's, influential from The Strangers is the masks.
Yeah.
I think there's multiple films that took that style and that look. And let's face it, I mean, we've seen masks forever. We've seen masks forever since, just forever, literally since like horror films, became a thing. But the like look and the tone of the mask, the style in which they're filmed, films like The Purge and You're Next, I think they pull heavy influence from those type of masks.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect example of one of the films that fits in the criteria. It's like, a lot of people would consider maybe this is actually one of, the best horror films of all time, but it's one of those staple films. It's the catalyst for jumpstarting, kind of the bringing back that home invasion and stuff.
Yeah, home invasion is very popular right now still. Like,
yeah,
and I can't remember in the 90s or the early 2000s there being a ton of them, honestly.
No, I think it's when this film came out, and I think people started to realize like how good it was and it could probably work. It influenced tons and tons of films right after. I mean, let's face it, man, there was like hundreds of home invasion films and films that came out after The Strangers, and I would probably put the direct influence to The Strangers.
And it's not a bloody or gory film whatsoever. I think it's the way the suspense and low body count, and uses a lot of silence and steady cam, just looking out into the darkness for a long while without cutting or anything like that, any camera movement.
Very
it's
suspenseful.
It's creepy movie.
Lingering shots, just linger to the point of uncomfortableness.
Creepy, very suspenseful. And I think the ending to the film is awesome.
Yeah,
and I think that's one thing that really helped this film is that they didn't, in my opinion, they didn't sell the film out. They kept along with, I think, what the initial idea was, and was to do what they did. And I don't want to give it away, but that's one thing that helps the film for me a lot, is the fact that it does have a really good ending. Because let's face it, man, a lot of these home invasion films, they tend to end the way you're kind of assuming they're going to be.
Yeah.
No, this one set the bar. This is one of those staple films. Kind of re-jump that subgenre. So
number 94, from the year 1992, one of the few 90s horror films that we have on the list. It is Candyman, starring the legendary Tony Todd. Is probably the greatest 90s character of all time. Yeah. What do you think about Candyman, fellas?
Candyman is one that I was pushing for hard. It was almost to the point where it didn't even make the list, and I just was so bummed, because Candyman to me,
this one was it was a tough one.
Has really grown as one of my favorite horror films, and I do admit that it's not, when you're talking about like 10 out of 10s and 9 out of 10s, I don't think it quite reaches that point in terms of quality because of a few minor problems in the film, but it is a staple of the 90s, and it launched Tony Todd
into a horror icon. And I don't know about you, but how many horror icons can you name that are black? There's not a ton of them that get the praise that Tony Todd does.
No.
Of course, you have some. There are some out there, right? Dawn of the Dead.
Ken Foree. There's not. Yeah, you're right. There is definitely not a lot of black iconic horror villains out there, and that's one of the reasons why Candyman really sticks out. But what it did, though, it ingrained itself into pop culture quite drastically. I mean, this film's parodied. You know, it's one of those.
Just got parodied like 8 years ago on South Park with fucking Biggie Smalls. It's like
exactly. Still... Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. You know, so many years after its release, it still has that lingering effect, and it's being parodied and stuff, and it sticks out for a lot of different reasons. You know, it's highly critically acclaimed too. I mean, it was shot in Chicago, of course, with
Cabrini Green, which is no longer there.
Yeah, no longer there anymore. You know, Roger Ebert actually gave it 3 out of 4 stars, which is quite interesting too, because we all know the history with Roger Ebert in horror films generally does not do favorable reviews. You know, and that's kind of an interesting thing too. But everything about this film, it's a great film. You know, awesome score, cinematography,
poetic,
cool story, very, very poetic. It's an interesting story by Clive Barker. I love the whole mythology behind the film and stuff. It has a lot of things going for it. And but I think the one thing that does plague this film is the ending. We discussed this before. I think the ending it's not really the strongest in the world, but it has so many great qualities to this film, and that's why it's on this list, because it fits in the criteria so well. I mean, I'm a lot older than you guys. I remember when this film first came out in 92. I mean, just even trying it out, saying Candyman 5 times in the mirror, you know, like we all did it. You know, it's one of those things, and that's why it's there. It's ingrained in pop culture. It has kids wondering, if you say Candyman 5 times, is he going to appear? You know, kind of thing. I mean, there's not a lot of films that leave that resonate with people like that. Candyman's definitely one of them.
Candyman.
In at number 93 is from the year 2000, and it is
one of Moods' favorites movies.
Yes, American Psycho.
Yeah.
Man, I absolutely love American Psycho so much. I definitely have to admit I am guilty of not reading the source material on this. I still have never read the book, and I've heard from many, many people that the source material is a lot different. The adaptation is quite different, but we're not, you know, this isn't on the list because of the source material. The film itself, the reason for American Psycho being on this list simply is because it's one of those staple films that gets taught in schools. I mean, when I was in school, in film school, we actually discussed and dissected this film to death. There's so many layers and elements to this film that you can discuss on so many different levels, and it's kind of one of those open for interpretation type films too. It's very ambiguous at times. I mean, is it reality? Is it not? And stuff. So it has all these kind of, it just has so much going for it. And I think it's very memorable for that. You know, it has a lot of classic lines in it, has a lot of classic scenes. I mean, it's just one of those films. I mean, it's ingrained in pop culture. It's been parodied to death. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah. What do you guys have thoughts on it?
I like the movie a lot. I don't think I love it as much as you do, but I respect what it did at the time. Christian Bale's performance is one of the best of the first 5 years of the 21st century, I think. He's so good in that fucking movie. And I think if they had somebody else playing the main character in that film, I don't think it would have been as successful, but I really think he carries that movie from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought
insane.
I'm glad you brought up Christian Bale, because in my opinion, I think it's one of his greatest roles. This movie has so much replay value, and I think that's another big reason for me being on the list. It has so much replay value because you can every scene you can just dissect to death. It has so many memorable lines. It has this very ambiguous kind of setting to it too, like the time period. You can figure out the time period by the popular music that's played in it. I love the way this film was shot. You know, it doesn't tell you exactly that it was set in 1987. You have to figure it out by the music and stuff. Oh, you check out this brand new song and you kind of cross-reference it with the music and stuff like that. And I love this about this film. There's just so much elements and so many layers. It's awesome. American Psycho. I just have absolutely no idea how someone like JP could not care for this film as much. But then again, it's probably a little bit too intelligent for, you know, the burrito brain. I don't know, man. I had one of the funnest times in well, we discussed tons and tons of films in film class, but American Psycho was always my favorite conversation because not only had everyone like seen the film multiple times, it was just a fun conversation because it's so ambiguous. You know, it's like, hey, what is this and that? It's a cool film to talk about, man. Really, really fun film. Yeah. So
number 92, we have Black Sunday from 1960, Mario Bava.
Mm-hmm. Yes, classic
Mario Bava. This is the one
Bava.
Moods fucking went to battle for.
Well, so we're compiling this list, and I looked over at the homies here and I said, we are missing a Mario Bava film. I'm like, this is just crazy because he's literally the Italian maestro. He's the guy that, you know, created the giallo film. Oddly enough, you know, Black Sunday is not a giallo, but it is one of those quintessential witch films. I think that it's an essential Italian and Mario Bava film. It's beloved all over the world. I think it's one of the most beautiful films ever shot. It's got great storytelling in it. It's like that, again, quintessential gothic horror film too. It's got all those elements. It's purely amazing. Great acting in it too. Everything about this one influenced so many people after. I mean, this film's been referenced to death in films and stuff. It's been, you know, people have ripped off imagery from the films and stuff like that. It's just highly influential. But, you know, just like Mario Bava in general, I mean, you can pretty much talk about Mario Bava's films in general being influential. I mean, it comes to Bay of Blood influencing, you know, Friday the 13th and so on, man. It's ridiculous. So, I mean,
I wasn't the biggest fan of the movie. If you listen to our review when we reviewed it on, was it the first year of Italian Month?
Yeah, episode
64.
But I mean, this helps prove that you're retarded.
I know, but we already know I'm retarded. But this is like such a film school analysis type of movie, and I don't really care for it that much. I'm not saying it's a bad fucking movie. I just think it's
which
fucking
is kind
boring.
of ironic a little bit. Which is kind of ironic considering you spent
boring.
4 years in school. I don't know how it's boring, man. There's so much amazing atmosphere and cinematography in this film alone just to keep you occupied, you know, in between the story elements and stuff. It's like, it's just so.
That shit bored me to death. Not bored me to death, but
look,
it was pretty fucking.
I wanted to stay positive on this, so I will refrain from saying anything about it. But Blood and Black Lace was my film out of those three.
Yeah, well, no, I think this film is it's so.
And fuck you, JP, being positive, holding back. Fuck you, man. Holding back. I don't want to say anything because I want to be positive. I don't want to be.
You guys are
negative.
fucked. You guys are fucked.
You fucking Mr. Dickwad. Anyway, 91, we have Psycho 2 from the year 1983.
Yeah, Psycho 2, man. Psycho 2 is clearly one of the best sequels of all time. It blows my mind when people like Roger Ebert shit on this film, because it is a perfect follow-up in terms of what Psycho was. 1960.
But you have to think about it, it's like fucking 23 years later, and it freaking just comes out of nowhere. Oh, we're gonna make a Psycho sequel, and I think most people were thinking, oh, this is gonna be a giant turd nugget on a stick.
22 years, and the coolest thing about this film.
Excuse me, it says 1983, so that would be 23 years.
Whatever. Oh yeah, 1960 Psycho. Yeah, you're right. 23 years, but it's cool because they set it in real time too. I love that. I love that whole idea. And this is exactly how you do a proper sequel.
And
you know, the continuity.
It proves that you can do a sequel no matter how much time has passed, as long as you have a good story.
Yeah,
that is how you do a sequel. That's why it's there. Number 90, coming straight from 2008, we have the original Let the Right One In.
Yes, Let the Right One In. I love this movie, and I think that it's probably my second favorite horror film in that entire decade of the 2000s.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this one's very interesting because of its mainstream status in America. As we know, this is a foreign film, and we know the consensus is with foreign films generally don't get that much mainstream attention. And this one not only did, it was a great film, but it was like crazy successful in the mainstream, which is awesome. And of course,
go ahead.
Yeah. And of course, it spawned an American remake too because of that success, which, you know, again, did really well for itself too. So.
And I think I always talk about this movie is that it was right in the period of time where Twilight buzz was on a rise, and all we were seeing was a bunch of shitty, teeny bopping vampire movies coming out all the time. Vampires were fucking everywhere, and I figured that most people were sick of seeing vampires like that. And then this film came out and totally made a dark and disturbing vampire movie, and people were attracted to that, I think, because they were sick of seeing Robert Pattinson be a pretty vampire. I love the movie.
Twilight films are the direct influence for this.
Yeah.
I bet you even the filmmakers over there are like, oh, fuck, these Twilight films are being showcased because, you know, they're worldwide phenomenons and shit. Yeah. And it's like, wow, this teeny bopper bullshit. And I think it was a direct influence on creating a darker and, you know, using in different mythology and creating like a darker tone vampire film, you know, instead of this teeny bop bullshit. And this is what we got.
Yeah, Let the Right One In is just one of those movies where it blends the romance aspect, which is not often done in horror films, and it does it at an adolescent level, which is even more never done in horror films.
Yeah.
And on top of that, vampires have literally been around since like the dawn of horror films. Mm-hmm. The dawn of horror films. And to see the lore and the mythology that had grown over that period of time, and to see this film take classic lore and kind of reveal things about it in its own way, and shit that made sense, I was just like, wow, this is awesome. And I think that it's a very underrated film. Not as many people have seen it as they should have.
This movie and Pan's Labyrinth, I think those were like the two. They were right around each other. Fuck you.
Labyrinth? Labyrinth? Uh-huh. Oh, here we go again with Jeremy's pronunciation.
Yeah, but we already know that. I already fucking pronounced James Caan's name wrong, and I just did it again. But
it's classic material.
I think it's pretty. It came out at the same time, and I think they both had pretty critical success for being foreign movies. So that's just my insight on Let the Right One In. I like the movie a lot.
Number 89, Hot Topic, Halloween, 2007.
You know what? Like 93% of the listeners just turned it off.
I think it's more like 50% because this film
Hall of
is
Famer,
split down the middle. It is one of the most polarizing films ever.
Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, this is one of the biggest reasons why this film is on here. This might even be the most talked about and criticized and reviewed films of all time. Yeah. No film has this much divide also, which is interesting and adds to the element and the polarization of this film. Because I've never heard, like, honestly, every single time you bring up Rob Zombie in general, there's always a huge argument. But if you bring up the Halloween remake, it hits a sore spot with all the Halloween fanboys and people and stuff. And it just divides crowds instantly. You could be standing next to your best friend and next minute you're facing off. You know, it's one of those films. And, you know, it's ingrained itself in pop culture big time. I mean, it's that, you know, that big remake. Was it a big flop? Was it good? You know, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I've never seen a film that's been talked about as much as this one.
I mean, Halloween, I think alone, I love this movie. I love that they lift the curtain and let us peek under the mask, if you will, on Michael Myers and see his child life. And to me, it's always the question of nature versus nurture. And nature is Halloween, 1978. And nurture is Halloween 2007, and it's two visions of what can create an evil person, and I love that. I love both visions, but I liked seeing the nurture version, much like, you know, just for something different, and it made sense. It all made sense. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, and we cannot deny in real life that there are types of people that are just born shitty people and people that are made shitty people. So I thought it completely made sense. We've talked about this film so much, but shout out to Mr. Watson for pointing out the nature versus nurture thing as well.
It's just Rob Zombie's mise en scène too. There's film school reference. It's just his everything. It just has that Rob Zombie style, and I think that's what makes Rob Zombie one of the greatest directors of this generation, is because he has a style. And I feel like so many filmmakers today don't have that style.
Have a style.
But you know, the minute you turn on any single one of Rob Zombie's films, you know you're going to be watching a Rob Zombie film because it just has that look. And I feel like it carries over to this movie so well, especially in the beginning where we're in the house with Michael and his stepfather.
It's kind of crazy
It's just
that it
fucking
even
awesome.
happened. It's kind of crazy that the Weinsteins let Rob Zombie do this to a Halloween film. Like, just dirty it down, right? Like, it's like Halloween is classic, and it's considered, elegant, with the way that it's done. No blood, no gore, no, you know what I mean? And Rob Zombie.
Maybe they saw something like we do. Maybe they saw something in the realistic backstory. Maybe bringing that new flavor to it and stuff. And I've never really been able to fully understand the argument of, why people hate this film solely because of the backstory and stuff. They're like, well, the original one doesn't have the backstory. We don't know much about Michael Myers, and that's what makes it scary. But Rob Zombie was going for a different thing. He was trying to actually tell a story here, and that's what separates it. And I think that's maybe what they saw in it too. And they let him go for it,
Yeah.
I've heard people, criticize, his writing, the dialogue itself is just so white trash and things like that.
But every movie like that
is
like
because
that,
people like that exist too. And that's
but
why
that's
I connected
the thing.
with it.
That's exactly what separates this film, because it's very realistic. There's literally people that talk like that, and that's how they act and stuff. And you just kind of brought that element to it. And I don't know, some people have a problem with it, because it's uneducated and things like that. But it's realistic, and that's the point of the backstory.
It's realistic for that style, right?
Exactly.
It's realistic for that section of the world that a lot of people in their white picket fence houses don't get to see, but people who've peeked into the underworld of the trailer parks and the low income housing units and things like that, they've seen this, and that's why I think they connect with that film a little bit and see that style exists as well. Both styles exist.
I could never understand why people are like, oh, these people are just so poor white trash and blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, if you were kind of a head case, as a child and stuff, and you have a stripper mom and you have a stepdad that, drinks and beats her and shit, and he's just a shitty person in general. I mean, this is exactly the picture that you're going to see. If you were to walk into that situation, this is exactly what you're going to see. And that's what I love about it. I can't believe people criticize it like, no, that can't be the way it is and stuff. I'm like, look at the situation. Look what's given here. Mm-hmm. It's like, how could this not be like that? People, that's the way they are. It's like, but I mean, I understand people's point of view coming, the backstory and things like that. But for me, I think it's essential. I think it's essential from separating itself from the original film. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is the meaning of a real remake because he brought something else to it. It's not like, the 98 Psycho or shot for shot. Those type of remakes shouldn't be made because they're pointless. This one had a point. He was trying to tell a story, and that's what separates it.
Next up, we have number 88. Yet again, another Italian stallion. I don't know why I keep getting these fucking Italian stallions. City of the Living Dead from the year 1980.
Yes, Lucio Fulci gore classic. City of the Living Dead, man. It's definitely one of the most popular Italian gore films.
My personal favorite Fulci film.
Yeah, I mean, it's really famous for being like a lot of films that were put on the Video Nasties list. But it's Lucio Fulci. It's very influential however you look at it. So many filmmakers from Italy, from America, from around the world credit, City of the Living Dead and Fulci's Gates of Hell trilogy as straight influence for their type of gory, supernatural zombie type films and things like that. It's a direct influence on so many filmmakers. I mean, it's been cited in millions of films. I mean, there's been so many films just directly shouted out, to City of the Living Dead and stuff. And it's a very influential film, and that's really what it's here for. It's got great effects. It's awesome. The score is amazing. I mean, the thing about these type of films, I don't know what their numbers were for box office and stuff. Like, anybody have any number? I don't think there is actually any true numbers for these, so we don't know. But all I do know is that it stands the test of time. It's still awesome to watch. I watch it I actually watched this film again just a little bit ago, and it's just amazing. The gore effects to some of the sickest shit ever. When she's puking up her stomach, stands the test of time. It's amazing.
Did cover it on episode 94 if you want to hear a full review on that.
Alrighty, moving along into number 87 with a Canadian classic from David Cronenberg from 1983, Videodrome.
I wanted this shit off.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very, very typical Cronenberg. I mean, Cronenberg is, you have to admit, one of the most unique directors of all time. All his films were super original. Nobody did films like this.
But why would you have this one on there over Scanners?
Because this is better than Scanners.
I mean, Scanners
I understand that,
again,
but don't you think Scanners fits more the criteria than Videodrome?
No.
Not really. I mean, I think Videodrome was ahead of its time in a lot of different elements, storytelling.
Dude,
especially, man, it's just so relevant today.
We're just having a conversation, JP. Don't get your panties in a bunch.
I mean, Scanners is a different type of film. I think this one it stands the test of time because, it's still relevant with the obsession and technology and the way it perceives like social media and stuff. It ingrains itself into today's world also. And this is 1983 we're talking about. That is a great example of a film that's fitting the criteria right there. It's very influential. I mean, like a lot of David Cronenberg films. I mean, his films are still being remade and, oh, Jesus, man,
Yeah,
way ahead of its time.
Videodrome is like the film that is ahead of its time. If you watch it now, you're like, wow, this is all playing out right now. Like, this is a metaphor for being one with technology in a way. And it was done in 83. And it was talking about things that are like, okay, that's kind of like the internet that didn't exist back then. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's really one of those films where you're kind of impressed. And if you haven't watched it multiple times, maybe you should, and you'll kind of get a little bit more out of it because it's Cronenberg and it's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one-time watch.
The Dead Zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a little more crazy, but I think it's completely unique. It's one of the coolest horror films ever made, just concept wise. All right, number 86, From Dusk Till Dawn, 1996.
Tarantino Rodriguez mashup. Yeah. Widely considered to be one of the best horror films from the 90s. It's a very unique film because, let's face it, man, it's a blend of genres. It's an action crime film for the first half of the film, and it turns strictly into a vampire film.
I think you never see that coming. Like, if you went into this film blind, you would be, which I did when I seen it, and I didn't like it until the vampires showed up, but I was also like 5. But it's just one of those cool, unique stories. It's like these Gecko brothers who, by the way, have amazing dialogue. Dialogue.
Well, it's Quentin Tarantino, man.
Tarantino's dialogue is amazing,
which is crazy.
Yeah,
because that never happens, really.
Well, besides Nightmare 5, which could have happened.
Could you imagine the dialogue in that?
Yeah.
But it went on, 2 sequels, a TV show adaptation that's still going, I believe.
This is also the film From Dusk Till Dawn, man, that really set like George Clooney into like stratosphere in the film. In the film realm, because he was like, he was strictly a TV star at the time, right? He was on ER and shit like that. Before that was Roseanne and shit, but this is the film that really fucking bounced him into a different stratosphere. But
who would have thought it would be this one?
Yeah, we'll go figure, man.
It's fucking weird movie.
It's great. It's perfect, actually.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Number 85. Already on 85, fellas. We have probably one of the most talked about horror films in today's world, and you'll understand in a second. We have It from the year 1990.
Yes.
Jake loves this movie.
And if you're counting, this is the 3rd Stephen King adaptation already on this list.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a film that I would have liked to see much lower on the list because I just think that this film is so ingrained in pop culture, and Pennywise as a character, and he's the scariest clown ever. And what are clowns known for? Being scary. Like, everybody has that fear of clowns. It is the classic, why are they smiling? Like, it's fake. Like, there's something underneath. Like, that's creepy. Like, nobody should smile all the time. And, it's just ingrained in society as being a terrifying thing. And nobody has done it better than Tim Curry as Pennywise the Clown. That is something that still will go down as just terrifying for children, terrifying for anybody who saw it at a young age, terrifying for adults. I literally have heard people like flip out, like I ain't watching that movie. You know, like I remember
the fucking TV movie.
Yeah, like they knew not to watch that movie. Like they saw the cover and just was like, we ain't renting that. You know, as a kid, I remember
kind of
that.
cover too. You know.
Yeah, and it's a hugely successful TV miniseries. It's one of Stephen King's most successful books, adapted really well. It's a movie that, you know, is perfect in its time frame. You know, when it was set.
I think it's adapted okay. I mean, the book is definitely a lot more darker and violent. I mean, you got to remember this was made for TV, so they didn't incorporate all the visuals that you got in the book. But
that book was also 1,000 pages, and this is
exactly. But I mean, this was also a 4-hour movie too.
3.
You know, or 3 hours, whatever. Yeah. You know, it's long enough, but
it's not long to cover 1,000 pages for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I think why this film was on the list for myself is because of Pennywise, and it's ingrained into pop culture. I mean, shit, dude. I mean, you see Pennywise everywhere. It's been parodied. I mean, this film's been parodied to death. Didn't they do it on The Simpsons? I don't know. Maybe they did. I don't know. I can't remember. But
if we were doing 100 scariest films of all time, this would be low on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best clown films, you know, of all time for sure.
Oh,
I mean, it definitely stands
there.
There's
no debate on that.
I have to admit, though, I was fighting for this one not to be on the list. Remember, because I kept saying, how the fuck does it fit on here? I'm like, Pennywise is the answer.
It fits, yeah.
Pennywise is the answer. Coming in at number 84, we are going straight across, I don't even want to say the direction, straight from New Zealand, with Dead Alive from 1992. Peter Jackson's classic gore fest.
Peter Jackson on the map, man.
It really did, man. I mean,
this is the
Bad Taste was his film that he did a few years before and stuff. He's super independent.
Yeah.
If you know anything about New Zealand filmmaking and their government and stuff, like they have a really weird system over there. The government would fund these films and they would only make so many. That's why there was not really a lot of films that came out of New Zealand for years and years.
A lot of countries are like that.
Yeah, not to mention it just wasn't like that viable to make a movie. Like it's just, you know, didn't have the equipment and cast and, you know, just the means to make a movie.
Mm-hmm. And it just blows my mind, though, because I've heard, you know, stories where, you know, the government and stuff, they'll give the nod to these films. Okay, we'll give you the funds to make this film. And I'm just wondering who gave the go ahead after reading this script and going, wow, that third act is probably not going to be as gory as it reads. You know, it's like,
I think it's probably more gorier than what it reads, you know?
I know, man. You
probably just turned it up to 11 in Spinal Tap terms. You know?
Totally.
This movie is an 11. Like when he fucking pulls out that fucking lawnmower, it's an 11, and shit just hits the fan.
I was talking about that with my buddy the other day. I'm like, man, it must have been like hundreds of gallons of blood. This is ridiculous, but
has the most gaggable scene in film history, in my opinion.
It really does. I don't even want to talk about it. It's disgusting. But yeah, I mean, that's why it's here, man. It's very influential, man.
It's known as the goriest film of all time.
The goriest film of all time.
You gotta give it love for that.
So many filmmakers cite this film. They cite the hell out of this film. It's like Peter Jackson's Dead Alive. You know, I mean, I've heard of filmmakers trying to outdo that scene. You know, directly.
Kicking ass for the Lord. It's like, come on.
Yeah. So
that movie, it's so fun.
It is, man. It's a staple. It's probably one of the most known films out of New Zealand and stuff. And now by Peter Jackson, it's too bad that Peter Jackson
come on, Peter Jackson, man. He went on to do big things.
Big things.
Yeah, man. I know he went on to do The Frighteners. So, man. But yeah, man, Dead Alive. You can't deny its place on the list, man.
I wish his Eagle wasn't big and he would come back and do a fucking other horror movie.
Yeah, it's iconic. It stands the test of time too. I mean, even so, man, there's something about New Zealand filmmaking where they have this type of comedy in their films. You know what I'm talking about? It's like all the films have the same feel to them. It's like this really kind of strange.
And you could say that people are emulating Peter Jackson doing that.
You could. You definitely could. I mean, I said that while talking about Housebound from a couple years ago. I mean, the comedy in that film, it feels like you're watching a Peter Jackson film.
There's probably not one New Zealand filmmaker who doesn't know Peter Jackson's work.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's pretty much probably God over there. I mean, especially now of his status too, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, you watching like what was the film that came out last year? What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the comedy is like straight. It just has that New Zealand flavor. It's awesome. It's just derived straight from Peter Jackson, man. It's totally awesome.
What's up, 22 Shots crew? This is Horophilia Jason, and I'm here to give you my congrats on reaching 100 friggin' episodes. Congrats to Moods, JP, Derek, and I can't forget the Jewmeister himself, Jeremy. Hell, I think any guest hosts you've had or anyone who had any part to do with the podcast, congratulations on hitting 100 episodes. Now, the Horophilia Network has been around for years now, and we've had probably over 50, a little bit more than 50 podcasts on the network at differing times, and only a handful of them have ever made it to the century mark. I can still remember the moment when I was absolutely delighted when JP first told me they were going all in and joining the network. He put faith in me and the network itself. They were, of course, highly successful on their own. And all they've done since then is just share the love, and they help the other podcasts on the network get exposed to new listeners. And, of course, they shot right up to the top of the charts. Now, even though I don't personally agree with all your ratings on films, I do align myself more with JP, it seems like. But all of your enthusiasm and the love for the genre easily shines through in what you do. Now, of course, we're celebrating hitting 100 individual episodes, but it's way more than that. It's countless hours of prep work, editing, literally months or probably years of your lives you've dedicated to a hobby that doesn't make any money. But there is a lot of perks in podcasts, and you do build friendships. You have a fantastic group of listeners, awesome website, a great YouTube presence, and of course, a very active, awesome Facebook group. You are a standard that other podcasts should look up to. That was all I got, man. So once again, congratulations, guys, and here's hoping you reach another 100.
Number 83, The Lost Boys, 1987.
Yeah, what can you be said about the Lost Boys?
3 little words, man. Cry Little Sister.
Yeah,
Move
Cry
on.
Little Sister is definitely a huge point on the Lost Boys. It's a song that you hear sampled all the time. People have like remade it and covered it. It's in rap songs, like multiple rap. I've heard multiple rap songs in my lifetime that sample Cry Little Sister, like 5.
Mm-hmm. You can't deny the Lost Boys as like a pop culture. It's like elevated to iconic status. This is probably one of the most popular and known vampire films out there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't deny this, man.
I feel like everybody's seen it. Like even non-horror fans know the Lost Boys.
Yeah, this is a great influence on the modern vampire film too. Almost to the point where it influenced, I would say, maybe Twilight bullshit and stuff. I mean, I
think like the Pretty Vampire, it kind of carried that.
Well,
It made it
reference
cool
this
to be a
film.
vampire, right?
Near
Like,
Dark,
before it was
would
always like a
influence.
painful thing where it's like
Yeah.
depression and like this life sucks. But I would totally join David's gang. Like I'd be like, hell yeah, I want to be a vampire, party all night.
They're kind of like this underground cool gang,
When did Near Dark come out?
Same year, 87.
Same year. Yeah.
Man, that's crazy to think about. They're so similar, but they have such similar things going on. And Near Dark, besides the horror fans, gets shat on, but this one gets a lot of praise. It's an interesting thing to think about.
I mean, it's a lot of people cite this film as the direct influence on, the Twilight films and stuff. Like, this is the original Pretty vampires and, fuck the Lost Boys. I hear a lot of hate for this film these days. It's really crazy to me, but you can't deny its influence on, today's vampire films. I mean, come on. Everybody wants to make that next really cool vampire film. I mean, I guess Twilight's cool to some people if you're 13 and a little girl.
Well, Twilight does have a lot of Shankle ankles,
Honestly, I don't know. I've never seen any of the films.
Me neither. I'm just guessing.
But yes, The Lost Boys, man. Classic everything, man. Classic everything. It's got classic characters, classic soundtrack. It's got a great look to it. It's just an all-around great film. It's shot well.
82. We're moving to some Frenchies, and you know me, I love my Frenchies. We have, in my opinion, the best French extreme film, and that is Inside from the year 2007. So this is a film that we argued about which French extreme films were we going to have on this list, and should we include any more French extreme films, and where should they be located, and this and that and that.
I don't think that was much of an argument, to be honest. Come on.
Yeah, but I think a lot of them deserve to be on a list, but it was hard because you can't have all of them, and I don't think they all deserve to be on the list. But I think out of all the conversations that we had when we were making the list, this one was one of the more in-depth and argumental between us three trying to decide which one of these should we have on the list. And I'm not saying that it's the only one on the list, but I'm saying where we should place them in order. And as I just said, this is my favorite French extreme movie, and you guys have different opinions, but it still made it onto the list, and I think it deserves to be on the list for many reasons. Number one, of course, it's a fucking amazing movie. And two, of course, it's part of the Fab Five French extreme films that came out from the year 2003 until 2008, 9-ish. And, you know...
It blew the fuck up in America. It blew up.
And I think it helped, especially Switchblade Romance, which is high tension. I just did the hipster term.
I was just going to say, you fucking hypocrite, man.
It really brought torture porn into the mainstream in America with films that we'll talk about in a little bit. But inside, it's just an amazing fucking movie. It's an amazing home invasion film. It has the best effects, in my opinion, out of all five of the French extreme films. And I think it's just the most enjoyable to watch. I'd be curious to hear your guys' opinions on this film as well.
I definitely hear a ton about Inside. And that was one of my arguments on why I thought that it deserved to be on the list is back in 2007, 2008, you know, when it came out on that Dimension Extreme line, I remember the internet going crazy. Like, people who made YouTube videos were all talking about it. It was a film that, you know, for some reason in my head, I thought got pulled from Walmart shelves. I cannot find any information to back that argument. So I don't know if it's actually true, but in my head, I remembered hearing that somewhere.
That really blows my mind that would actually be sold in a Walmart. I mean, just given the cover, too.
Yeah.
It's pretty gory and stuff, so, yeah.
Yeah, which it was sold in Walmarts. I do remember
That's crazy.
That. So, yeah, it's a film that I think a lot of people praise and love. A lot of people do cite it as their favorite of the Fab Five, and it really did help shed light on foreign film.
You know, like in the indie circuit too, and like in mainstream too, it was an all around heavy hitter. Coming in at number 81 from 2002.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one.
We have 28 Days Later.
28 Days Later is a huge film in the post 9/11 era. It really is.
Oh, big time. Yeah. The social commentary is super heavy, of course, with the military and stuff.
Yeah, now it's a little more obvious. Like, now it's a little more... Like, you look at it and it's like, it may not hold as much weight because we've seen it so many times after. But at the time, that this was released, I think a lot of people were kind of looking around like, what are we doing? You know? And I feel like this film, if you watched it back in 2002 like I did, or 2003, it just definitely hit hard. It's depressing.
And it's weird because it's Danny Boyle, and it's like, he's not even fucking American, but he makes this... doesn't even take place in America, but he makes this...
No, it's in the UK.
Yeah, he makes this movie that has commentary about a whole nother fucking country, but I really enjoy this movie. I think it's one of my favorite horror films from the first half decade of the 2000s. I mean, there's not that many, but it's definitely in my top 3 probably favorite horror films of that time period, and I just like it because it's something different once again, and it's actually a really well-made, at the same time, gritty type of a horror film, kind of found footage-ish camera angles and stuff going on with it. But, you know, it's a good movie. I like it a lot. Sequel is good too, but
this is one of those staple films, man. You know, it's a little bit of a landmark film. This one came out at a time period where horror was not really overly the greatest. It was starting to get a little bit better. And this film comes out, and it was just heavy influential on so many films to follow after. I mean, this is a direct influence.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead. A lot of films look at the success of this film and looked how great the idea was, rolled with it, and
Yeah,
for
dude,
years
Dawn
and
of the
years to
Dead
come.
is like so similar.
It is very, very
insane.
similar, exactly. Because I mean, that's probably where they got these really fucking, running zombies and shit like that.
We haven't seen
Of
them
course.
before this. We haven't seen this rage-induced. We've seen rage viruses before, but not like this. This was different.
Yeah.
These fast cuts and this like primal, animalistic look to the zombies and the infected. It was just something different that we saw mocked and mimicked over and over again after the release of this film. Heavy influence on the infection zombie subgenre. Heavy influence. Number 80. The Phantom Carriage from the year 1921.
Whew. I know a lot of people haven't seen this one, but it's one of those just classic silent films that Jeremy actually introduced us to.
Yes.
My favorite film ever, man.
And then upon doing a lot of research on this film, it turns out that this one is insanely influential to a lot of really huge directors out there.
And it's
Mark
probably
Bergman.
one of those films that was just so hard to see that you were a fan of film, like directors, like you might have, the people that grew up as film fans might have saw it somehow, and that influenced them, but it's something that the general public didn't know about. It's now catching on, which is crazy.
I think
to think that it's
Criterion,
2017.
man.
It's almost 100 years old.
And the crazy thing about this film is when you watch it, it falls into the criteria
modern.
of standing the test of time. This is
So
way ahead of
modern.
it. It's so ahead of its time.
Yeah.
This film is so ahead of its time, and you can see the heavy influence it had on so many filmmakers after. I mean, like I said, Bergman and, of course, Kubrick, too, in The Shining.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
a
a
scene lifted from this film in The Shining.
literally lifted. And we all know, like, The Shining is considered one of the best horror films of all time. Classic scenes. And the scene alone is super classic, lifted right from this film. So there's so much heavy influence there. But the thing that really blows my mind is the storytelling in this film and the way it's done, and the effects too. The effects used in this film
are great.
Yeah,
the effects are just mind blowing for the time.
Yeah, juxtaposition is freaking amazing.
It
It's
looks
so
like
good.
one of those films that was made in modern time and was like, we're gonna make a silent film in modern day, and we're gonna make it look all old and stuff. Like when I seen it for the first time, I was just like, the number one thing I came away saying was like, this is not a good silent film. This is not a good 1920s film. This is a good film, 100%. Yeah. It stands the test of time. Today, it's still good. And people can watch it today. If you can watch a silent film, you can watch it today and be like, damn, that's a good story. That's a good film.
And it has one of the meanest characters fucking ever. Like, he's the main character, which is played by Victor Stroström, who's the director, which is kind of funny, but he's just the mean son of a bitch. And for 1921, it's just insane because he does some pretty nasty things to people. And I think that's the one thing that I get from this movie is his character, because he's just a bitch. The definition of a bitch. I love this movie.
I would probably say this is probably the highest on the list with like pretty much the highest rating. I mean, me and you, Jeremy, have a 10s, and JP, would you rate this film 9.5?
9.5.
So, I mean, this is almost a perfect 30 to sit at number 80.
Yeah, it's a 10 for me for sure, yeah.
People are probably asking themselves why this one is so high on the list.
Criteria.
And then there might be other people that are asking why it's on the list at all, because nobody really knows it.
That's why it's so high on the list, is because it hasn't been seen by a lot of people.
Yeah.
And that's precisely why. And that's referring back to the criteria. This is a great example. If we were just picking greatest films of all time, this might be very, very low on the list.
Number 79. And before I do that, I just want to say we have Paranormal Activity from the year 2007. Drop the gloves, boys. Let's do this.
Well,
Paranormal Activity.
Like I said off the top of the show, I said there was a couple films in here I don't really care for. I haven't seen.
I don't care for this movie, but you have to think about
pretty much as it came out. But that's the thing, man. Putting all bias aside, Paranormal Activity is it's a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. It really is, man. This movie had $11,000 budget. It grossed $194 million. Jump-started Blumhouse. This one just has so much impact on the horror genre in general, mainstream. It's just etched in pop culture.
It's this generation's Blair Witch.
Parodied to death. It's one of the most popular films, regardless of you like it or not. It's there. It has all the elements. It fits the criteria 100%. And it's a perfect example of a film that's loved by lots of people and hated by others, just like Halloween remake. It's very, very in that same kind of category. I think JP once said, it's this generation's Blair Witch.
I said that. Oh.
Was that you? Okay, it's good. That's a good point. And
it has that same kind of marketing and promotion that Blair Witch had back in '99.
Yeah,
that it just
very similar, and you wouldn't expect that somebody would be able to take that model, kind of spin it a little bit, and do it again, because that model we thought was a one-time thing. You can't do that model again, but
only 8 years later too.
Yeah. They had some very creative marketing for this film. I remember. It hit pirate sites well before it was released wide. And I remember the buzz from the pirate sites. I remember being at a party and drinking beer, and this girl was like, "Oh, you like horror films? Have you seen Paranormal Activity?" And I was like, I think I heard of that. And they were like, she was just tripping, she's kind of tipsy and stuff, and she's just like tripping, like, Dwar, tell him how scary it was, tell him how freaked out I was, and I was just like, what the hell is this movie, and there was a lot of people in the mainstream, the regular population, the not horror population, that were genuinely terrified by this movie, and I think that alone makes it eligible for this list. I find it scary. I like the movie. I think that people were just so resistant of this style of film at the time. Found footage was very hated back then. It's grown to be accepted and loved because of the found footage films that came after that were very successful and good movies. But this is really the one that kicked that off. I know people credit Blair Witch. It's not Blair Witch. Blair Witch just shown that it was possible to do something like that. Again, Cannibal Holocaust obviously beforehand, but Paranormal Activity hit a grand slam with this found footage concept, and everybody was like, oh, this is cheap. You can make a movie for $11,000 and have it gross $194 million? Well,
I think the key there, man, is definitely the marketing explanation for this film. It had a great marketing idea, and
they sent different endings to each theater, trying to get extra people to go see it multiple times to see.
I still think that's one of the greatest things I've ever heard. That's like absolutely truly amazing, and it was smart too, because they didn't want to just have the one and then people talk about it and stuff. So you send it out to different malls. You didn't know what you're getting. That's brilliant.
Well, whenever you're talking to somebody and you talk to them about the movie, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, what happened? And you're like, that's not what I seen. And they're like, no, yeah, I seen she slit her throat. And I was like, what the hell? I was like, that. I was like, what's going on here? And then you find out there's other endings, and you're like, holy crap, I need to see this again. I need to see that version. That version sound cooler. That's a great. There was so much stuff with this film that a lot of people are just starting to appreciate now. I noticed it while it was happening, and I actually do think it's a good movie, and I think that you guys will too upon rewatch.
The funny thing is, man, I was a fan. Like, I've always liked found footage films and stuff, and I was a fan of it. And Paranormal came out. I think the thing that bugged me.
It's the hype, man.
It wasn't so much. Well, when the film first came out, I mean, obviously I knew and I'd heard lots of people talk about it. There was a little bit of hype. Not a little bit. There was a lot of hype between Paranormal
Especially
Activity.
by the time you got in Canada.
Yeah, it was 2016 by then.
Yeah, I just saw it actually 6 months ago. I just got here, and. But I don't know, man. Like I said, it wasn't the found footage aspect of it. I think I was a little bit – I could have been persuaded by the hype machine a little bit when I watched it. But there was a lot – I think there was the abundance of jump scares and shit. I know it sounds cheap to say that, but it was bugging – there were certain things that were bugging me while I was watching the film.
Not a lot at all.
But I can't remember. It's been so long. Like, I've seen this film pretty much when it came out. So it's been pretty much 10 years. So my mind's a little bit foggy.
I don't even think there is any.
Coming in – at number 78 from 2007, Trick or Treat. Yes. Why is it on the list? It's a modern classic.
It really is.
Simply, man. I mean, for years and years and years, what were the go-to Halloween films that you would watch?
Halloween,
obviously,
Night of the Demons.
Night of the Demons. I mean, people would always watch, like those type of films. All of a sudden, this little indie film, this little low budget film, Trick or Treat, comes out and just changed the game in the way people perceived Halloween films. It was like it became that go-to film. And I think it has a lot to do with the unique storytelling in this film. It's not your typical anthology. You know, it's a mashup of stories, and it's told from different perspectives and time periods and stuff. And I think that's what separates this one. It's done almost perfect, and plus it created another horror icon in Sam.
Yeah. And had Sam gotten more sequels, he'd be right up there with everybody else. And we still see him today up there.
We've said that
Jason,
many times.
Freddy and stuff like that. But he really didn't get the franchise treatment that he deserved. Now, Trick or Treat went on. I'm so happy that this happened, but the amount of horror fans that back this film and accepted it along with Halloween as the staple Halloween film to watch during Halloween, on Halloween, during October, it's incredible. And there's so many horror fans that cite this one like, yeah, I watch this one now. This one is the one I watch. I've watched Halloween my whole life, but this is the one I watch now, including myself. And it's because it captures that feel better than any other film. And Halloween captures that feel too. And Halloween sequels capture that feel. But Trick or Treat has took Halloween, bottled it, and gave it to us. And it's like, wow. That's what
I mean, I'm not saying that, Carpenter's Halloween doesn't have the replay value. Of course it does. It's an amazing film every time I watch it. But this one has so much replay value for me because of the construction of the film. The way the story is told and the way it unfolds and stuff, I love that. Because for somebody like me that, probably drinks too much and kills way too many brain cells, I tend to forget things from time to time. But when I watch it, I always seem to notice new things and stuff. And I love that about the film. It's this replay value. It's just an all-time high. And let's face it, man, in the 2000s, since the new millennium have started, how many horror icons have been created? 2?
Yeah.
Sam is one. Sam might be one of 2.
Sam and Jigsaw.
Exactly, and that's my point, and that's why another reason why this film sticks out.
He did it with one film.
Ingrained in pop culture. It's ingrained in pop culture. I mean, Funkos, man. I mean, they're making toys of Sam. Right there, it's in the same league as, well, not in the same league, but it's in the same status realm as, Friday the 13th and stuff. It has this character, this recognizable character that we want to love and we want to relate to as horror fans. That's Sam.
Number 77, Martyrs, 2008.
I think this is the best French extreme film. Mm-hmm. The reason why it's a little bit higher than Inside, I personally believe it is the best. So.
You fucked it up.
Martyrs, I love this movie.
God damn it.
If you ever heard our review of it on Disturbing Cinema episode 1, we tackle this film completely. There's so much value to this movie. There's so much inside of it.
The best review we've ever done. This one was one of the great. It's because we could focus on the review the whole show, and we really broke this one down. I think it's truly a masterpiece.
Yeah, it's not because of that cocksucker Kyle. Anyway.
No, I truly think this one is an absolute modern day masterpiece. It's not I'm talking masterpiece. This film just hits you on so many different levels. It starts out as one thing and it ends at another. It's got so much subtext to it and just even ambiguity that actually does make sense though if you really break it down. But it's this one even spawned an American remake. That's how good and popular this film was. Like most of the Fab Five films, really. I mean, I think
Inside's getting remake too. Yeah.
That's right. Martyrs actually just beat it to the punch, but this one solely because it's an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, it's definitely more subtexty out of all the Fab Five. I agree in the sense that it should be higher than Inside just because of the different traits of the criteria that we have laid out. And it's an amazing film. It's an amazing movie.
You just did it too. As hardcore as this film, and
an asshole douchebag.
As as hardcore as this film is perceived by fans and stuff, I think that
fuck you, JP.
Ultimately, it has a fuckload of replay value. I've watched this film lots of times, and there's something so polarizing about this film. It sucks you in, and it's so incredible.
Number 76 from the year 1981, we have The Beyond.
Ah, yes, The Beyond, another Lucio Fulci gore classic, and my favorite Lucio Fulci film. Yeah, man, The Beyond. again, it's just like City of the Living Dead, Gates of Hell, however you want to say it. It's just got a really unique blend of storytelling. Gore effects are absolutely outstanding in this film. And personally, I think it's the reason why this film sticks out so much is its atmospheric ability to just drive. It's like a major driving force in this film. And it has one of the most amazing endings of all time. I think the ending to me is just like, it's on a different level. I think it's something that sticks out. And you always hear fans and people talk about the end of The Beyond. It's so damn cool. It's very, very critically acclaimed. I don't really hear a lot of people say, I don't really care for The Beyond, man. You know, it's not that, but you know, it's here. It's in its place because it is one of the most popular Italian horror films of all time. Very, very influential. Again, like all of Fulci's films, really. I mean, he's such an influential director because he wasn't afraid to, you know, break the bar and do what he really wanted to. That's what I love about these films. You know, it's like Fulci did what the hell he wanted to do. He made the goriest shit ever, and it's just awesome.
It really hammers in that nightmare logic.
Yeah, I love the cinematography in this movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And
it's
you know,
amazing.
Everything, man. The amazing cinematography to the awesome driving force soundtrack. The music is so beautiful too when you listen to it. It's like one of those soundtracks you can pop in and just listen to. It's just so awesome.
It's just that shot of the main character and the dog sitting on the fucking highway. It's so legendary, and that's the one shot that's etched into my mind whenever I think about that film. It's all the cinematography is epic in that movie. 75 moods.
From 1981, we have The Howling.
Yeah,
Jeremy, this is definitely one of the films that he has a hard time with in general. He just has a hard time with.
Yeah.
It's my personal favorite werewolf film. It's not the reason why it's on the list. I think it is definitely one of the front runners as being one of the best werewolf films of all time.
I agree.
It did spawn an entire franchise, an 8-film franchise, which I might add is quite possibly the worst horror franchise of all time.
No, wait till the Witchcraft show.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much the only series I've never seen. But let's face it, we reviewed the entire Howling franchise. It's horrible. Episode 72. But The Howling, it sticks out for a lot of reasons, man. It's widely considered to be one of the best werewolf films. It has a great transformation scene. It's always up against American Werewolf in London for the greatest thing. American always seems to win that battle and stuff, but personally, I think The Howling is a better film. And it's got an iconic value to it. You know, the brand of the film, it's The Howling. It had great poster art and stuff. It's one of those films that everyone just knows. It's ingrained in even in pop culture for sure. I mean, The Howling is not one of those indie, unknown, obscure type films. Everyone knows about this film.
I just think it's, in my mind, I don't like it as much as everybody else. I think I'm just biased in that sense, but I do see why it's on the list, and it's definitely the one film where you say werewolf from 1980s and people talk about it.
It's one of the best werewolf films of all time.
Number 74, Reanimator, 1985.
I think people kind of overlook Reanimator as for what it is. You know, Reanimator was one of those films, for better or for worse, you know, as much as people want to either like or hate or whatever with the horror comedies, but Reanimator was one of those films in 1985. It was one of those 3 or 4 films from that year that kind of helped bring this into like pop culture and, you know, into the more kind of not really create the horror comedy, but it helped popularize it and stuff. Reanimator is totally ingrained in pop culture big time. I mean, this film's been referenced a million times. It's a great adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, it's fucking awesome. It's an iconic film. It has one of the most iconic characters. I mean, it's got one of the most iconic scenes too with the head. I mean, let's face it, man. I mean, this thing is been talked about forever. It's a highly critically acclaimed film from horror fans in general. I'm not so sure how it did, like, you know, commercially wise, but I mean, among us, it's an essential film.
It's a Charlie Band movie, isn't it?
It is. It's a production.
Charlie Band, good old friend Charlie Band. Haven't said that in a while. Yeah, I really don't have too much to say on Reanimator. I mean, it's good. Adam West. Not Adam West. That's his name, right?
Herbert.
What's the main character's name? Hubert West. Oh, it's fucking close. That's not Batman. Anyway, yeah, he's a fucking...
What did you call him at first?
Adam West.
Adam
Batman.
West?
Batman, man.
Fucking Batman?
Fucking Batman.
Yeah, dude. I mean, personally, I think this is I've always said this before too. I think that Jeffrey Combs' performance in this film is one of the best. I mean, from the 80s alone, his performance is awesome as Herbert West. It's so mesmerizing, man. He's just so fucking good in this role, and it's what sticks out. It really does.
Hello, everyone. This is Jerry from Kill the Cast and also from Married with Children podcast, where I actually work with JP. I just wanted to say congratulations on 100 episodes. That is a lot. That is honestly way too much. Y'all need to chill out. I'm so glad it's taking y'all like 6 months to get a new episode out. But I quickly just wanted to say, one of my favorite episodes from y'all was when y'all covered the Hatchet trilogy. Not only did y'all have like great opinions, obviously, because you do a podcast and that's what makes you good, but you hit us with some facts and stories from like the commentary tracks, from searching the internet, from all this stuff, to be able to bring not only your brand of humor and your opinion, but to give us background information like that. That is what separates y'all from tons of other podcasts, because you can so successfully blend those three things. So, shot, moods, keep on going. I can't wait to see what you do for episode 200. And I am really looking forward to this episode 100. And I'm looking forward to the future of 22 shots of moods and horror. And hopefully soon I won't actually have to take a shot to get in the mood to listen to your horror.
Getting into a film that blew my fucking mind when I saw this shit back in 2005. And it's Eli Roth's Hostel from the year 2005, like I just said. Number 73. Now, like I just said, this movie blew my 12-year-old mind when I fucking saw this shit. Yes, me and my grandma got in the mofo car, and I sat and I watched this shit when I was 12 years old. And that movie, I still even think today, has the most nudity, the most titties I've ever seen in a mainstream film in any genre. And, of course, it brought torture porn into the mainstream. When people say torture porn, this is the one movie that people instantly think about. You know, Saw, it is.
I think that's where the term actually derives from.
Yeah.
I don't think people were using the term torture porn before Hostel.
Yeah.
Even though there had been films like this before, obviously, but this is the one that, definitely put it on the mainstream and coined the term torture porn, which I'll admit I'm not a fan of. I can't stand the term torture porn, but it did what it did.
But you have to think about the influence on that term. That term was fucking everywhere back in like 2005, 6, 7, whatever, 5 years. Fucking torture porn, especially critics, torture porn this, torture porn that, So you had to have it on the list, mainly based off that.
Yeah, Hostel, when it came out, it was definitely hated upon by mainstream outlets. Like, people were sickened by the fact that this is what Americans are watching. This is what represents people's thoughts, and they were sickened by it. They were completely uncomfortable with the fact that people were enjoying movies like this at a mainstream sort of way.
Yeah.
It grossed $81 million on a $4.6 million budget. And, to see a film that was this hardcore be that successful, people couldn't handle it. And they did whatever they could to, bash it and, bring it down and almost insult you if you were a fan of it. And that extends to horror fans as well. I mentioned this before, but during that 2005 to 2007 era, people were very, very angry at horror films. Like, horror fans were rebelling. They were wanting the not realistic violence, the more slasher era where it's like fun and campy. And when they see this hardcore, realistic torture type violence, they were just very angry and resistant to it. Now it's become accepted. Yes, absolutely.
And the hatred for Bush, I think, too, man. I think there was just a lot of angry people, and everything to do politics and stuff. And this is how, in my opinion, they took out aggressions making films like this. I do think I do think it's quite interesting that a lot of people were judging Americans on, holy fuck, man, they're watching this torture porn shit and stuff like that. I mean, you got to remember, this film was kind of derived from the myth of this actually happening in Eastern Europe at the time, or not at the time, but before. Yeah. Like, this was based off of real stories and stuff like that. This was not an American idea. This comes from Eastern Europe, and people are shitting on Americans and North Americans for watching this garbage. It's like, this shit was happening in your fucking backyard.
But if I think this film came out in 2017 in the mainstream, it would cause the same stir that it did back in 2006. I really, really do think that we have not seen a hardcore movie like that. The Devil's Rejects, okay, fine. But we have not seen a hardcore film like this since Hostel came out. I cannot think of one mainstream film that was
in the mainstream,
that pushed the boundaries like this film did. And I still think even if today this movie came out, it would still get shit. Yeah, I really, really do think it would.
And it really made Eli Roth like a superstar. This is what he's known for. And if you look at this film and what came afterwards, Hostel 2, right? Until recent memory. But Eli Roth was up there, talked about in the same line as Tarantino and stuff at a certain point, which is just crazy to think. But it launched Eli Roth for some reason into superstar, and people know his name. Even people in the industry know who Eli Roth is.
Oh, he just shot the Death Wish remake here in Chicago a few months ago.
It's shot?
Yeah, it's shot. It's done. Yep, it was shot here for like a few months, but it has this like insane car scene that took like a week and a half to shoot, but yeah, it's done. Him and Bruce Willis. So it should be interesting. But yeah, Eli Roth, definitely an interesting dude. Hostel, it's a legendary film, especially modern. It's an important movie, and I'm happy that it is
good.
List.
We didn't even mention that. Like, Hostel is a great movie.
It is an important film. It is an important film, and I agree with that. I mean, like it or not, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that don't like Hostel for various reasons, and I think a lot of people don't like Hostel because it was mainstream. I think if Hostel was more of an underground indie film, I think it would have a lot more of probably a better rapport within the community. So I find that it's one of those films that's divided like a Rob Zombie film sometimes. But I personally, I think it's an essential part of, especially the 2000s.
Oh yeah.
Or it's essential, and it's a good film. It's definitely a good film. So coming in at 72.
Oh, what a perfect film for you, Moods.
1985. We were just there with Fright Nights. Yes. Yeah. Now, I think JP fought tooth and nail to have this one off the list. I mean, really, Fright Night to me, again, is, going back to the whole horror comedy thing and kind of breaking that out of the woodworks. This was another film that helped bring that subgenre out in the 80s and stuff. I mean, right up to 1985, I mean, let's face it, there was a lot of more serious, a lot of slasher films. That's pretty much what it was and stuff. The horror genre needed a change. They kind of went to, leaning towards a little bit of comedy and stuff, Reanimator, Fright Night. And this is one that came out of that period. Very, very popular film. I don't know if it was overly critically acclaimed by actual critics at the time, but it's, within the fan base, super critically acclaimed. I think this is one of the more popular vampire films of, the last 30, 40 years. I mean, the vampire genre has been stale from here and there and stuff, but, this one definitely has iconic status. I mean, they just did a fantastic documentary.
I thought you were going to say a fantastic remake.
No, You're So Cool, Brewster. I mean, this documentary just came out, You're So Cool, Brewster, on the Friday. It's really, really informative and fantastic and stuff, but it's an iconic film. I mean, and one thing that is cool about this film, it has like iconic poster. I don't care what anyone says, man. That shit is amazing. I love that stuff. It sold the film so well. I mean, that's why a lot of people watch the film. I've talked to that. I've also talked to people why that's the reason why they didn't watch the film too, Dave Z. But
Fright Night is a movie that I didn't fight for it to be off the list so much as just ranking wise where it ended up. I understand that it is kind of iconic. I guess I personally just didn't ever see the level of fandom that the film has, but what kind of changed my mind was when Moods did bring up the documentary, because I do think that any horror film that has a feature-length documentary, created about it is pretty relevant. Number 71, Pet Sematary, 1989.
Ooh, a movie that JP spread his Mexican butthole for, just like a lot of other films.
And if you are keeping count, this is what, the 4th Stephen King adaptation?
Yeah.
I'm glad you are keeping count, because I am not. But
I think so.
Again, with a film that has a documentary that's being released, or actually has been released now, which I've seen. It's a good documentary called Unearthed and Untold, The Path to Pet Cemetery, or something along those lines. I did fight for this film to be on the list, because to me this is a film that I consider the film that scared me the most at a certain point. I don't find it the scariest film, but it gave me, it's like one of the only films that I ever had a nightmare about, and it's because of the Zelda scene. It's a scene that comes completely out of nowhere. It doesn't have any specific reason for being in the film in terms of narrative points. Like, it's a flashback. It doesn't really need to be, it doesn't have much to offer for the film other than just being scary as hell. It was a technique using a male to play a female that I think is really effective, and other filmmakers like Adam Green have consciously made the decision to do that as well in order to get that similar effect. It is parodied by shows like South Park, which you guys heard us mention that on the show, so it is in pop culture. Dead is better, very iconic line, sometimes that is better, very quotable film. And in my opinion, it has the most heartbreaking moment in any horror film other than The Mist. And it is a key moment in this film, and it just is earth-shattering. And that's the word that I always describe when I say put yourself in that position of the Creed family. And man, it's just brutal. And it's just a great concept. It teaches you about life and death and loss and not being able to deal with loss. There's so much, under symbolism and undertones in this film that speak to us as humans. I love Pet Sematary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as humans, we never want to accept death, right? Especially when it happens to a loved one, and even worse, a child.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, if you were ever to lose someone like that in your life, your child or something like that, what would your initial reaction be if you could possibly do it?
Yeah.
Would be to bring them back.
Yeah.
It's like a natural reaction. And I think that, you bring up a really good point. It's got me thinking and changed my mind on it.
That's
pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Nice. Yeah. Let's move on to number 70. Ooh, this should be fun. Another film from the year 2005, and it is Rob Zombie's The Devil's Rejects. Ooh, boy.
I think
JP, what do you think about it?
I think it's the best sequel of all time. And I also think that it solidified Rob Zombie as a filmmaker and developed his style tremendously from what we've seen in House of a Thousand Corpses, which I know Jeremy is a huge fan of, and he calls it a masterpiece, but this is the masterpiece. This is the film that proved to everybody that Rob Zombie has chops, and even critically it seemed to be praised a little bit.
Why can't they both be masterpieces?
Well, they can both be masterpieces, but they're both not masterpieces.
But you just said this one was a masterpiece.
Yes, one of them is a masterpiece. Both can be masterpieces, but one is not.
Now,
oh, come on, Jeremy. You know
this
his
is gonna
thoughts on
this
House.
is gonna get cut to shit. I know it's, but I just want to say, if you take away the ending from House of a Thousand, would they both be masterpieces?
No.
I think you're wrong.
Devil's Rejects is a dramatic film. It makes you understand and connect with the bad guys among the level of the great films that have done that, which is hard. Norman Bates is one that I think of right away. The Firefly Clan in the first film, there's nothing likable about him. Nothing. And in the second film, you look at it and you're like, how am I liking this dynamic with this family? You know what I mean? And it has such hardcore, brutal moments for a mainstream film. It's, up there with Hostel. You mentioned it. It has these moments that are just like, I cannot believe I'm seeing this. in the theater. And when it came out, it was like the first like dose of hardcoreness that I ever seen, and it has tons of qualities. It is a beautifully shot film from the very opening with the freeze frames when they're running through the thing, the music, the characters. These characters are fully fleshed out when they were just scratched upon in the original film, House of a Thousand Corpses. They're fully fleshed out to more than just killers. Now they are people, and it's a film that should get massive amounts of love.
I agree, but it's interesting to now that you were talking about it, I'm thinking about House of a Thousand and this movie. They're two totally different looking movies. Different. House of a Thousand is a very stylized, neon, bright, beautiful looking movie. That movie is really a beautiful looking movie. And this movie is a very light, sunwise light, very light, dirty, gritty movie.
It's also because of the location though too. I mean, he was stylizing House differently because it was more set in one spot, in one setting.
The one thing that I love about this movie is the ending, and I've talked about before on the Facebook page when I made that post talking about favorite endings. This movie made Freebird for me more than Freebird made Freebird. Because whenever I think of Freebird now, I just think about the ending of this movie. And it just makes you feel for these horrible, horrible, horrible people. But it makes you feel for them in a way that I think is just, it's such an amazing,
that is a sad ending, right?
Yeah.
It's insane
because these are characters that we should not be liking.
And
we should not be liking these characters.
All. You want to smack yourself. You're like, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's crazy. Devil's Rejects this was my favorite film of that era. The 2000 to 2010, I mentioned earlier that something was my second favorite film. This is the favorite of mine.
One thing I love about this film, though, and it does make complete sense that Rob Zombie would incorporate such an amazing soundtrack, being a musician himself, but the uses of music in this film and the cues in this, it's like second to none. Yeah. He picked an amazing soundtrack, and everything has a purpose to it, and it fits so well. It is one of the greatest sequels of all time.
Yeah. Rob Zombie, man. He's the shit.
Exactly.
He's the shit.
Coming in at number 69.
A porcupine.
From the year of my birth, 1980, we have The Changeling.
Now, Moods, this is another one of your movies that you were really hype about on the list.
Yeah, man. The Changeling is, well, to me, I mean, it has a little bit of a different meaning to, it does, because it's
I'm thinking what my next one's going to be. It's another fucking Italian movie.
It's a Canadian classic. And, this is one of those kind of modern, it's a modern ghost tale, essentially what it is. And it's just one of the best. It's one of the best. This movie's been cited and used as a pure reference for so many films after it, even though it came out in 1980. So many people have taken this idea and tried to do what they did. This movie was done legitimately scary. It's awesome. Plus, I mean, in Canadian cinema and stuff, this shit won a lot of awards and stuff. And it's just ingrained in film history as one of the best ghostlies, especially in the modern times. I mean, let's face it, man, ghost films over time are completely hit and miss. There's lots of bad ones. There's lots of good ones, but there's not a whole lot of great ones. Mm-hmm. And The Changeling is definitely a great ghost film. I don't care what anyone says. And that's why it has a place on here. I think it's truly a frightening film.
Number 68, Day of the Dead, 1985.
Yo! What's going on? My name's Edgar. I'm from Los Angeles. What's going on? Moods, JP. And here's my pick for the greatest horror movie of all time, in my humble opinion. I picked George A. Romero's Day of the Dead. Listen, guys. This is, in my opinion, not only is it George Romero's best of his original zombie trilogy, but it's his best movie, period. And it is the greatest horror movie on top of all of that. I love everything about this fucking movie. Everything from the story, the dialogue, the acting, the score. everything. I can't even nitpick one thing that I don't like about this fucking movie. I had the pleasure of seeing it back in the day, back in, what was it, 1985 in theaters. Dude, I had literally seen this movie, I would say close to 3,000 times. Anyways, guys, if you rate this movie at least an 8 or a 9, I would suggest you go out and buy the book, The Making of George A. Romero's Day of the Dead. You learn so much about this movie, dude. It's really good. Anyways, there it is, guys. And as always,
ooh, Mr. Romero making his first appearance.
Day of the Dead is
Yeah.
it's my favorite
did I do
zombie
something wrong?
film, or second favorite. You know, it goes back and forth with Return of the Living Dead. I personally just love the social commentary in there. This is another one that we mentioned in 2002, that 28 Days Later hammered in that military versus human type thing, but it was done way back in 1985 with Day of the Dead in terms of zombie films, and it has some of the most iconic characters and zombies in zombie film history. I love Bub, and that's another thing. On paper, if you explain this to me, and like the zombies are going to use guns, and they're going to learn, they're going to be smart, and they're going to be like learning things, I would have been like, that sounds terrible. But George Romero did it so fine tooth, like perfectly, you know, just combed it out perfect to where it was so subtle, and it made sense to the story on why this is happening, and you know, the reasons. I just think that this film is crafted so brilliantly by George. The setting, claustrophobic as all hell. This is one of those films that I think might not have the influence. It might not have the other, you know, box office and things like that, but it is just so good. It's a 10 out of 10 to me. I've given it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, man. It's another George Romero masterpiece where, you know, he doesn't have to focus on the outside world and, you know, the typical zombie films where they focus on, you know, fighting the zombies and things like that. You know, the social commentary in here is that they're simply trying to change the world. You know, they're trying to make things better by, you know, Bub
with
is
two different ideas on how to do it.
That's the thing, and Bub is a test subject and things like that, and that's an amazing approach to a film because it allows you to explore so many different type of characters in this. You have the Doctor, you have Bub, you have, you know, Rhodes, and you got Steele, and you got all these type of clashing characters. You know, half these people that don't really give a flying fuck what they're doing; they're just worried about their personal survival and gain. And you have these people that legitimately want to, you know, kind of focus on, hey, if we can make these zombies smart, might be able to survive this and things. And that contrast is so fucking beautiful. It's filled with subtext, and it's an iconic film. The characters are so amazing, man. Yeah. Joe Pilato as Rhodes is probably the biggest dick character ever. Yeah. You cannot. He's just, after watching this film, he's etched in your mind as the biggest dick
that's
ever.
What's so
amazing.
Interesting about Rhodes is that there are many people that look at him and don't think he's that much of a dick, but actually agree with everything that he's saying. Mm-hmm. You know, so there is that level there where there's.
It depends on what side of the spectrum you're on. Are you with him that they don't really give a fuck? Because I mean, definitely there's going to be a lot of people that are going to side with him and say, you know, this is kind of a lost cause. We're spending all this time and energy on trying to train these zombies to be a little more human-like, or should we just say fuck that and be like him and, you know, it's all survival. Stop wasting your time with this bullshit. I mean, there's obviously people that are going to be on opposite ends of the spectrum, but where do you fall in? You know, that's what makes this film interesting. I can see it from both vantage points. You know, it does make sense. You know, in the long run, if you're not a patient person, trying to train zombies and change things like that it might be a little bit too much, or you just grab a gun and fucking fight for survival. The contrast is beautiful.
Nobody does commentary like Romero. And I still think that if there's one filmmaker that you think about who does commentary better than anybody, it's Romero. And I think it's just because of these three movies. 3 movies cemented him as one of the best commentary director ever, and this is crazy to think that all it took was 3 films. But when I think about horror filmmakers that make a straight and clear jab at society, it's Romero.
In different decades.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about that, but it's true.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this original trilogy, the Dead trilogy, is that the 3 films do come in 3 different decades, 60s, 70s, and 80s. So you get this different perspective of those eras, and it works so beautifully. It's why it's like the perfect trilogy. It's the best trilogy out there.
Yet again, another motherfucking Italian stallion. This time from the year 1975, and it's Argento's Deep Red. Yeah, not my favorite giallo from Argento, but definitely my second favorite.
I personally think this is Argento's best film.
Yeah.
A lot of people throw out the argument, Suspiria, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I personally think that Deep Red is it's one of the all-time best giallos. Yeah. It's probably one of the most popular ones too, but it's really just a work of art. The storytelling in this film, the amazing kills, just the ability to do what he does within these mysteries is just phenomenal. It's got great characters, great soundtrack. I mean, everything comes together in this one. The Goblin soundtrack is just second to none, but it's more about the ability to tell the story the way he does. He keeps the mysteries so hidden in this one. It's just like, it's so cool how he incorporates. I think he incorporates the characters, and it's so beautiful, man.
I think the way that the reveal is done is really, really smart. If you watch it a second time and you know what's going on, it's really, really clear cut what is going on if you pay attention to it, if you know what's really going on. That's what I love about this movie.
I think it's easier said than done, though, because when you watch these type of films, like when I watch giallos, and I've seen a shitload of them, I've seen giallos where I'm like, I've called shit right from the start. I'm like, okay, that's really, really obvious. But when I watched when I first seen Deep Red, I was like, fuck, I'm not sure where this is going to go, kind of thing. And that's the sign of a really good giallo, if it has you questioning things and stuff.
But if you go back and you watch the reveal and you watch back when the reveal happened, it actually happened. Like, you could actually see it in the film.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure.
I like Bird with the Crystal Plumage the best. I'm probably the only one who's going to say that. But Bird is my favorite Argento giallo film. But Deep Red is definitely my second favorite. I think they go hand in hand theme-wise, both of these movies. But it's no doubt that this is the best soundtrack, Goblin soundtrack of any of Argento's films. And it's definitely the most stylized and behind Suspiria, giallo-wise. It's just that scene at the beginning.
So many great shots in this film.
It's just amazing. It's probably one of my favorite shots in Argento film, next to the Bird with the Crystal Plumage museum shot. But
nobody does kills like Argento.
Yeah,
like some people, I've heard even people say that he over stylizes the kills. I'm like, that's bullshit, man. I mean, it's his style. It's his very unique style, and it sticks out so well. Deep Red is, in my opinion, it's pretty much perfect. It's such an amazing film. It's one of the more popular Italian films out there, and critically acclaimed. I mean, really, if you're a fan of Italian cinema or cinema in general, you probably should like this film. You don't hear a lot of bad reviews on this one. It's why it's here. Coming in at number 66 from the glorious year of 1981, my favorite year in horror, My Bloody Valentine. Yes. Wow, I think I just got like 2 Canadian classics in a row, didn't I? I did. The Changeling and My Bloody Valentine. My opinion, this is one of the best standalone slashers of all time, only to be behind Maniac. Yeah, man, it's iconic. It's a very, very iconic film. It's a holiday slasher film, and probably one of the better ones, in my opinion, too. This one's actually known for a very, very odd thing. Back in the day, Canada used to grant basically you could write off your film as a tax write-off.
Well, did you have to like phone into the film office and be like, I want to write this off, please?
Yeah, you had to call them motherfuckers.
No, you had to phone them. You had to phone them, motherfucker.
Yeah, you got 100% tax write-off at this time. Since then, before then it wasn't 100%, and then since then it's not 100% either. It's actually way, way lower. But I
think you can only write off certain things, but I think this is one of the films that kind of brought that to a halt because My Bloody Valentine was just plagued with so many problems and stuff. Like, if they're going to write this film off and, it wasn't going to get the release, it wasn't going to make its money back, essentially what happened with this film. But My Bloody Valentine was plagued with rating problems and stuff. They had to recut this film like a million times. It originally got released heavily cut and things like that. So, which is all shitty, but, My Bloody Valentine, man, one of the most iconic killers in Harry Warden. Love that shit, man. So awesome. But I think it's mostly known as being a standalone slasher. And let's face it, man, a lot of the more popular slashers from this era spawn sequels and if not franchises. So this is what this one really sticks out, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
And I would argue that Mood said that it was one of the best standalone slasher films of all time. It's just downright one of the best slasher films of all time. Forget about standalone. It goes up, and we've seen this in our polls in the group page. It goes up against any slasher and does good numbers. It's a film that obviously spawned a sequel, or not a sequel, a remake. So it does have that. But yeah, it's a great slasher.
Yeah, standalone means there's not another sequel. Just letting you know.
I just like to throw standalone in there because a lot of the more popular slasher films from that era, like I said, have sequels or spawn franchises, right? So standalone just sounds kind of a little bit more unique, a little bit. But My Bloody Valentine, classic kills. It's an all-around great film. I think it's very influential in the slasher genre in general. I mean, it's definitely one of the best films from that era in general. Not just slasher films, but horror films too. It's awesome. Belongs on the list.
Number 65, Friday the 13th, Part 2, 1981. Friday the 13th, Part 2 is one of those Friday the 13th films, obviously. But one of the arguments that I make with Part 2 specifically is that had Part 2 been a standalone film and there was never a franchise, I still think Part 2 would go down as one of the best slashers of all time. If it was just never Part 1, never 4, 5, 6, 3, whatever, Jason in this film is a cool killer by himself. That killer is cool. And, but it did happen, and it did give us the introduction to Jason as the slasher killer guy. And that's iconic enough to be on the list. But it is a well-made slasher that's actually one of the more scary slashers. If you watch it without the context of knowing what came later in the Friday the 13th series. Like, when I was a kid, this one scared me the most. Especially the final scene with the Jason, coming through the glass without the sack on his head. It got some really creepy moments, like when he's laying in that bed with the pitchfork. Like, what? It's weird,
I always have a hard time with this one. I know you fought tooth and nail for this film. Because when I think of Friday the 13th and like its iconic status and stuff, I think of more or less Friday 3 in terms of the Jason character as we know him today with the hockey mask. Mm-hmm. So, but this one, I guess it has its time. It definitely stands the test of time though. When you watch this film, it's actually really good. Well, it should be. It's number 65 on the list, right?
It's arguably the best of the Friday the 13th. I like another one a little bit more, but in terms of like, it's not ridiculous. There's not Jason undying monster at this point, like he's very humanized in this film, and I think that's what makes it scary. He's just a mongoloid.
Moving on to number 64, yet another sequel, and this time around is also from the year 1981, and it is a film titled Halloween 2. Halloween 2. So my main thing that I get from Halloween 2 is the fact that it is a literal direct sequel from the first film. We rarely see movies that take place literally the moment after the first film takes ending.
I can't think of another one before this that did that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's factual that it's the first, but I can't think of another one.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, our last show, we reviewed 3 films that did that.
Mm-hmm. Hot shit.
Yeah. I don't know if there was another one before this.
Yeah. It's a great sequel all around. I think it carries on a lot from the first film. I mean, you got Dana Carvey fucking playing a cop. It's like, what more do you want?
Yeah.
Fucking Dana Carvey. But,
yeah,
Go ahead, Moods.
I think this one it completely is. It's on here because it's one of the best sequels of all time. It's in my opinion, it's a perfect sequel to an amazing film in Halloween.
It has such a good opening. You know, I've been trick-or-treated to death. And he's like, you don't know what death is. And it's like, and then the music cuts. And it's just like, man, it's so good. And then, you know, the ending's good as well. The hospital setting. There's a lot of great things about this being a slasher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, big time. Big time. I still think it has one of the most comical moments ever in it when dude gets hit by the ambulance.
And it has one of the most unnoticeable, like, frightening moments with the razor blade kid in the hospital. That's such a weird scene that's just inserted there.
Yeah. No, I think it's here because it's, you know, it's a perfect sequel.
Thinking about that ambulance scene.
Oh, dude, it's like one of the funniest things ever. All right, so coming in at number 63 from 1965, Roman Polanski's Repulsion. Yeah, man, this movie right here, I fought to get on the list because it's simply just an amazing film. It's really that damn good that it really deserves a place on here. You know, it's I don't know if it's ever been official, you know, with Polanski's Apartment trilogy. Have you guys ever heard this before?
I know, like Carnage.
Yeah, it's like Carpenter's Doomsday trilogy.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
it's kind of just something that has been labeled over the years.
And I think that, you know, this if you were to, you know, make it actually a trilogy, Repulsion, Rosemary's Baby, and of course The Tenant, that is one amazing trilogy of films right there. So this is kind of the one that kind of kicked off that type thing. It's this film right here has been cited. It's so influential in today's filmmakers. It's been just done to death, man. I mean, one of my favorite modern films, which I've given a perfect score to, which is May. Lucky McKee cites this film right here as his direct source material for doing May, you know, with her isolation in her apartment and things like that. Very, very cool. Totally critically acclaimed film. I've never heard anyone say a bad thing about this film. Everyone sucks this film's cock. And it's also known for having a female killer, which I will point out because it's like one of those staples in the feminist communities and stuff. It's very much in there. And, you know, it has its place.
Women in horror class, this was definitely on the top of the list.
Women in horror class, it has its place right there. And
it's a movie we watched for sure when I took that class. Yeah.
Yep, and it's another film that's definitely talked about to death in schools.
Yep.
Repulsion. Had many discussions about this film. It falls into so many different categories. It's just an all-around amazing film. If you've never seen Repulsion, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's amazing. Actually, in fact, watch all three films back to back. You will not be disappointed. That's an amazing trilogy.
Number 62, The Haunting from 1963.
Ghost films are, in my opinion, kind of far in between being good and stuff. I think The Haunting is just one of the best films, one of the best ghostlies ever made. It's actually genuinely creepy. It's atmospheric as hell. Very, very highly critically acclaimed. It's a great film, man. I can't say much about the remake that came out in 1999. Not really the greatest thing in the world, but even someone as credible as Martin Scorsese claims that this film is one of the scariest films of all time. So, is that not enough to be on the list right there? I don't know what is.
I mean, I admit that it's highly influential in the haunted house genre, but that's about as much as I personally have to say about it. I didn't love it when I seen it.
So what were your reasons behind not really loving the film? Was it just the pacing of it? Because it is relatively a slower burn type film.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, if I seen it in 1963, I'd probably love it, but just seeing it, done it, it's hard to really put yourself in a situation in which this is all new and fresh.
I think there's so many films that follow this one that, that directly take shit from this film. I mean, so many films have taken shit right from this film, and that's why it's here. It's one of those staple films that just influenced a shitload of.
I mean, it influenced Waxwork 2: Lost in Time.
What an amazing film that is.
I mean, if you want to take a whole entire film, but I mean, a lot of filmmakers, have taken bits and pieces and styles from this film and stuff. But The Haunting, I mean, it's classic. It's a classic. It has its place on here. So
Next up, we have probably one of the weirdest and bizarre films on the list, and that is the classic 1977 film Eraserhead, directed by the greatest living American filmmaker right now, David Lynch. Eraserhead, fellas, what do you think?
midnight movies, baby.
Yep.
Beside the Rocky Horror Pictures, I mean, Eraserhead was that staple midnight film. It played forever. Nothing could ever beat the Rocky Horror Picture Show. That film is just still gets played today. But Eraserhead, man, I think is one of those films that every filmmaker has seen and has probably taken something from it. This one is one of the most unique films ever made, in the sense that David Lynch, as we know, is a very abstract type director. Mm-hmm. It's an interesting film because he actually made this film over about 5 or 7 years or something like that while he was in film school, and he used to build these sets and things like that and kind of thing. I think he put so much time and energy to these ideas that he had, and he wasn't really thinking much about a story, and that's what I love about this film is that it doesn't really directly have a bona fide narrative to it. It doesn't really have a full-blown narrative, but that's what's kind of appealing about this film. It's a whole pile of weird and strange imagery that really seems to work, and the sound design in this film is second to none.
It's amazing.
The fucking industrial sound to this film is something that has been explored and exploited by so many other filmmakers. They've taken that idea of using sound as a nauseating something to focus on in a film. They've taken this directly from Eraserhead, so influential to so many people after that have used these type of things and stuff. I mean, you look at even Irreversible, with the backward sound and stuff. I mean, just using that type of sound, it's directly taken from, Eraserhead's type of sound design and things like that.
It's a disturbing movie too when you really think about it and you watch it.
Yep.
Like, his kid is it's a weird fucking thing that's going on. Oh. It's just a strange avant-garde mess of weirdness.
It's one of those films that I can watch over and over again because as much as you want to be that critic that finds the deeper meaning within the film, David Lynch has said many times, he said many times, you critics are fucking morons. It doesn't have a deeper meaning. I put a bunch of imagery together and it came up with this, and it's weird and it's fun to watch. And I still think one of the craziest things is the scene with the little chicken hen thing.
Yeah, one of my first papers that I wrote.
Me up every time.
One of the first papers I wrote when I was in film school when I was really into film criticism, when I was doing a lot of classes, was on Eraserhead, on the sound design. And it was probably the worst paper I wrote because I tried to dissect the film and get into hidden meaning, and it just failed miserably. And then after that point, I realized that you should never write critically about Eraserhead because there's fucking nothing to it.
All right, coming in at number 60, from the glorious year of 1977, The Hills Have Eyes.
That's a weird one.
Wes Craven.
The Wes Craven second film.
Yeah, I think Hills Have Eyes mainly is one of the films that people cite as like driving that exploitation grindhouse cinema of the 70s in a more popular standpoint. There's always been, grindhouse cinemas dating all the way back to like Blood Feast and stuff like that, but this one kind of transcended that original burst and became very well known among people in general know Hills Have Eyes. And it's also, has a really cool setup, that's been used many times. Like, of course there's always been like backwoods hit films and stuff like Deliverance, but this one was kind of done in a little bit different of a way where it's much more gritty and less movie looking. It doesn't really look like a movie, but more of like Texas Chainsaw and stuff like that, where it kind of has a more realism look to it. And I think that's very influential with the types of, backwoods cannibal type movies that we got years later. Like, so many times I look at these indie ones and I'm like, this is just a Hills Have Eyes ripoff. Filmmakers like Rob Zombie have been inspired by The Hills Have Eyes. It's definitely inspired filmmakers for sure. it's a movie that, you know, if in terms of ratings, I go up and down on this one. You know, sometimes I love it, and other times I'm just like, yeah, it's good, but not. And we covered it. We covered it on the Wes Craven show, and we kind of.
I think this would, to me, would probably be one of the lowest rated films on this entire top 100 list for myself. I love The Hills Have Eyes, but I do have problems with it. I mean, let's face it. I mean, 2 words: booby traps.
It's a booby trap. What? A booby trap.
A booby trap. Yeah, man. Wes Craven is fucking booby traps, man.
Yeah, he's a big fan of those.
He really is, man. It's a common theme throughout a lot of his
Wes Craven
filmography.
actually played Data in The Goonies. Little known fact.
It's a very, very recognizable film. You know, one of the things about The Hills Have Eyes for me that it's kind of ingrained in pop culture is Michael Berryman is literally is the artwork for this film, man. I remember as a kid, I remember seeing that artwork and just being like, I'm not sure if I want to rent that, man. Only to find out, you know, when I was young that was actually not makeup. That's how Michael Berryman actually looked.
Yeah, and you know, this partnered with.
I think he's like one of the most like unique looking actors ever.
He has like 29 birth defects.
Yeah.
He has a cone head.
And probably the nicest guy ever, too, right?
Yeah, beautiful person. But this film, coupled with The Last House on the Left, were really the 2 films to launch Wes Craven's career that went on forever, and one of the most important directors in horror history. Number 59, The Return of the Living Dead, 1985, smack dab in the middle of the 80s.
See, I don't love this movie as much as everybody else. Not in that sense. I don't think I grew up with it, so I don't have that big of a connection to it like everybody else does.
I didn't see it till I was about 13 or 14.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up with it, and I actually didn't even overly love it the first time I seen it, though the first time I seen it, I caught it like midway through. But over the years, man, Return of the Living Dead is literally one of those movies that I can watch over and over and over again, and I don't do that. I'm not a person that does that, but this film and another film are the 2 that I can do that with, and it's funny because me and Moods both have those 2 films that are the same thing. So that I think a lot of people have Return of the Living Dead as a film that they can just throw in and watch. It's just so fun, and it's actually the comedy and the black comedy and the horror is mixed so well that I did not even realize it was comedy until I was an adult.
It's smart shit because it's not silly comedy. You know, when they're referencing Night of the Living Dead and things like that.
I thought that was scary when I seen that. It terrified me. He's like,
see, that's the beauty.
That movie, Night of the Living Dead, and I was like,
that's the beauty of this film because it had you thinking it was supposed to be scary, but you know, when you actually really think about it, it's just kind of meant to be kind of ha ha ha. You know, it's a little jab here and there. So I love about this film, man. I mean, this movie is beyond etched in pop culture. Tarman. I mean, Return of the Living Dead. You see Return of the Living Dead shit everywhere. It's so
everywhere,
iconic, man. Right from the characters in the film, Leanna Quigley's character to fucking Tarman to everything, man. It's got this amazing soundtrack that everyone associates the music to this film. You know, it's in my opinion, it's one of the best zombie films out there. And it's another one of those films from 1985 that I was talking about earlier with Reanimator and Fright Night that helped kind of coin the horror comedy. This is the 3rd film from 1985. 85 was a very interesting year in that kind of sense. And in my opinion, man, Return of the Living Dead is it's so popular among the horror crowd. And
also
just in general, I mean, you can't go anywhere without Return of the Living Dead. It's such an amazingly popular film, and it's good.
Yeah,
it's
Zach. Damn good. It also did something that a lot of people don't realize, but like it made the running zombie kind of. You know what I mean? Like I don't really remember seeing it before Return of the Living Dead. They talk, and also it's the first film that I know of that made zombies eat brains. That classic, they want your brains.
Eat brains.
Yeah, the brains.
Yeah, I think it came from this film, and it actually makes sense in the film why that happens. Why? You know that it stops the
Wants
pain.
brains.
I know a lot of people don't necessarily find it as funny as me, but I think the ending is beyond hilarious.
You say this every time we talk about this movie. You love the ending.
There's something about the ending, the way it goes down. It fucking kills me. Even thinking about it, I'm laughing right now because it's just like It's so extreme, and it's
but JP, you don't think about that though.
No,
right?
I don't think that it's funny. Like, to me, I was just like, Jesus Christ!
It's the way it's the way I interpret it, because they work so damn hard to try and solve this shit, and they're just like, all right.
Next up, 58 from the year 1955. We're going back to the greatest country in the world, France, and a film titled Diabolique.
I mean, Diabolique is just one of those. It's one of those staple classic stories. It's really, really known for its great twist. I mean, that's what it's known for. It's honestly, in my opinion, one of the greatest French films ever made. And I think it's widely respected as one of the greatest French films ever made too. It's just awesome. I mean, what they did with the story and how they twisted and shit has been done to death. This spawned a really shitty remake in the 90s.
Yep.
I believe it involved the midnight. It's really bad.
96.
I think this is a type of movie that if you're going to remake the same as the original, it doesn't hold any merit or hold any ground as being good, because you know what the fuck is going to happen. It's kind of ridiculous, but Diabolique is one of those films that kind of brought a new twist and a way of, the storytelling, and it's so influential. This one has been done to death afterwards. It's just a staple film. It's a staple film, and that's why it's on here. It's an amazing film with an amazing twist. Number 57 from the year of 1960 comes 5 years after Diabolique, with Eyes Without a Face.
Now, this is probably my favorite French horror film, which is a big statement for me because I love French horror. I've talked about it a lot on the show. I've watched a lot of horror films from the wonderful country of France, and this is probably my favorite one out of the bunch. Now, I just want to take you back to the time of 1960. Now, this movie has some pretty hardcore effects from the year 1960. If you guys have seen the film, you know about the main character likes to transfer faces from dead people onto living people. And there's this scene where he is cutting off a victim's face, and he peels off the skin from the person's face. And it's not just some low budget, shitty angle type of shit. You really get in there and you really see.
He learned that terminology in film school right there.
Yeah. You really see the shit, like knife go into flesh, cutting into flesh. Yeah. You really see the knife go into flesh, cut into flesh, and pull it apart and stuff like that. And for 1960, this must have blew people's motherfucking minds.
Oh, now, dude, it's still amazing when you watch it. I mean, we're talking like 57, or what is it? 57 years. It's fucking crazy, man.
And you have to think about, France is a pretty well adapted country when it comes to accepting the arts. Of course, we'll see this later with the French New Wave and stuff like that. But even going back in the day during the silent era, they were very open arms when it came to nudity and things like that. It would not be out of the ordinary to see nudity back in a French film back in the day. So I could see how this wouldn't be as big of a deal in that country as if it would have happened here in the States. But still, it's still a pretty insane scene for the time, and just the story as well. It's just an amazing, amazing film. It's shot is absolutely beautifully, and it's just a film that everybody should see if you're into art house cinema and even just regular genre films in general. You should definitely check out Eyes Without a Face from the year 1960. It's fucking awesome. Pick up the Criterion. It's awesome.
Number 56, Zombie, 1979.
Hi, Don and Ellie. I just wanted to say that my all-time favorite horror film is Zombie 2. I cannot think of anything wrong with it. It's perfect in every way. The atmosphere, the scares, the gore, the zombies, everything about it is awesome in every way, and I can't find any flaws with it. Bye.
So iconic.
Oh yeah, that cover,
zombie
man.
Looks, man.
That
the
cover.
only problem is it's got bad worm placement though.
Yeah. Well, I think this is the only film in my memory that I could think that a shark and a zombie fight. So I have to give it credit on that.
It's the only one. It's one of the most iconic scenes ever. But this is more classic Fulci stuff, man. It's like it's amazing. This movie right here has probably the best looking zombies of all time. The look of the zombies is just uncanny. It's unbelievably well done. It's amazing soundtrack. Oh, but this movie is so etched in pop culture now. I mean, I literally have a zombie patch on my hoodie that I'm wearing right now. The comics that are coming out from Zombie, this thing is highly critically acclaimed. I mean, who doesn't like Zombie? It's, in my opinion, it's literally one of the best zombie films of all time. This one right here was an unofficial sequel to Dawn of the Dead. Of course, being Zombie 2.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite zombie films as well. And you know me, zombie films are my least favorite subgenre of horror. I've said that before, but I enjoy zombie. It's a good film.
Oh man. The cinematography in this film, the soundtrack. I mean, when the zombies are rising from those graves, man, iconic. I mean, those scenes right there have been duplicated to death. Everyone's used that shit right there. Zombie is amazing, and of course, it's another popular nasty and stuff like that. So,
Now, JP, I know you've seen this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Zombie. It's definitely one of my favorite zombie films for sure. It's definitely in my top 10, if not top 5. I can't remember the last time I did a zombie list, but it was definitely in there somewhere. We reviewed the hell out of it.
Yes, man. Zombie deserves a place on this list.
Yeah.
Number 56.
Next up, number 55 on the list, we have I Spit on Your Grave from the year 1978. One of the most controversial films on the list. Of course, because of one wonderful man, my lover. That sounded weird. I really, really don't want to be his lover. I swear to God. But I love this man.
Especially now.
Too late. Yeah.
Yeah. I love this man. Mr. Roger Ebert. Probably the most notorious film review ever written, ever was on this film. He bends this film over and fucks it in the bum like no other, and it's just awesome. But he's wrong. But what do you guys think about I Spit on Your Grave?
I love I Spit on Your Grave. It's
classic exploitation.
It's probably one of my favorite rape revenge films. I didn't like it growing up, I don't think. I seen it once in my teens, but I've come around on it. I don't know. It's just so nasty, I remember seeing the cover on the VHS like oh, I shouldn't watch that, like even as a kid, just being like, oop, I know, not even gonna try to rent this one.
Women in Horror 2 years ago, half the class got up and walked out. I said that. I remember talking about that on the show, but half the class got up and walked out. So that should say something in film school.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yep.
That's
but I still think that should say something about the film. Even now, fucking people are still fucking offended by this movie.
It's an important film, man. It's crazy to think that film students are walking out of there knowing the history of this film being so important and stuff.
Yep.
It's classic rape revenge stuff. It's not the first of its kind, but it's one that really, really set it into a different stratosphere. This was a very, very notorious film, of course, on the Video Nasties list, probably only behind Cannibal Holocaust, really. Man, every time I look at that cover, I just can't help but think that it's unbelievable whose ass is on the cover of that film.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's Demi Moore's ass.
Yeah.
It's crazy. This one, essentially, I guess I Spit in Your Grave is now a big-time franchise, but there's 3 remakes to it, so...
Yeah, and
those remakes are brutal, too.
And a upcoming sequel to the original, starring Kyle Keaton.
Yep. Yeah, which is crazy. Well, she was actually in an unofficial one called
Savage Vengeance.
Act of Vengeance, I think in '89 or something. And honestly, that film has Savage Vengeance has one of the most funniest scenes I've ever seen in my life. She gets dry humped by this dude. It's like so ridiculous. And that's the rape scene. The whole movie's just terrible. It's terrible. But I Spit on Your Grave, man.
And if I have to say, if you get the chance, I literally watched this movie about a month ago. If you guys get a chance, listen to the Joe Bob commentary that's on the Blu-ray. It's fucking awesome. You can't go wrong with Joe Bob. It's great. But yeah, that's my recent activity with I Spit on Your Grave.
Yeah.
In at number 54, Last House on the Left from 1972.
Very fitting to be next on the list. Two classic rape revenge films. The Last House on the Left, whether it's a great movie or not, which is arguably debatable, but some
it's
people,
up for debate, yeah.
Some people like my homie Jerry Herrig.
22 shots. This is Jerry from Kill the Cast. Greatest horror movie ever comes down to two for me. Jaws, because it's one of the greatest movies of all time. But The Last House on the Left original is one of the greatest horror movies of all time because it does something that very few horror movies does, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. The scene where Krug gets done playing with the assessments and is wiping the blood off and has that look on his face of like just pure disgust in what he's done makes me realize that even the worst humans like are still human, if you get what I mean. Anyway, congratulations on 100 episodes. That's all I got for you. Y'all take it easy. Later.
It's his favorite horror film, so it definitely has that influence in the horror genre, and he tells a story of how he first seen it, and it just blowing his mind as a young child seeing something this violent. And we talked about it at length on our Wes Craven show. There are so many amazing moments in this film that are kind of just ruined by some poor choices of the time. Yeah. And, you know, but that does not take away the influence of this exploitation film.
The impact is always there.
Yeah, The Last House on the Left is cited as the cornerstone of rape revenge. It really is. You know, a remake, perhaps, of The Virgin Spring by Bergman.
I mean, that's Wes Craven's direct influence for the film. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. It's a great film.
But it definitely created a subgenre in rape revenge. Absolutely.
And for sure.
Speaking of other things that it did, the House on the Edges and the House by the Woods and the House on the Hilltops.
All the houses.
It did plenty of rip-off titles, including House on the Edge of the Park, which is a very similar film, but arguably better.
But yeah, no, you can't deny this film in horror history, man. It definitely popularized and set the stage for the last film that we just talked about, I Spit on Your Grave, Rape Revenge, and tons more rape revenge films after that.
It's probably the most popular, well-known rape revenge film.
Yeah, and that's what, I mean...
I Spit on Your Grave.
I mean, they're both pretty popular. I mean, it is debatable because I Spit on Your Grave was so highly bootlegged and shit on in the UK and other countries and stuff. I mean, it's the title of it too, right?
Another thing that is interesting about Last House on the Left is it got a positive review from Roger Ebert with a 3.5 out of 4, which is insane when you think about how much he hated Last House on the Left or I Spit on Your Grave.
So it's interesting though. You know, this film comes out 6 years prior, and then I Spit on Your Grave was like a total fail to him. I mean, it's dealing with the same situation, the same themes. So I don't know. I find that quite intriguing. But Last House on the Left is, you can't deny its place in horror history, man. It belongs on the list. It really does.
Yeah. Number 53, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1978.
The best remake ever made, hands down, no question about it.
It's debatable. It's definitely up there, man. Invasion,
critically at least, it is the best remake ever made. Like the critics I think it has like a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes or something crazy high like that. But I love this movie. I think it's great, and I love the original a lot. But this one is really, really good as well.
Yeah, this one just kind of steps up, from the original film. It just does. It takes all those ideas and kind of elevates it into a little bit more of a modern type story, but it's just all around amazing. It's solely on this list because it is not only one of the best remakes, but it is one of the best films of all time. It's absolutely outstanding. I don't know if it has any direct influence on things after and stuff. I mean, it has spawned 2 more remakes. I mean, there's 4 of these Body Snatcher films now, which is insane to me. Abel Ferrara did one in 93, and then there was that
shitty one,
Invasion one. Which is fucking crazy. They just keep remaking this. It's funny that this never spawned sequels, instead of just remakes. It's kind of interesting, but no doubt Invasion of Body Snatchers has its place, man. It's, highly critically acclaimed. It's very, it's honestly considered to be one of the best films of the 70s too.
52, we have from the year 1981, An American Werewolf in London. So it makes its appearance about 30 after The Howling. So why is it this much farther down the list compared to The Howling?
I think it's just a little bit more iconic.
It's cited more often as people's favorite werewolf film of all time. And I don't like The Howling or American Werewolf in London. And in fact, neither of those are my top favorite horror werewolf films. But I will say that iconic transformation is one of the best special effects in history of horror. Yeah. And also, it is a fan favorite. Like, we might not love it, but that's how you can tell that we're completely unbiased as possible when making this list, because I don't think any of us really care for the film that much, but it has its place, and there are filmmakers who take direct influence. Adam Green actually cites American Werewolf in London as one of his biggest inspirations for Hatchet, which is odd, but it's
that is a little bit odd. It's a little bit odd.
Yeah, he said there's literal scenes that he recreated or shots rather.
Very importantly, absolute box office smash. This thing killed it. So
yeah,
can't deny, man. It's
and it won Oscars, man.
And it won Oscars too, man. I mean, it's holding a lot of merit. I mean,
it also,
like JP said, man, not our favorite films in the world, but it's holding a lot of those places in the criteria. So you can't deny it.
Also turned John Landis into a master of horror, apparently. It's the only damn horror film he did.
Which is still super damn debatable, isn't it? I still can't believe that. But yeah, An American Werewolf in London. Coming in at number 51, The Evil Dead Part 2, 1987.
Hello, this is James Grimmer. Once again, I am leaving another message for the 22 Shots of Movies and Horror podcast regarding the greatest horror film of all time. And I have to say it's Evil Dead 2. For me, as I enjoy that one quite a bit. It's always fun to watch. Thanks. Bye.
This is another one that I think not that much of us three really like, but
I personally
have it in there.
I've said over and over again a million times that I prefer The Evil Dead because it was trying to be an actual horror film.
Yeah.
I understand the success of The Evil Dead 2. You know, it's essentially kind of a remake of the original Evil Dead, but a lot more comical.
Mm-hmm.
This is the film that really set Bruce Campbell into stratosphere, into cult status.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, it was a huge box office success. It just really, really did well for itself. And, you know, this is one of the most iconic films ever, you know, from artwork to sightings. And
quotable as hell. Everybody knows Ash.
Yep. It's a fan favorite. Everybody, like, really not a lot of people have anything bad to say about this film. I don't hate this film. I just prefer to watch the original.
I like Evil Dead 2. I just, you know, it's not my favorite. And but I think that Evil Dead 2 is one of the most popular films among casual to slightly hardcore horror film fans. Like, it is insane how many people I see say Evil Dead 2 is their favorite horror film. How many editions of Evil Dead exist? Like, it is Halloween and Evil Dead 2 have the most editions of any horror film that I've seen. And maybe
it's crazy. If you're a media collector out there, and you know, obviously we are, I don't even go out of my way to collect Evil Dead films, but I have way too many editions. That's how often this film gets released. It's ridiculous. It's just etched in popcorn in pop culture, in popcorn too, I guess. It's everywhere. Evil Dead. I mean, you see Evil Dead shit all the time. Evil Dead 2 stuff. I honestly see more Evil Dead 2 stuff than I see 1.
Oh,
oddly enough.
Definitely, because you got Bruce Campbell with the chainsaw hand and the boomstick. Like he wasn't looking like that in Evil Dead 1.
All right. Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast. Congratulations on 100. I'll just say that right off the bat. Right?
Bada boom! Boosh! That's balloons flying up into the sky.
I can't believe they made it this far. I gave them 70 tops.
Have they even recorded it yet?
Are we going to hear this? Is this show coming out? That's the question. How long has it been with these guys?
They said they're recording April 3rd, so hopefully it's happening.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the know. Okay, so, yeah, I think we should all take a turn. I'll just say what I'm going to say. This is just This is not rehearsed. This is just us doing it because we're lazy and because we're so cool that we can do something like this because we're a podcast. So we're not really cool as people. We're just cool that we had this opportunity. I don't want to come off cocky, even though we are the number one show on the network. But we're the number one show, but we're not the best show. How's that?
No, we're the number one show. We're the best show, and we're doing this favor for the number two show.
Listen.
You got your start on this show, didn't you, Brandon? Didn't you call in you're trying to order a pizza, you got through to them or something like that?
If not,
I was trying to order burritos.
Oh, from JP.
JP.
Of course.
The ones you smoke.
But let me say, I did say that they were the best show on the network. And I've said this before. The two most influential podcasts to me and the two shows that really made me want to create this show here, Exploding Heads, not 22 Shots, are the Skeleton Crew, because they broke me into it. Alex and I have been friends for years, and I listened to them and loved it. And then we started Banana Laser, and it was kind of similar to that. It was, us having fun and bullshit and whatever. And then 22 Shots came around. Now, I wasn't on from the beginning, so I can't even say I was, but I came around in the 40s or something, or whatever the hell it was. But I listened to 22 Shots, and I got to say that when I listened to that show, you guys showed me what a horror podcast can be in a different way. Like, when I listened to you guys, I remember I called in the one time and I said, hey, it was the very first time, I think it was Italian Horror Month, and I called in and I said, listen, I love you guys. I love the dedication. You guys, you're knowledgeable, everything else, yada, yada. I can't say it enough. You guys did things that no other podcast I listened to have done. And they're making fun of me, saying I'm blowing you. I don't care. I'll blow you. Well, not really. I mean, figuratively, of course.
I was cupping the balls, too, when I was doing it.
What do you think? I'm a Shockwave listener? Come on, get out of here. 22 Shots deserve it. I'm not saying Shockwaves. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying 22 Shotwaves? What?
Or 22 Shockwaves.
22 Shots deserves just as much blowing from the listeners as a first tier Shockwave show does. So I am going to say it. You guys, you put something out there, and like I said, you put so much into the show. You do those long ass retrospectives. Brilliant. You guys are all smart as shit. You know what you're doing, and you keep it entertaining. And you guys showed me personally what a horror podcast could do that I didn't think. It didn't occur to me that a podcast can be that. Exploding Heads is a combination of my two favorite shows, Skeleton Crew and 22 Shots. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you guys for everything. You're great hosts. You're great friends. I can't say it enough. And I'm going to leave it at that. Happy 100 and many more. And don't you guys ever stop podcasting. So there you go. I'm out. I'm done. You guys go.
I think Brandon deserves to go last here. I think that it's only fitting. I'm the newbie. I've said it before on the show too. I've said I never listened to these shows before. And I don't mean that in an arrogant way. I didn't listen to many podcasts before. Like maybe what TWF, the Mark Maron show, and how did this get made? I only started getting into more podcasts even when I did TGIF. I just jumped into it. I don't know what the hell I was doing. And then you reached out, Dave. I'm like, Horophilia. And I started checking out some of the shows there. 22 Shots was one of them because you guys recommended them. You said, you got to check these guys out. So I listened. So I'm the newest one on the block here, I think. And yeah, I've always thought long form would never work. You would never be able to find an audience. They proved it wrong. They found an audience. And then Dave said, no, that's what we're going to do. And I was like, oh, really? And it's worked. And yeah, I was wrong from the get-go. Their show is great. I've listened to quite a few episodes now. I definitely haven't listened to the whole back catalog. I would never lie and say that. But definitely, I loved some of the changes that they've done with their hosts as well. That's been interesting. It'll be interesting to see where they go from there. So congrats on reaching show 100 from one of your newer fans, Christian. I'm out. Congrats, boys.
Okay, now let a former fan talk. No, I actually didn't start from the beginning as well. I started, I believe, in the 20s. The Mr. Jones show was the I think it was the Mr. Jones Show, was the first one I listened to. And I was listening to these guys long before I even got involved with the Facebook group and all that. I didn't think I was going to do that. I actually used to just put the podcast on I found it through Moods' YouTube channel and was just going to listen and not get involved. But then I thought, wow, these guys are really knowledgeable. They're opening me up to so many new horror films and just so much that I didn't know about. And so I decided to join the Face group, and obviously then I got so involved in the Face group, met so many great people. JP and Moods are great friends. I met so many other people, obviously Derek, Jeremy, just so many other people. And JP really encouraged me to get into the podcasting when Dave reached out. I'm not 100% sure how it went about, but he was real supportive. So was Mood. So was everyone, because I never thought in a million years I'd be doing this. But you guys have done a phenomenal job. I think they're the most knowledgeable podcasters that I've ever seen personally. I just can't think of any group of individuals that know more than they do. And they've done a phenomenal job. And here's to another 100.
Yeah, man. And you nailed it. Informative is definitely key. They've got it. But without the cool factor, informative doesn't get you too far, because you got to be able to hold someone's interest, and they have that. They have the gift of that as well. That's enough cupping the balls, blowing the 22 shot. I don't want 22 shots of semen in my face right now, so I'll leave it there.
Nice. And let me just say one more thing. Again, there would be no Exploding Heads without that show. Not just because of it being an influence, but because of Brandon here.
Absolutely.
Straight up. 100%. Absolutely. If that show never existed, I never listened, I never heard of Brandon, I never saw him on the group page, this never would have happened. And there could not be an Exploding Heads. Okay, are we ready to be out? We got to get out. We got a show to do. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And you guys got a show to do, and I think people are sick and tired of listening to us. And if you're not, you can find us on Horrorphilia Network. The name of our show is Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast. So...
Thanks, 22 Shots, and hello to the third member.
Keep on rocking.
There is a third member.
What? You know something I don't?
I know something you both don't.
Son of a... It's not you, is it?
It's not me. I asked if it was you, which was funny.
Wow. Oh, I'm really intrigued.
When JP told me who it was, he asked me not to tell anyone. I'm sure he wouldn't have minded if I told you guys, but just let it be known that I did not tell these guys. And welcome to the third member.
Welcome. I can't believe they went with a third. Wow. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, well, thanks again, guys. We'll see you later. Happy 100. We love you. Peace out.
Peace.
Number 50, Dracula, 1931.
Carla does not deserve to smell my shit. Sorry, Ed Wood reference.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I mean, what can you say about Dracula, right? I mean, it might not be the first vampire film, but it is definitely the key influence to vampires as we know them. The more humanoid version of the vampire, the more, sophisticated vampire. And Dracula, Bela Lugosi playing Dracula, it's very iconic. It's really,
the most iconic.
Yeah, him and Frankenstein. You mean of vampires? Yes, he's absolutely the most iconic vampire.
The most iconic when associated with a character, in my opinion, is Bela Lugosi as Dracula. Like, I don't think any other character ever had that same kind of recognition.
Maybe
that Bela
Robert
Lugosi.
Englund with Freddy.
Yeah, that's a good one. I can see that.
It all depends, man. Like, I grew up watching Universal monster films all the time. And, when I think of Dracula, I think of Bela Lugosi and stuff. But for me personally, I prefer Christopher Lee as Dracula.
So do
I prefer all the Hammer films. And to this day, when I think of Dracula films, I instantly think of Christopher Lee. So it's been a big change for me over the years. I don't know. I just prefer them. But, you can't deny the status of Dracula from 31 from what it did, man. I mean, it kicked off the whole Universal phenomenon, all these potential franchises. Well, not potential, but all the franchises. Frankenstein, The Mummy, Invisible Man, Creature, fucking Wolfman.
Made Bela Lugosi famous, man.
Made Bela Lugosi famous. I mean, Dracula was a big deal, man. It saved Universal from going under. They were basically done, and they sold so many fucking tickets and shit like this and actually saved the company. And you can credit Dracula for doing that. So
Yeah,
made it
100%.
possible to
And
create Universal as what we know it today. So it's a big
can't
film.
Undervalue the iconic status of Dracula as well. The only argument, some people are probably like, why is this number 50? It should be way lower. I think that it's very of note that most people cite the Spanish version of Dracula to be the superior film. So I think that overall hurts the product of the original Dracula a little bit, and that's why we couldn't put it much lower.
I like the Spanish version more, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I actually do too. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Moods. This one's on you. Here we go. Number 49 from the year 1980. Moods' favorite film, Maniac.
Yeah, man, my favorite my favorite slasher film, and it's right up there with one of my favorite films of all time. This is one of those iconic films. I mean, right from the poster art. I mean, this thing is even etched in pop culture now. I mean, that poster art you see everywhere.
It's even etched in the remake.
Exactly, man. There's a whole shout out scene to that. It's amazingly done in the remake too. But William Lustig's Maniac, man, it's one of those films that it's so gritty and grimy and super influential. I mean, just from the storytelling, the psychological aspect of this. I mean, it's like a slasher film, but it's a different type of slasher film. It's a psychological slasher film that just works on all levels. And it became a major hit on 42nd Street too, and that's a big thing because, back in those days, you never knew what was going to be a hit or not on those streets and stuff. And I think it's a major part of its popularity too. Films that became huge on 42nd Street became, kind of etched in people's minds and into pop culture and stuff like that too. So, but I think in my opinion, this film, what it holds the most is it's like the biggest catalyst for those psychological slashers and stuff. I don't think there was a whole lot besides Psycho, but this is the one that, from the modern times that really kind of set the stage for those type of films and things like that. It's interesting though. This is a type of film that wasn't critically acclaimed at the time, but it certainly does stand the test of time, film wise. And, nowadays fans, critics, everything, I think, most people would say pretty damn good positive things about this film. It doesn't have a lot of negativity towards it and stuff. So, spawned an amazing remake, of course. And I mean, what else can I say about this movie, man? Tom Savini, probably one of the most iconic kill scenes of all time. The head explosion scene, which is in this film, which everybody knows. Even if you haven't seen the film, you probably
even the exploding heads know it.
Exactly. It's just a straight up iconic film. It's a very, very important film on all levels for exploitation, slasher, low budget filmmaking, and Joe Spinell's performance is Academy Award winning, worthy in my opinion. It's too bad this film, basically was overlooked by everybody that mattered to get it somewhere where in the time of 1980, but at least it became a hit where it needed to be a hit on 42nd Street, which is good. So
Maniac is definitely, when you talk about slashers with depth, it's one of the top dogs, right? Like there's a few. If you're talking proto, you got stuff like Psycho, obviously that psychological aspect. Yeah. But when you break it down to post-Halloween slashers, this is it, man. This is the film. This one has something a little bit more than your typical slasher. And it's a brilliant movie. Like, I love Maniac. I think that it's just has a little bit more when it comes to slashers, and it stands out among hundreds of slashers as
oh yeah, man. Number 48 from the year 1961, The Innocents.
Yeah, awesome ghost film.
Again, man. Another highly influential film in that genre, in the ghost genre, man. This one right here is it's such a polarizing film. It's just an amazing watch, man. It's very atmospheric. It's slow, but it's psychological too. It has all these type of elements to it. It's just, you can see the influence from filmmakers after taking bits and pieces from this film. And these are the films that set the stage for all these type of modern ghostlies and stuff. If you've never seen these films, you wouldn't know that. But The Innocents, man, it does everything how it's supposed to do it. It's very, very, it's just good. It's an amazing film.
Yeah.
So it doesn't help that, I think when this one came out, it was really highly critically acclaimed too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how it couldn't be. It just does everything right. So, in my opinion, it's one of the best horror films of the 1960s. The early 60s had a lot of really great films come out, and this is definitely one of them. It definitely sticks out for that whole decade.
It's up there with Eyes Without a Face. It's really good.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Even the Ring remake even took audio from this film too. It's crazy. They sampled this film inside the film. So, it etched itself right into pop culture right there. People wouldn't generally know that unless you're kind of a movie buff and stuff like that. But, a film like this being sampled by something as mainstream and popular as The Ring, that's pretty damn cool. So, and not only, is it big in North America and stuff, it's considered to be one of the best British horror films of all time. And we'll get into that conversation later on also. But it is literally considered to be one of the best films to ever come out of the UK.
Number 47, Hellraiser, 1987. Clive Barker, Hellraiser. I recently watched this because I got the Scarlet Box, and I've never loved Hellraiser more than the last time that I watched it. It is incredibly unique. And a lot of people see Hellraiser and they see Pinhead and they think of all the bad sequels, but that first film, man, not even about Pinhead. It is just a awesome story between two awful people and their twisted love affair. It's great, dude, and it has a little less ridiculousness this time watching it. I used to have issues with like plot hole stuff, but it kind of makes a lot more sense now when I'm looking at the world that Clive Barker creates, which is one of the most important points on Hellraiser. Is Clive Barker dreamed this stuff up. It's hell, but it's not the Christian hell. This is a different type of hell. And to create this theory and this type of world out of your mind brain is incredible to me. Like, how do you come up with that? It's like, it just seems like something that you need inspiration, but where's the inspiration? It's like you can't think of it without inspiration, but I see no inspiration in which it could have came from. It's a paradox.
Yeah, without a doubt, Hellraiser is one of the most original horror films ever made, and that's really solidified its place into this list. Clive Barker is a genius. He really is a genius. Did you watch a documentary?
I have not watched the documentary yet.
It's really interesting, actually. It's really good stuff. But interesting thing about Hellraiser that a lot of people seem to overlook, when they think of Hellraiser, they think of Pinhead. And Pinhead only has about 7 to 8 minutes screen time in this film.
But
the film is not about
good screen time, right? Like every word that comes out of his mouth is so effective and chilling.
It is super effective. And actually, even in the sequel, he doesn't have that much more screen time, only a couple minutes more.
Well, shit. And many of the sequels, he doesn't have that much screen time.
Well, really, if you take all 9 films, the 9 films, the Pinhead character is not in
8.
Probably more than 45 minutes of the whole franchise. It's crazy.
Combined.
But yeah, man, Hellraiser, what can we say? It introduced...
The effects are fucking awesome.
Yes.
Well, it's known for its groundbreaking effects and stuff, and it created and showed us, Pinhead. It gave us Pinhead, even though he wasn't in the film a whole lot, but it gave us that villain. It's iconic status up there with Freddy and Jason and Mike Myers and Leatherface and things like that. It's up there, it's etched in pop culture. It's one of those iconic films that, even though a lot of people don't fully understand, they know they like it. It's an interesting watch for sure. So
next up, number 46 from the year 1986, we have the Fly remake.
Oh yes, the Fly remake. This film is definitely very critically acclaimed. It has a lot of the tally marks that we like to say. Influential. I've seen this film parodied in everything from Animaniacs to, full-blown other movies, I've heard references. It is considered one of the best, Jeremy alluded to the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but The Fly is definitely up there with one of the best remakes of all time. Especially when you take the base film and you compare it to the remake, And when you look at the difference in quality, I like the original Fly, but the remake of The Fly is just head and shoulders above in all aspects when you break it down.
It's got Academy Award winning effects. I mean, I think that's one thing that's this film is really known for. Is its amazing effects, the transformations, and it's so compelling how much work was put into the effects in this film. Him transform into that fly and stuff. It's unbelievable. It really is, man. Great performances in this film. I'm not really a big Jeff Goldblum fan, but to be honest, he does a good job in this film. But yeah, it's also noted as being one of the best remakes of all time. It's probably like my third favorite remake of all time, if I had to actually put it into a list. All right, coming in at number 45, Child's Play from 1988. Yeah. Jeremy, you want to do the honors since it's your favorite horror film of all time?
Yeah, Child's Play 1988. Very iconic movie in my life. Film that I fucking watched. One of the first horror movies in my memory that I remember watching growing up. So I think I have a soft spot in my heart for good old Chucky. And let's just be honest, Chucky is one of those Mount Rushmore horror icons. So it's kind of hard not to have him on the list because he's just so important to the horror culture, especially at that time period. Chucky was going fucking crazy, especially doing Bride of Chucky around that period. He was starting to pop up everywhere. But
he definitely stands out in 1988 because that's where it was becoming very comedic and horror was kind of on a decline. In the late 80s, going into the 90s, and believe it or not, like Child's Play, the original, scary, not funny.
I never really thought of that before, but it's interesting you bring up that point. Child Play comes out at a time where horror was getting really goofy and was definitely on the downslide. And the Child's Play franchise turned into exactly what it came into.
Yeah.
It turned into like a comedic franchise. That's actually really interesting.
Well, I think you started to see that right away with the second film,
Yeah,
you start to see them start to take that comedic stance. As the time, even in this movie, even the first one, there's some funny one-liners. Of course, it has the most memorable line in the film in the elevator, calling it the ugliest doll they've ever seen. That's probably my favorite part of the movie. It's probably starts the Chucky one-liners.
My favorite part of the movie ever is when the mother is trying to find out if he is alive, and she's like and then he just starts freaking out. It terrified me, man. That's scary. That's scary as hell when the batteries drop out of the box. Like that's a scary scene, and that's what a lot of people forget about the original Child's Play. It was attempting to scare you.
Yeah.
Well, I think it made people afraid of dolls again. That's for sure. Because I think at this time, you really didn't have that many killer doll films, and I think after this one, people were like, "Oh shit, I'm scared of dolls now." I still think people are still afraid of the character even today.
Oh, for sure. I think the most overlooked thing from Child's Play is it probably has the best animatronics ever.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see Chucky walking around, it looks so fucking good. So good. Like the effects are just second to none. I'm surprised it doesn't get more praise for how good.
Sometimes it's actually a person.
Yeah, well, there is scenes where like it's literally like walking and shit. It's crazy. It's crazy how good it looks too, man. For 1988, and just for them to develop that, they did such a great job. But no denying it, man. Child's Play, super iconic film, man.
It's easily to forget how good the original Child's Play is. It's a well-made film with very little detractions.
It is easy to forget how good the film is because the franchise has been spread out for almost 20 years now, and the films have been kind of spread out between sequels and things like that. And it one period it became really bad.
Yeah.
Like the franchise became really, really bad, and people kind of wrote it off and stuff, and then it kind of got reborn a little bit with the last sequel and stuff. So I think it's so far removed from the really good Chucky films that people tend to forget. But
see, in my opinion, there's only one bad Chucky film, in my opinion, like really bad. Chucky film.
I agree with that. Number 44, Friday the 13th, 1980.
Well, I mean, not only is the name Friday the 13th one of the most iconic titles for a film, I mean, that is like one of the most brilliant names ever. You cannot deny that fact. Box office smash. Shit did real good, man.
12 films, man.
12 films is a lot of films for a franchise. I mean,
yep.
It's surprising that there aren't more now that we know how many more there could have been. But more so than 12 total films, look at 1980 to 1989. You have
they made eight films.
Friday the 13th films in 10 years.
It's an incredible
Saw's
run.
like that. Saw's the same way, though, dude.
Yeah.
I think Saw's the only other franchise that had a run like that. 7.
Yeah. I mean, it's comparable to Friday the 13th. That type of run of films is incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I think these Friday the 13th filmmakers or today they need to look at what they were doing in the 80s and just take that game plan. I mean, we can't get a Friday film. They can't write one.
Everybody's saying that. If you listen to any podcast, everybody's saying that. Friday the 13th is not the first slasher, but Friday the 13th kicked off the wave of slasher films. There's no denying it. Friday the 13th came out, and then go through IMDb and look at the years, right? The dates and the years. How many slasher films came out after Friday the 13th? It is insane. And many of them tried to amp up the gore and raise the body count and be more interesting and twist endings and you know, you have films like Sleepaway Camp that are direct, you know, inspirations, like camp settings. Like it's insane how many films were like, oh, that was successful, we can do that, it looks very simple, all you do is have a bunch of kids and they get killed off in creative ways. Who's the special oh, that Tom Savini guy here is pretty good, you know?
It was the prototype, man. It was the prototype for introducing all these, you know, these type of characters that are, you know, in every single film, you know, all the cliche characters and things like that. But it's that camp setting and stuff. It's that staple film. It's that staple film.
I mean,
this film brought slasher films straight into the mainstream, man. But the thing about Friday the 13th that still compels me is how actual gory and violent the film really is. Like there's a pretty decent body count, but it's pretty violent and shit, man. Like what they got away with for having a theatrical release is pretty crazy.
Kevin Bacon.
Yep.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon said, yeah, I know, man. But it's pretty interesting, you know. So Paramount got away with. So yeah, I still think Friday the 13th is one of the best titles of all time. If that shit, as a horror fan, if you saw that sitting on the show, would you not just rent it because it was called Friday the 13th, knowing absolutely nothing about it?
Mm-hmm.
Of course you would. It's interesting we sit here and talk about this because, you know, it's iconic for different reasons, not having Jason in it and stuff, but it is what it is. It's iconic. It's Friday the 13th.
Yep, that's for sure. All right, moving on to number 43 from the year 1982. It is really Steven Spielberg's Poltergeist. Yeah.
Poor Tobe Hooper, man. I've always said, you know, as much as I love some of Tobe Hooper's films, he is probably the most overrated director of all time in the sense that even one of his more iconic films, he didn't really direct, did he? Poor Tobe Hooper, man. But Poltergeist, you cannot deny its status in the mainstream, man. This movie has been
They're here, man.
Harried to death. I mean, this movie is everywhere. Its icon status is huge. The thing that compels me, man, is this movie made
PG.
a shit ton of money.
And it's PG, which is even more fucked up.
Yeah, man, this movie was a box office smash.
Yeah.
Crazy. And critically acclaimed, too. It got really good reviews. It's one of those kind of interesting stories, really. You know, PG, Poltergeist. It just seems kind of cheesy and shit like that, but it's actually a really well done film.
Yeah,
really
no, it's scary. I mean, the scene where he looks in the mirror and his face is bloody and stuff like that.
That's not
crazy.
even the most scariest to me.
The clown.
Yeah, that shit's fucking horrifying.
I actually agree with that clown scene, man. That shit is really creepy, dude. They did that well.
I watched this shit when I was like 8, and it scared the living shit out of me. And the swimming pool. That shit just fucked me up.
Yeah. It's a movie that I don't love, man. Like, I don't gravitate to it that often, but I fully admit that it's a great movie and all of its stats.
I used to be the same way with Poltergeist, And I watched it again, I think last year, and I absolutely adored it. Man, did I ever love the film. I was really, really digging it, dude. And I was noticing shit, and I was like, this movie has a lot of high-class production values. And speaking of that, you know, it was nominated for 3 Academy Awards. You know, I mean, it's got some of the most iconic lines, iconic scenes in it. God bless the little girl that passed away. But
and it has and even the afterward math of the fucking movie with the weird stuff that's happened to the cast and the crew.
Oh, I know all the deaths and stuff from the cast. I know it's really, really
weird
strange.
Film.
Yeah, but Poltergeist is one of those films that's definitely etched in pop culture, and everybody knows it, and probably more or less likes the film. So
they're here, like that shit.
It's such an icon. It's that whole scene of just her sitting in front of the TV with the static, and oh man, it's so good. Coming in at number 42, The Birds from 1963.
Mr. Hitchcock.
Mr. Hitchcock, man. I mean, this movie to me is one of the most uncomfortable films to watch. There is something unstable about this film when I watch it. It makes me, I don't know what it is, man. It's something about birds and picking out eyes, and it's an interesting film. It's, you know, in my opinion, it's not like Hitchcock's absolute masterpiece or best film out there. But this is a very influential film, man. I mean, this one's kind of set the bar for effects and you know, just, oh man, dude, like it's definitely a dumbed down type of you know, film.
It's like a Twilight Zone episode type of story.
It really is. It really is. It's not your typical type Hitchcock. You know, he was really known for telling these crazy, crazy stories and these really interesting twists and shit like that. This one's kind of, it seems like it's out of his realm, but he does it so well, and he still makes it to be one of the most uncomfortable watchings. I don't know, man, how you guys feel about it, but birds picking at eyes and shit just gets me every time.
I just love the real birds and the fake birds, and it's like you don't know which birds are real and which birds are fake, and it's like,
yeah.
I bet you that production was probably a fucking headache.
Oh, probably worse than working with animals and kids.
Yeah, no.
But no, it's very iconic, man. It's one of Hitchcock's most iconic films. I mean, it's etched everywhere. I mean, everyone knows about the birds and stuff. If you've never seen the birds, you got to check it out, man. This was the inspiration for so many of these type of films. I mean,
including Birdemic.
Including Birdemic. Everybody that made these type of films credits the birds with the direct influence. I mean, Hitchcock can do it. He can do it too, man. Let's do it. So, I mean, it's a great film. It's a fun film too. It just, I don't like to watch it a whole lot because of those eye scenes, which is ironic, you know, because I love my Italian cinema and they always have those eye scenes and shit. I got to stop thinking about it. But,
number 41, Godzilla, 1954.
You can't get any more iconic than Godzilla. Godzilla is actually legitimately an amazing film too. The original Godzilla is a really good film. It's a dark film. You know, Godzilla was a bad character, and I love that about Godzilla. But the interesting thing about Godzilla is that it has 30 plus films. It spawned over 30 sequels at least in the franchise. It's iconic, man. Godzilla is one of the most famous monsters out there. You can't go anywhere without seeing Godzilla. I mean, I see my homeboy Godzilla all the time, and he's got tattoos of Godzilla on him.
Well, we all know what Derek would give this film. What he gives most films, a 10 out of 10.
I legitimately think Godzilla is a great film, though. Yeah. I mean, I know that you're probably not, you know, too gung-ho for it and stuff, but
it's not really my cup of tea.
Even JP digs Godzilla.
Yeah, the original Godzilla, like Mood said, it's a dark movie. It's not like the sequels, which by the time you get to that fucking moth, I mean, it just kind of loses all its luster to me. But the original Godzilla, I was very impressed with. And I mean, grab the Criterion and watch it for yourself if you've never really given them a shot. Because I don't like kaiju. I don't like giant monster movies, like, barely at all. Like, I'm not even close to a fan. But Godzilla, great movie.
Yeah. I mean, it literally is one of the best monster movies of all time. It holds its place. It fits a lot of the criteria.
All right. Next up, from the year 1925, we have the classic Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
Wow.
Phantom of the Opera.
From 1925. Yeah.
It's beyond classic status, man. Highly regarded as one of the best silent films ever made.
Yep.
I mean, it's Phantom of the Opera, man. I mean, this is probably one of the most iconic titles, iconic characters, you know, in the Phantom. I mean, this movie has been, I mean, pop culture status is phenomenal with this. I mean,
so many
Broadway plays
of it.
So many adaptations, Broadway plays. I mean, there's everything to do with Phantom of the Opera, man. It's highly influential. I mean, you've taken a lot of the scenes. I mean,
there's a version of the Phantom in so many different mediums, you know, like Goosebump books and TV shows and cartoon episodes have episodes featuring.
You always see like bits and pieces of this movie in everything. You know, it's like so many people are just highly influenced by this, and yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, if you take this film, and there is some moments in this film that are genuinely frightening, crazy. The end of the film is like, when you look at it realistically, what happens, you're like, holy crap, you know, just the mob and stuff.
Yeah.
Lon Chaney kills it, obviously.
Oh, kills it in fucking everything.
The makeup effects are groundbreaking for 1925. I mean,
oh, so good.
Painful. You know, a method actor.
He's the man.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is the man. He was that generation's Daniel Day-Lewis, that's for sure.
Coming in at number 39, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane from 1962.
My opinion, the greatest performance of all time right here. Betty Davis.
Female performance of all time.
Yeah, for sure. Even of all time period, it's like top 10 for sure.
Yeah, it's like an amazing performance, man. Yeah. It's, you know, for female performances, Betty Davis and Kathy Bates are, you know, probably going hand in hand there. Pretty damn good stuff.
And just the hatred between Betty Davis and Joan Crawford is just insane in this movie. Oh. Like, they hated each other so much. Like, they were actually beating the shit out of each other.
It's brilliant, man.
Yeah.
Method acting, really. You know, they don't really like each other, but yeah, take it out. Highly critically acclaimed film, nominated for 5 Academy Awards. Crazy, man. Really crazy stuff. Again, you know, highly considered to be not only one of the best films of all time, definitely one of the best films from the 60s, from that era of like really good film. The early 60s had a lot of great films. Notice there's like quite a few on this list actually from these years. But yeah, I don't really know what to say. I mean, this film right here is mostly on here because it's just an amazing film.
It's amazing. I just watched this a few, like 6 to 8 weeks ago, and it still holds up. Betty Davis is just such a fucking bitch, like throughout, but she plays it so good.
Number 38, Suspiria, 1977.
This is Austin from Tennessee, aka W Doubles. The greatest horror film for me personally is Suspiria. It is just the ultimate movie experience. You can just immerse yourself in the whole feel of the movie, just crank up the surround sound, and just enjoy the ride. It's a visual masterpiece and simple story, but just executed beautifully.
What's up, guys? This is Sam from the 22 Shots page, calling in from Ohio. You asked what we thought one of the greatest horror films of all time is, and I'm going to say Suspiria. I mean, it's such a beautiful film. Everything from the color scheme to the cinematography to, I mean, it's just pure eye candy, in my opinion. Plus you get that amazing score from Goblin and some of the best kills, in my opinion. I mean, you got a strong cast. You got Jessica Harper in the lead. I mean, can't go wrong there. And that's why it's one of my favorite films of all time, and I think it's one of the greatest horror films of all time.
Well, Suspiria, perfect 30 rating in our Hall of Fame. I mean, I feel like you can talk about this movie so much in terms of aesthetic. You can analyze the color scheme and the color palette and the music. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and somebody was like, yeah, take out the music and you have a girl walking through an airport. You know, like it just would be like it. But you add that music and it becomes tense. It becomes scary for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, the music isn't just, you know, something you hear in the film. It's actually part of the story. It's the fright. It's everything that it's the build up to everything. You know, it's such a big part of the film, man. It, you know, along with the beautiful, beautiful cinematography and the color scheme in this film, the music, the aesthetic of this film is probably one of the. I've always considered Suspiria to be the most beautiful film ever made. In that aspect. I mean, artsy, it's one of the most artsy things. Super, super influential. I mean, this film right here was definitely highly influenced from Mario Bava's color schemes and things like that too. But this film, man, it's, you know, over the years has become kind of it's just a cult classic, beyond cult classic, man. You know, highly critically acclaimed from pretty much everybody except for the odd person that I know. I mean, is the film a little more style over substance? Sure. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a very, very simple witch story. It really is. But, you know, that's just a little portion of it. I mean, I don't know why people get so confused over this film. It's really, really simple. You just have to.
It's a little confusing. Like it is for a first time watcher for sure.
Well, but that's the thing. What we always say, you know, Italian films for the most part always are better within, you know, having a second watch.
And it worked for me. I had it at a 7.5. My rating came up to a 9 on second watch.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, really. I mean, Suspiria. I mean. It's one of the best, man. It's got some of the best shots or best kill scenes in cinema. I mean, that opening kill scene is just, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, the effort put into this. And that's one thing I love about Argento is that, you know, he would literally spend a whole day just setting up for one shot based on lighting and things like that. It's incredible. The amount of effort you put into this shit, and it shows on screen. And if you can't appreciate that when you watch a film like this, I don't know what to recommend, man. It's crazy.
When I found out about Italian films and how they have like a huge, you know, portion in the horror history, the first film I ever had heard of and heard it connected to Italian cinema was Suspiria. These were not films that were available to me in the video store. Like, I don't think I remember seeing any Italian horror films as a kid. And once I discovered YouTube and started noticing people talk about Italian horror, it was always Suspiria that I noticed. That one jumped out to me. That's one that people talked about the most. I think that it is considered the greatest Italian horror film. I really do.
All right, moving on to number 37, the best film ever shot in the wonderful city of Chicago, the 1986 classic Henry, the Portrait of a Serial Killer. Oh, yeah. I fucking love this movie.
Widely known as probably the best serial killer film ever made.
Oh, yeah.
I watched this film again a couple weeks back, checked out the Blu-ray, and it's as good as ever.
Yeah.
This movie is so effective. It's so damn good. It's so realistic in the portrayal of, you know, Henry Lee Lucas's character and stuff. And just the things that happen in this film and the way they happen, it's fucking scary. It's just scary. It's a very cold film. A very, very cold film, in my opinion, which works to its advantage, like hardcore.
Yeah, I think it's like some of the coolest story of like the film has such a hard time getting recognized and like getting distributed distribution. And then it finally did, and it exploded.
Yeah,
it's spending time with the killer, but knowing that he's a bad guy immediately. And we've seen it time and time again later in films like The Devil's Rejects. But spending this much time with him, and it also almost has that sort of, well, you kind of almost like him at times, you know? But they're literally just murdering people.
Well, they show it. That's the beauty of the film. They show such a human side to the character too, you know, and it's haunting because you don't want to like the guy because you know what he's like. I mean, there's a setup to the film right in the opening credits. It's panning around and it's showing you all these dead bodies. You get to know the killer before you even see him.
Yeah.
That's effective filmmaking, and that's terrifying. It's terrifying. You know that this is just impending doom. I love that. Everything about this film is executed brilliantly. I still think one of the most haunting scenes that I've ever seen in film is when Henry and
Otis.
Oh, what's his? And Otis. They when they kill the dude underneath the overpass. That shit is just so fucking cold-hearted. Like, it's just unbelievably realistic too, because that shit happens.
Yeah, just watching episode of Forensic Files.
It's haunting to me that, hey man, you guys need some help? Boom, boom, you're fucking dead. And then just go and have a beer.
It's just to take somebody real life, Henry Lee Lucas, and to make the film around him. And I don't know, it's probably been done before that, but not like this. It hadn't been done like this.
No, I agree. Absolutely amazing stuff. Coming in at number 36, Phantasm, 1979.
I love me some Phantasm. One of my favorite horror films of all time.
Me too, man. I think Phantasm is one of the most original and creative horror films of all time. Nothing's ever been done like this, up until that point, and even after. It's one of those films you can't really duplicate because, the world that this film lives in is so bizarre.
It's a nightmare.
Exactly. It's a nightmare without being overly evident of a nightmare. You're always questioning things.
Which is exactly what a nightmare is. You're not aware that it's a nightmare.
Yeah, and Coscarelli does this film amazing. He introduces us to one of the scariest villains of all time, the Tall Man.
Rest in peace, Angus Scrimm.
He's not as popular as Freddy, Jason, Mike Myers, Leatherface, character in Chucky, characters like that, Pinhead. But in my opinion, he's one of the scariest because he comes off as like a real person.
Dude, he scared the living piss out of me when I was a kid. My God, I remember laying on the floor to this day watching Monster Vision and seeing this movie for the first time, and just being when he stops at the ice cream truck and oh my God, just
slow motion,
terrifying.
Me with slow motion shots, I'm not overly the biggest fan of. That's the best one done in history. That's the best slow motion shot of all time. I still think the scariest shit I've ever seen in my life, man, is when the Tall Man picks the casket up. It's fucking terrifying, man. It's so subtle, though.
Yeah.
It's so fucking subtle and terrifying. You're like, holy, what the fuck world are we living in here? This dude just picked this shit up, man. It's crazy. But it's very creative. It's a creative film. It's a creative franchise. Oh, man. I think it's amazing. It's amazing. This Phantasm has even become etched in pop culture. I mean, look at Star Wars: The Force Awakens. The new film. Captain Phasma was named after the film Phantasm. It's
J. Abrams. That's why.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. That's awesome.
Abrams, yeah, man, he's a big fucking fan of Phantasm.
He helped with the remaster.
And he named the captain after the film because he's such a big fan of Phantasm.
So he really cool.
Deliberately put it into the film, which is a very interesting fact. But it's
and it created one of the the best franchises in terms of quality.
For sure.
And I mean, the weirdness of this movie, like the balls, like what the hell is that? I remember thinking like, what the hell is this? Like, what that thing's gonna kill me? What the hell is it? It's a ball that flies through the air and has drills in it. Like, where the hell did that come from? Who created this damn thing? You don't know. We don't know. What the hell? The little Jawas, like, okay, they're like shrunken Pete. Why? There's and there is answers to these questions if you dig deep enough, and you can create them yourself. There's so much cool stuff in Phantasm. I mean, the car becomes a character. The Friends, it was filmed over the weekend. Talk about guerrilla filmmaking and influence for people that later heard Coscarelli talk about how he made Phantasm and like, oh, I can do that too. I can film a movie with my friends on the weekends. And, for indie filmmaking, huge in 1979. 100%. Number 35, Carnival of Souls, 1962.
What could be said about Carnival of Souls? Well, for one, low budget, but super influential at the time for a low budget film. Cinematography in this movie is fucking insane for the amount of money that they had and the resources that they had, especially during the middle part of the film. It's really, really great. I know Moods has a lot to say about this one.
Oh, man. You know, the storytelling in this film is probably the most influential thing that comes out of this one. It created this twist that has been used so many times over the years and stuff. And I think that's what this film is known for. I mean, I really don't want to ruin it, but the first time I watched Carnival of Souls, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, it has that effect on you. You're like, what? That's crazy shit. That's crazy shit. So it's so effective, but it's really, it's a haunting film because it feels like a nightmare the whole time you're watching it. It has this really kind of dreary, aesthetic to it. The atmosphere is like second to none. It's a really beautiful low budget type film. And it's got these the dude that's in the film, let's call him that, but he's so haunting looking and shit and very, very memorable. It's awesome, man. This one spawned a remake too.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
In the 90s, I used to own it on VHS and watch it a few times, but
I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this.
I haven't seen the remake of this film for years and years, but I actually don't even own it.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it.
But it's another one of those films I just can't believe that got remade. It's kind of like remaking Diabolique.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what are you going to do with that? You know, I mean, they're known for their twist endings and their really unique storytelling and shit like that. It's hard to do, but Carnival of Souls, man, is just one of the most influential films ever. It really is, man. I mean, people talk about and cite this film all the time, and it's a direct influence on so many modern films and stuff like that. You know, it's great. It's really, really great stuff, man. If you haven't seen Carnival of Souls,
it's amazing. Get the Criterion, the fucking transfers, mind-boggling.
I will say I don't have the Blu-ray of Carnival of Souls. I have the DVD version of it.
Yeah.
And the Criterion one, which has the extended director's cut on it, which is interesting. So I don't know why they didn't put it on the Blu-ray, but Carnival of Souls needs to be seen by everybody. It's amazing.
That's awesome. Coming in at number 34, we have another Universal film from the year 1941, and it is titled The Wolfman.
Yes, it's going down right now.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt the Horror Donis here. What's going on, guys? Matt the Horror Donis. Just wanted to call in and give a voicemail for the episode 100 show. I think I heard something about JP said he wanted to have us say what he thinks is the best, what we think is the best horror movie of all time. I'm biased. That's my favorite. I think it's The Wolfman, 1941, Universal black and white classic. I grew up watching that movie ever since I was a real little kid. It exposed me to black and white film and the other Universal monsters like Dracula and Frank that are dope too. But I gotta go with The Wolfman. I think it's the best horror movie made. People would debate that because there's no shot to full moon and things like that. But I think it's the best. I think as far as the sympathetic werewolf, I think Lon Chaney just fills that role. The Claude Rains is bad and fantastic. I think the makeup and the effects like Jack Pierce is terrific. I think it's just a perfect movie, and we even get all the girls in it too as Gypsy. So I think it's the best. It's my favorite Universal horror movie. I think it's the best Universal horror movie. I know movies if I disagree with Frankenstein, but I gotta go with The Wolfman 41. It's such a dope movie. I've seen it so many times. Never gets old for me. It is my favorite horror movie of all time, and I think it's the best horror movie of all time and the best werewolf movie of all time. Second would probably be American Werewolf in London. But yeah, guys, that's my entry for my thoughts on the best horror movie of all time. Congrats once again on getting to 100, and I hope that you guys get to a super high number, like 1,000. Make it happen. Alright, so congrats once again, guys. The Wolfman's dope as shit. I know most of you guys have already seen it, but yeah, I can talk about that movie for hours. But I only got 3 minutes, so that's the way things go. But yeah, take care, guys, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, The Wolfman, to me, really kind of elevated the Universal monster films once again after Frankenstein. It added this, more human level that we didn't get in Frankenstein to this tortured soul. And it created werewolves, damn it. That's something for sure.
Staple film, man. Staple film. And the thing is, it's a good film too. Even though like the effects and stuff like that are a little bit outdated, using that time lapsing stuff, it's still good though. I mean, great performance in the film. Yeah. It's an iconic character. It's again, it's embedded in pop culture. It's a fucking wolf, man. It spawned a whole franchise, multiple remakes.
In my opinion, it's the second best Universal monster movie. The storytelling in The Wolfman is much stronger than most of the Universal films that came before it. It's more detailed.
Yeah. I agree.
And I just love how much they focus on, the tortured soul of Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, man. It's such a great element too, man, because he just doesn't want to be that way, man. He knows. I like that though. I think that's such a great angle for it. It's perfect for Universal. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going down right here at the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror. I'm Mr. Watson from Horror Corridor, and with me as always are the three podcasters who can boast that they're the hosts with the most from coast to coast. To my left, we got the man who puts the beer in beard, the YouTube sensation from another nation. It's Moods 616. I don't know what 616 means, but it's either something to do with comic books, the mark of the beast, the amount of hoes he gets per night, or a Michigan area code. To my right, we have the man who's bringing sexy back with a Mexi pack. It's the man all the ladies want to Netflix and chill with before getting married with children. He's 50% Mexican and 100% stud. It's the homie, Double Shot J, or JP. Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to record a little something to to congratulate you on making it to episode 100. That's a fantastic milestone, my friends. Like, I honestly can't even believe it. Like, some of us are still trying to get to episode 10. Like, I'd feel like I'd be meeting like massive goals to even do that, but 100. So congratulations, guys. So anyway, I'd just like you guys to know that I really, and I'm being sincere here, I really look up to you and consider you all to be older brothers in the scene. Now, fun fact, 22 Shots was actually the very first Horrorphilia show that I ever heard. And for those of you who don't know, JP was the very first person to hear my podcast. And it's because of his seal of approval that Jason gave me a chance. So I kind of owe Horror Corridor in part to JP and kind of, 22 Shots being so awesome. So I don't know, that's pretty badass. Just kind of something for the audience to kind of hear and digest. So look, I don't want to take up too much time here, but I just want to say that listening to this show has basically shown me how podcasting ought to be done. The way you guys tackle the films so smoothly and debate the finer points, it's just all so amazing. So listen, keep on inspiring the hell out of the rest of us. And my guys, here's to another 100 episodes. Oh, and one more thing. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Much love, homies.
Coming in at number 33, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, 1984. I know people are swinging rights and lefts right now.
Me and Moods wanted nothing with Jason this low on the list.
Yeah, and it's true. And I understand their argument, but I thought it was very important to document the important nature of Jason in horror. To me, he's the most recognizable horror villain of all time. More than Michael Myers, more than Freddy Krueger. Everybody knows Jason. And when do they know Jason? Surely not in 1980 with Friday the 13th. Barely in 1981 with Friday the 13th Part 2. It wasn't until he got the hockey mask. But then in Friday the 13th Part 4, if you look at the numbers, if you look at what happened, this was supposed to be the final film. And this is the one that really catapulted Jason into this mega star, this mega horror icon. And we got tons of sequels afterwards. And fans do consider this one to be the best of the Friday the 13th, myself included. I believe Moods also thinks that this is the best one. Tommy Jarvis is us living the movie, right? Like, Tommy Jarvis is a horror fan who's caught in this serial killer Jason's warpath. And I thought that was really cool as a kid, you know, like that's me, like I'm that's representing us, you know. And Friday the 13th Part 4 has everything that people love about the Friday the 13th films, all the way up into the fantastic climax, the great gore effects from Tom Savini, nudity, it's all there. Friday the 13th Part 4 is the perfect Jason film, and Jason, you have to admit that he is just one of the most important figures in horror. He 100% is. He is the 80s of horror, you know? Like, you time capsule that, and Friday the 13th was running shit. And it was Jason.
And plus it has Crispin Glover in it, so it wins. I agree, man. It's, in my opinion, it's the best Friday the 13th film. I agree with JP says. What about you, Jeremy? Are you sold?
I don't really love the films like JP, so I haven't even seen Part Past 4, so.
You know, that still blows my fucking mind that you have not seen Past 4 of pretty much the most popular franchise in the history of horror films.
Yep.
And you have all of them hanging on your wall.
Which is blasphemous, by the way.
Hipster.
You have all this shit in a frame. You're willing to put them in a frame before you watch the goddamn things.
Hipster stat. I have them all on board.
Do you have autographs of people from other sequels that you haven't seen?
Watch the fucking movies, man.
Actually, no. I just have Kane Hodder. All the other
you haven't
ones I
even
have.
seen a Kane Hodder Jason.
I know.
What the hell? Number 32, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which is actually my mistake. This is the earliest film so far.
Fuck you.
That's what I thought, man. One of the greatest silent films, if not the greatest silent film. The thing about The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, man, this is the quintessential film, German Expressionism.
Yep.
It really is, man. I mean, this is what it's known for. This is what it's known for, man. Highly influential for, you know, even American filmmakers and stuff.
Yep.
And it's funny too, because when you watch this film, and Jeremy could probably vouch for this too, it still stands the test of time. I think this film is great when you still watch it, man.
Even the ending. People still don't get the ending, and the film's almost fucking 100 years old. And it's kind of crazy. The first time that people watch this movie, they go, what the hell's going on at the end? But it's awesome. It has some of the coolest fucking sets. I love German Expressionism sets. They're fucking amazing.
Yeah,
they're
highly
awesome.
agree, man. Highly agree.
Yeah.
Super critically acclaimed. I mean, this one, it's so high on the list because it fits so much of the criteria. I mean,
it really does. It fits all the criteria.
Up at 31, we have a film from 1931, and it is Frankenstein.
That actually was not planned. That was not planned.
No.
Another Ed Wood reference, but yeah, Frankenstein.
Yeah, I mean, Frankenstein is clearly one of the most recognizable horror figures of all time. Even more so than Jason Voorhees. Everybody knows Frankenstein, so much so that nobody knows him as Frankenstein's monster. It's Frankenstein.
Yeah,
you know, because pop culture has changed the name of the character. It might have been originally Frankenstein's monster or the monster, but as time went on, when you insert it into stuff like Scooby-Doo and other things, it becomes Frankenstein.
Yeah.
It's no longer Frankenstein's monster. It's one of the most critically acclaimed horror films ever made. It's, you know, one of the... people cite it as the best Universal horror film of the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
I like the sequels more.
I do too. But, you know, on a mainstream stage and in a poll, some people would most people would probably cite Frankenstein.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel the same way actually. When it comes, Frankenstein franchise is so good.
Yeah,
it's such a good franchise, and I think some of the sequels are actually better.
When you talk about, you know, the classic monster that doesn't ask to exist, right? Like that this is something that has been ingrained in all films for so long after Frankenstein, and even before Frankenstein with the novel, obviously, but it really got catapulted when that film came out. It's a classic tale, and it's classic now, but at the time that was the first person doing this. The first team doing this was the people who created Frankenstein and Mary Shelley. It's really kind of an amazing story. It has so much influence throughout the history of film. There's been a million Frankenstein movies, adaptations, parodies. The list goes on and freaking on. Hammer had their own versions of Frankenstein. It's clearly one of the greatest horror films of all time.
You can't go anywhere without seeing Frankenstein. It was a complete box office success, even in the times of the Depression, too.
Yeah, it's when they can fit all the money into an actual box.
Coming in at number 30, King Kong, 1933.
Woo, yeah. King Kong, it's without a doubt one of the most important films in terms of effects. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
The effects that were created in King Kong to...
groundbreaking.
I mean, they influenced...
everybody.
Harryhausen, I mean, Jesus Christ. The list goes on and on. And the effects that they used and developed for King Kong are still being utilized today. Like, there's still things that people do today that were created for that film. It's amazing. And it's a damn good movie, too, It has, that social commentary. That spectacle, too. Yeah, it was a big movie, huge, blockbuster, like, giant film with grand set pieces and things like that. And that social commentary where people are the real evil, they invade this place where this monkey isn't doing anything but living naturally, and then they pull him out of his own nature and insert him into a place that he doesn't belong, and he doesn't know what to do but wreak havoc because he's confused and that's not where he's supposed to be. That's something that exists in films today, and
in typical human nature, we have to destroy what we don't understand, right?
Yeah, and that's a talking point in films that always will exist. Number 29, The Evil Dead, 1981.
Hey, this is Matt Tangent, the Angry Ginger. Just calling in the weigh in on my pick for the top horror movie of all time. It's a tough one for me. I want to say Dawn of the Dead because I love that film, but I guess my all-time favorite is definitely the original Evil Dead. It's campy, it's creepy, it's Bruce Campbell. I mean, need to say more. All right, keep up the good shows, guys. Take it easy.
I think The Evil Dead is the quintessential staple indie film.
Yeah.
It really is, man. Sam Raimi set the bar so high for indie filmmakers, doesn't he? He almost kind of like embarrasses, a lot of indie filmmakers in a sense with he created these amazing techniques of filming and stuff. And, it's just used to death.
And he did it on a budget, like guerrilla style, where it's like, oh, you see that 2x4 over there? We're going to mount the camera on it and run through the woods. And then
the only film that I really know that had, just condiments as effects that actually worked. It's pretty great.
Well, Maniac.
Yeah.
Psycho had Hershey's syrup.
Yep. I did hear that.
But The Evil Dead is just like, it's a staple possession demon film. It's just iconic in every angle, man. Filmmaking, I think the techniques used in this film are some of the most stolen techniques of all time. People use that shit all the time, running through the woods and that whole...
And the sound in Evil Dead is crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people forget, much like Child's Play, the original Evil Dead is 100% a horror film.
That's why I prefer it over the sequel, man.
Cabin in the Woods horror.
Yeah.
Which is a subgenre that, has been made and remade and did again afterwards. But Evil Dead, man, really set the tone for that. And even Stephen King, whose film The Shining was out, told everybody, check out Evil Dead, because there's something special there.
But no, you can't deny The Evil Dead. I mean, it's one of the most iconic films and so many different levels. Bruce Campbell, poster art, pop culture, man. It's the fucking Evil Dead.
Yeah.
And plus it's actually a legitimately good film. It really is. And it was scary for its time too, which was interesting. So
yeah, it's absolutely scary.
All right, next up we have a film from the year 1922, and this is the last film on this list from the 1920s, and it is a film titled Nosferatu.
I'm surprised you actually pronounced that correctly. Pretty close.
I'm a film school student. I should know how to say Nosferatu.
I should hope so. Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a vampire. You know, Nosferatu.
And probably the most iconic looking one, too. Yeah. You know?
I mean, next to Dracula, obviously.
I think Nosferatu, man, that look right there. Oh, man. But you're probably right, though. Dracula is probably a little more iconic looking, but Nosferatu is...
unique.
It's very, very unique.
Yeah.
It's very unique.
Scary as F, man.
Really, really scary shit.
And this is like one of like the first lawsuits, copyright lawsuits that you saw in cinema history between Bram Stoker's widow and Eve.
Stoker.
God damn you, you fucking Mexican hipster burrito eating asshole. Jesus Christ. We all know I'm mentally retarded when it comes to pronouncing names. We already know this. James can. We have to move on now. Anyway, this is the first time that we saw a lawsuit between the widow of Bram, I'm just going to say Bram and not get fucking harassed, and filmmakers. And this is, like I said, really the first time that we saw this, and this was a big deal. Stoker's widow won, and they ordered to burn all the negatives to the film, which they did, but of course some copies got left behind, and they got sent over.
Yeah, it's truly amazing this film wasn't lost forever.
Yeah, it would be so sad if it was, because it is amazing. It really is an amazing movie. 1922. This is like the perfect clip that you can insert anywhere, right? Like you can put this in any film where the characters are watching a movie, and it sets atmosphere and tone. And it's been done too. It's been done.
Oh, this movie right here to me is legitimately freaky, man. I don't know, just the way it's shot, and it's overly iconic. It really is, man. Set the stage for every vampire film that we've really ever seen. I think it's timeless. I really do. I think this movie is timeless. It fits. Coming in at number 27, The Omen, 1976.
Hey everyone, the Boston Brando, aka Derek here. I'm here to leave my pick for what I think is one of the greatest horror films of all time. And for me personally, it's definitely going to be The Omen. Of course, with its great direction by Richard Donner and its amazing score by Jerry Goldsmith, you're just glued to the screen once the beginning shot starts in the credits. And with its great acting and atmosphere, with the mystery that's going on within it, it really dwells into the story, and I just love how this one goes. This is probably one of the first horror films I ever seen growing up, and it stayed with me, and it still affects me in a way. And with its, of course, like I said before, it's great musical soundtrack, and it's great performances by Gregory Peck and Lee Rickman. That this is one of the greatest horror films, especially you're just mystified of what's going to happen at the very end, and when it finally happens, your mouth drops because it's just an epic film for any horror fan to see. So that is my pick, as always, and it's always going to be, because it still captivates me to this day. So that's my pick, guys. Derek out.
This is the film that actually kind of always makes me laugh a little bit, because it made the name Damien completely associated with the devil. So everybody that was actually named Damien was the devil. But it's true though. It's true. This is the film
I didn't
that did
know
that
a
to
kid
people.
named Damien who was not a bad kid. I can tell you that right now.
Weird, isn't it? Isn't it weird? Right? But yeah, The Omen is it's one of those complete hits for the criteria, man. Box office, smash. It's very popular. It's a very popular film, critically acclaimed. It's an amazing film. It's got probably the best decapitation scene of all time in the film too. Won an Academy Award. I mean, this one is just, it's fitting the whole thing, man. Stands the test of time. And it created a really good franchise. I mean, I would say trilogy. The first three films. The fourth one's unrelated to the franchise a little bit because it actually is a girl, which is very odd that they even did that. TV film with a girl. But yeah, I mean, as a trilogy, the Omen trilogy is fantastic. Very, very underrated. But this movie, man, been ripped off to death. Everyone's ripped this movie off.
Number 26, The Amityville Horror, 1979. The Amityville Horror, man, when you talk about iconic status, I can't think of a building that is more recognizable than the goddamn Amityville house.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, and it spawned a crazy franchise and apparently a bunch of unofficial related films and as well as official sequels. Huge remake that they made during the remake craze. It's considered one of the best haunted house films. It's based in reality, whether how much reality is debatable, but there's no question that there are strong believers in what happened in that Amityville house, and it's actually pretty scary, but if you've seen it back in 1979, people were terrified of the movie, and it's a film that I go back and forth with. Sometimes I love it, sometimes I don't, but it's definitely very ingrained in pop culture, horror cinema, and just in general, horror fans seem to know Amityville Horror.
But the campaign for this film, though, was just like, it was unreal. They sold it so well. Amityville Horror. I mean, this is what everyone wants to watch when they watch horror films, based on real life events and stories and stuff.
And they really pushed that. And unlike films like Chainsaw and Psycho, that were also sort of marketed that way.
Yeah.
There was a lot of available information about the case out there.
Yeah, man. I mean, there was like documentaries and there was just, you're right. There was a lot of information, really, really crazy stuff. And I mean, the phenomenon of the Amityville Horror is still going on today. Yep. I mean, like you said, it spawned so many sequels and unofficial sequels, and it's still going in 2017. We're talking like 38 years later.
Infinite websites dedicated to information on the Amityville Horror case, and people still go to the Amityville Lane in New York to check out the house. Oftentimes not allowed and things like that. But it's just one of those films that even like my parents and my grandparents and people who are not into horror know Amityville Horror.
And at number 25, we have the UK classic from 1973, The Wicker Man.
Again, one of those staple films that seems to be overly imitated. It's highly influential, man. I mean, in the cult subgenre. And, it seems to be the front runner of the folklore film, too. I mean, The Wicker Man seems to always have that kind of has that status and stuff. It's also considered to be one of the best films ever to come out of the UK, and I concur with that, man. I think The Wicker Man is a fantastic film. It's scary. It stands the test of time. It really does, and critically acclaimed. I mean, this movie has never really had anything bad said about it. I mean, it's phenomenal stuff, man. Got to see it. All right, coming into number 24, Black Christmas. From 1974.
The first slasher film.
Personally, I always consider this one to be more or less the first slasher film. By most people, prototype slasher, which is totally understandable. That makes sense too. But the cool thing about Black Christmas is that it's really the straight up influence for Halloween.
Yeah, and technically, in a roundabout way, it's almost a sequel.
Yep.
Halloween's almost a sequel to Black Christmas because John Carpenter talked to Bob Clark, who he asked, hey, would you do a sequel to Black Christmas? And he said no. And he's like, but if I did, I would have it set years later on Halloween instead of Christmas, where the killer had broken out of a mental hospital. Sound familiar?
In steps, Carpenter makes Halloween.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Christmas
it's amazing.
horror at its finest. You know, it's one of those, you know, films that definitely influence holiday horror for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there might have been holiday horror films before Black Christmas, but not like Black Christmas. And Black Christmas definitely kickstarted that ball, along with other films that came, you know, for that ball to roll and create all these awesome Halloween and Christmas and Friday the 13th holiday films.
Yeah, man. And plus, Black Christmas, highly critically acclaimed. I mean, every time I watch that film, it never seems to fail me, too. I mean, it's one of the most interesting and, you know, kind of atmospheric films. And, you know, this is a film right here. If you watch closely, you know, it's been ripped off millions of times. I mean, we all know it spawned a sequel, but it's been ripped off to death. So many scenes with, you know, the phone calls and just a lot of scenes that were taking place in the house. I'm not 100% sure if it's one of the first kind of sorority type, you know, slasher type films. I mean, it's got to be up there, right? I mean, 1974, it's got to be up there.
Yeah.
But the thing about this film that really separates it from a lot of films is the ending. I think this movie has one of the best endings of all time. I know people have debated this to the death, and I can probably think of one person in particular doesn't really care for this film as much as that I do. But personally, I think it's almost a perfect film. I think there's so many elements to this one that has influenced so many things that we watch today. Black Christmas is that film. It's that film.
Covered way back on episode 3 in our first annual Christmas show.
Episode
Back in the
3.
day.
Damn, Jeremy was even on that one.
Was he?
Was he? Oh, bam!
That's all right. You'll get your dues, you fucking bitch.
Ah, shit, man.
Coming in. Oh, are you?
What a
sorry?
fucking cocksucker.
Who, me?
Fucking both of you. You could suck my left nut and you could suck my right nut.
Coming in at number 23, we have Freaks, 1932.
Yeah, what could be said about Freaks?
Gooble gobble, one of us. That's what could be said about it.
Pretty much it. No, I love
Etched
Freaks.
in pop culture, man.
It's my favorite Tad Browning film for sure, and he's done a lot of really fucking good movies. But Freaks is so unique for its time. Like, people were legit like fucking freaking out when they saw this movie back in the day. Like, I can't think of anything like it.
Yeah.
This is a prime example of a film that cannot be made today.
Yeah,
you can't make a movie
Not
called
like
Freaks
this.
with actual freaks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what that this movie really kind of ruined Browning's career, though, in a sense, because it was just it kind of blacklisted him, didn't it? So, I mean, that's how effective this one was for the people. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this is the type of film that everybody wants to make, but just doesn't have the balls to make. It's so influential, man. This is one of those realistic, just like, damn, dude, like, we don't need special effects artists, man. We have real freaks.
Yeah, I don't
crazy.
even know where you would get freaks to do this, like anomalies. Like, because all the circuses, I don't think they really do that anymore, really, you know? The whole freak show thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I mean,
really don't
I've
know.
seen people, like, swallow knives and stuff, but it's, like, not, like, actual, like, disfigured or, mutated people. I mean, Freaks is just a good movie when it comes down to it, too. I think that it does tick off a lot of the, criteria, but it's just damn good. And also, much like one of our main, like, 7th criteria that we didn't list, has it been spoofed by South Park?
Yes, it has. It's the episode where the parents, when they're kidnapped the parents.
You know you've made it when you've been spoofed by South Park.
Yep, has been spoofed by South Park.
Yeah.
And if you look closely in 1932's Freaks, in the 352nd frame of the movie, you can actually see Ball Chin Boy in the background.
Yep.
Nice.
Ball Chin Boy's the best. I fucking
That's good shit, man.
love me some Ball Chin Boy.
This one right here, man, has one of the best endings too. It's just awesome. Totally sweet shit. I mean, for its time, fucking incredibly risky.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the whole film in itself was risky, but I mean, even that ending was insane. There was nothing being done like that. This movie is so far ahead of its time, like it's ridiculous.
All right, next up we have Dawn of the Dead from the year 1978.
Yes, my favorite movie of all time, coming in at number 22.
What's up, 22 Shots crew? This is Horrorphilia Jason, and I'm here to give you my thoughts, my opinion on what my favorite top number one horror film of all time is. Man, this is so friggin' hard. I personally do a top 25 horror films of the year, probably for the past 7 or 8 years, but I've never done a top all-time list of any type of sort. Maybe it's time I finally do. So this is extremely difficult for me. All my favorite films at the top of my list, I absolutely love. And my taste change from year to year, but for the purpose of this podcast, I did narrow it down to 2 films. So when I think of number one here, these 2 films always come up to the forefront. The first film is Dawn of the Dead Original, and then also Friday the 13th Part 3. Now the slasher subgenre is easily my favorite subgenre of horror films, and Friday the 13th Part 3 is my favorite. I absolutely love the Friday franchise. Most entries, of course, I admit are subpar, but I love that franchise here, and I wrote an article that you can read why I think Friday the 13th Part 3 is the best of the series, even though 2 comes in right below it. 2 is probably a top 5 horror film for me. But these 2 films, Dawn of the Dead and Friday the 13th, are the cream of the crop. So if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go ahead and discuss both here before I pick a winner here. Now, as far as Friday the 13th Part 3, this is easily one of the best theatrical experiences I've ever had. I saw it in 3D with my mom at a small little theater by my hometown. And I remember that experience because in the audience, there was this black dude hollering funny shit during the kills of the film. Now, normally, nowadays, I would hate that shit. But at that time in the theater, man, he had everyone in the theater in stitches. It was just a fantastic experience. Not only was the 3D kick-ass, the film was kick-ass. Now, since then, over the years, I've probably seen Part 3 maybe over 100 times. I think that and Revenge of the Ninja are the 2 films I've seen the most ever. So that was one of my choices. Now, the other choice, like I mentioned, is Dawn of the Dead Original. And as far as Dawn of the Dead, I do remember renting that at our local video store. We came home and we popped it in the VCR, and it was me, my mom, and sister, which was pretty rare in itself. My sister is 7 years older than me. She rarely watched films with me and my mom, and she didn't even really like horror films all that much. She got scared at night. But anyway, we popped in the film, pushed play. Man, when that goblin score kicked in, we were just mesmerized. And then the second the credits rolled, my sister turned around and looked at us and said, "Again?" We both, me and my mom, nodded her head, and she hit rewind. So 10 minutes later, at least 15 maybe, we started watching the film again. Now, over the years, the glee and wonderment of Dawn of the Dead Original has grown over time. Now, at the time, of course, I was way too young to get any of the social commentary stuff. But I dug, right away all the relationships, the awesome zombie attack scenes, the setting, music. It's just damn near perfection. I don't even give a shit that some of the makeup job on the zombies is not the greatest, especially by today's standards, or hell, even by Day of the Dead standards, it's subpar. But there is so many iconic scenes and standout zombie characters. So, between these 2 films, the bottom line, I'm going to pick Dawn of the Dead. I think it is the greatest horror film of all time. I just love it. It's damn near perfection. The film just has intangibles that are really hard to express into words. So there you go. That's my long-winded pick.
It's another Romero classic, man. I mean, it's good stuff. Critically acclaimed, man. What can I say? It's one of the best sequels of all time. I mean, really. We talk about, awesome sequels and stuff, but I mean, this one sits dead in the middle of the best trilogy of all time. The social commentary in this film is second to none. I personally love everything about this film. Amazing. It's amazing that he was able to do what he did with the budget and stuff and make a film like this. But, I mean, this one was so influential that even Lucio Fulci had to go and make his unofficial sequel, Zombie 2, which Dawn of the Dead was known as Zombie in Italy. And, I mean, that's what it is. Dawn of the Dead is one of those staple films that has influenced a lot of shit. I mean...
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead, I mean, it's really iconic with the mall. I mean, you have video games like Dead Rising who take that concept and run with it. There's even a lawsuit between George Romero and the people who made Dead Rising. I don't know who actually won that. Or
Capcom.
It's such a cool, nifty idea. And, Ken Foree... iconic lines like when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. It has so many good things going for it. Filmed in Pittsburgh at a mall that is not far from me at all. It has that going for it. Romero just killed it, knocked it out of the park. I mean, we need to do a Romero show for sure.
I mean, it's still relevant today. The consumerism of it is more prevalent than ever, really. I mean, it's just so bad today, but I mean, this fits it right in perfectly with today's society. It's amazing. It's timeless. All right, coming in at number 21, Bride of Frankenstein from 1935.
Definitely considered to be one of the first sequels. I can't really think of another one offhand. There's like a direct sequel.
You know what, man? This might even be the first sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly can't even think of one before this, but
often argued it's much better than the original. I think that I can definitely see people's point of view on that. I mean, it's classic sequel territory when you just do what you did the first time, but just make it bigger and better.
Yeah, this one, man, again, super influential. I mean, you see you always see clips and scenes that are taken right out of this film in so many films, in the future and stuff like that. But Bride of Frankenstein, it's yeah, man. I mean, it's pretty much known for kind of being better than the original film.
Number 20, Cannibal Holocaust, 1980.
Oh. Yes, the real first found footage film, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not going to say. Is it fact? I mean, it might be fact.
I think it is fact. Actually, this is the very first type found footage film. This is Cannibal Holocaust is one of the most notorious films of all time. I mean, this is the film that pretty much started the video nasty craze. Cannibal Holocaust, man, that cover art's probably not the best thing for the film ever, or maybe it was the best thing for the film. Who knows? But this film changed the UK drastically. It was the one that basically started getting films pulled off the shelves and banned and things like that, and which led to being the most bootleg film of all time. And also ended up putting Ruggero Deodato on trial to prove that the kills in the film weren't actually real. This movie is so notorious in so many levels, it's ridiculous. First found footage film. I mean, started the video nasties. This one is just unbelievable, man. And not only for all that stuff, it's a really incredible film. It's got a beautiful score. It's shot really, really well. It's notorious for even having these nasty animal killings in it too and shit like that, which was very prevalent in Italian cannibal films especially. I mean, we've seen them in so many other films, but Cannibal Holocaust, man, it's the quintessential go-to cannibal film.
Yeah, I mean, it created that cannibal boom, man, that we saw. And I think that being the first found footage film, often people say that it's Blair Witch, but it's definitely not Blair Witch. Cannibal Holocaust is just one of those films that you just know about it. even if you've never seen it like me, you know about it, you know how people feel about it, you know how hotly debated it is. I've heard literally everybody from, people say it's garbage to their favorite horror film.
Okay, moving on to number 19. I think this one's going to surprise people. From the year 1960, and it is a film titled Peeping Tom. Yeah, Peeping motherfucking Tom.
It's classic, man.
It is a classic.
It really is, man. I mean, it's been dubbed as like, is it the first slasher film?
Yeah.
Or not?
It's definitely a proto-slasher film for sure. People often give credit to Peeping Tom for a lot of the POV stuff and things like that.
Voyeuristic tendencies in this movie's off the fucking chart.
Yeah, that's right.
It's really, really hardcore for voyeuristic throughout, and I just love this movie. It's different, and it's a shame too many people haven't seen it, because I think it's one that I feel like if people had the opportunity to see, it would be talked about more. It's unfortunate.
Well, it's unfortunate for the time it came out, because it kind of got overshadowed by Psycho.
Yeah.
I think Psycho was the big film that year. Peeping Tom got left in the dust, and it got kind of forgotten about.
And
to be
even
honest.
since then, it's hard to come by in terms of collectors. It's not readily available to stream on like Netflix or any of those type of streaming services. There's not an easy DVD version. The only way you can really see it is via bootleg or illegally, so that definitely cuts down the audience that is able to see the film.
Yeah, man, Peeping Tom is just a bona fide classic. Very, very influential in so many subgenres of film. Slashers, voyeuristic films. Christ, man. Peeping Tom is one of those films that, I mean, how many discussions did you have in school about this film?
A lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a prototype for lessons.
Yep.
You learn things from watching films like this, and that's why it's in the top 20, because
it's ruined the director.
It did ruin the director.
Ruin him.
Coming in at number 18, The Silence of the Lambs, 1991.
The only horror film to ever win Best Picture at the Academy Awards.
And right there solidifies itself in the top 20. I mean, it's an amazing film. I mean, it doesn't introduce us to Hannibal Lecter. I mean, we've seen Hannibal Lecter before this film, but this is what popularized Hannibal
Made him a
Lecter.
household name.
Yeah, it's also, the performance difference too in terms of Hannibal Lecter. Like, this is some of the most well performed horror that exists.
Anthony Hopkins is just...
on all fronts. Jodie Foster as well.
Oh, Anthony Hopkins! It's like a role of a lifetime, man. It's like amazing.
It's
it really
psychological. It's one of those movies that you watch and you say, "How could anybody not like this?" It's so well made. The story is great. I can buy the house, the Buffalo Bill house. It's not far from here at all.
Puts the lotion in the basket.
It recently was sold.
What do I get? All right, Auto Trader. Ooh, look at this, a 69 Hemi, $8,000. Sorry, I had to get my Joe Dirt reference.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, that's actually good that you brought that up, because that's parody and influence.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, hell, even the song in the film has been used many times afterwards. Goodbye Horses. Coming in at number 17, we have Alien, 1979.
Merry Christmas, 22 Shots. This is James calling from Finland, and I'm phoning in with my all-time number one favourite horror movie. And this has to be the 1979 classic from Ridley Scott, Alien. I remember years ago going with my dad to the video shop. Must have been 7 or 8, something like that. And just seeing this on the shelf, and I had to have it. And then it was fantastic. Got it for me, came back home, popped it in the VCR, and ever since that point I've been absolutely hooked on the horror. Some Scott's direction, Jerry Goldsmith's score, Geiger's alien design, fantastic, awesome. Cinematography, every aspect of this film is just an absolute 10 out of 10 for me. It can't be any other film than Alien. It has to be my favourite. And anyone that says this isn't horror, I call bullshit. Cheers, guys. Good work. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Ooh, man. I'll tell you what. Alien is probably one of my favorite horror films. It is such an interesting movie set in space. It's like the best movie set in space. You know, like it looks legit. It's not cheesy at all. It's scary. The xenomorphs are one of the most creative creatures that had ever existed. It was a box office smash. It murdered the box office. It's considered to be one of the best horror films of all time, best sci-fi. Critically acclaimed, totally stands the test of time. To this day, the chestburster jump scare is one of the scariest jump scares of all time. Jesus, dude. I mean, it won an Academy Award for effects.
It's parodying Spaceballs.
He gave us Ripley, man. That strong female leading character.
Which is a huge strong point in this film. A lot of people cite this as like the first real strong female character that took the lead of what you would typically see a man do.
Exactly, man. She was the man. You know, she was the strong character. She was the fucking man. You know, without words, man. Ripley was badass. So
number 16 from the year 2004, we have James Wan's Saw. Dun 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 dun.
Well, I mean, Saw is pretty self-explanatory. Probably the most iconic modern day franchise. I mean, it's really one of the it's the front runner in modern day franchises.
Yeah. And
it's amazing stuff. I mean, what it did, I mean, it put out 7 films in 8 years, 9 years or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's 8 years.
8 years. It's really, really impressive that they, that the Saw franchise is able to kind of, duplicate what Friday the 13th did in the 80s, because it's been so long since we've seen like a franchise go that batshit crazy and start putting out films. But man, it created, a lot. There was good storytelling. There was really, really good kills in this thing. It created an iconic character. And
the ending, man,
blew the shit out of the box offices, man. This whole franchise is just phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
And something so cool about Saw is that whenever it was released and came out and people saw it and loved it because it was such a well-made movie and is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so well made, but it caught the attention of the regular day person. And I remember for a brief period of time, 3 or 4 years, like everybody was talking about something that was horror and they were really into it, and people were all about seeing the new Saw on opening night in October. And I loved that. I love that. Like, a lot of people don't like that, and they want horror to be this exclusive club. Like, I don't like that. I want horror to be as successful and as reach as wide as possible, because I love it so much that I want other people to experience that, because I know how cool it is. And I remember just like at that time being like amazed at how many people were interested in horror. I mean, I remember seeing the horror section of FYE like stocked with people because Saw was so popular and everybody was kind of into it and wanted to see other films like that. And along with Hostel, it really kind of like created that torture porn movement that happened a little bit.
It was kind of like being in the 80s again, the Saw franchise.
It was.
What created that. It was kind of like back in those days, which we hadn't seen in so long. Which was
my first time experiencing something like that.
Yeah,
so that's why I hold the Saw films very special in my heart.
I saw every single one on opening day.
That's cool. That's really
From the
cool.
first one to the last one. Every single one.
I didn't see a single one of them in the theater.
Yeah. Yep. Every October.
I don't think I got any of them here.
and I truly think when you talk about best endings, it has a strong debate on on Saw being one of those talked about endings.
Coming in at number 15, A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. Well, it's definitely the film that that introduced the world to the icon Freddy.
Yeah, and once again, much like I mentioned with Clive Barker, Freddy and A Nightmare on Elm Street coming out of Wes Craven's head with all these different little things that happened to him throughout his life that sort of culminated into this character of Freddy is truly amazing. It's lightning in a bottle. It's perfect storm of elements coming together to create something that is super, super unique. The very concept of a dream killer is fascinating alone. On top of that, the way that he looks is another just huge, amazing accomplishment. The glove, that is something crazy. Like that is a cool weapon. And nothing has been created like that since. The glove alone is one of the most interesting things about A Nightmare on Elm Street. The red and green sweater, how Wes Craven read somewhere that if you put red and green together, it feels wrong with your eyes and stuff because they're opposite colors. And he's like, let's make a sweater red and green. The burnt face, the list goes on. And that's just from the creative standpoint of A Nightmare on Elm Street, not to mention what actually happened after it came out. You talk about influence, you talk about box office, you talk about critical acclaim, and you talk about icon status. This is one of those films that checks off every single one of those ticks, and it truly is an amazing movie. It just has a minor flaw to stopping it from being a 10 out of 10 or something. And it might be. Yeah, it might be.
It's amazing. It really is, man. It's perfect timing. The film is perfect timing, man. 1984 is when the slasher genre was really starting to decline. It's pretty much the end of the golden age of the slasher film, but this one it put a new twist on it. Supernatural slasher in a dream. It was very, very fresh and original. I mean, this thing was just destined to do great things.
It's debatably one of the most original concepts ever.
It really is. And I think it's really cool that Wes Craven actually, he created this film based on something that he read too, about that, this little boy with these dreams and stuff. And I was like, holy fuck. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it was
very
Cambodian immigrants who there was a couple articles of these people dying in their sleep or being afraid to sleep that sparked, the inspiration for Freddy Krueger. And that's why I can't accept somebody saying that Wes Craven is overrated. The man literally brought one of the coolest ideas ever to the world, and I think he deserves as much respect and honor as you possibly can give somebody that created something that cool, way cooler than anything you or I will ever do, or anybody who says that he's overrated. It makes me laugh all the time. It happens all the time.
No, it's legitimately a great film. I mean, there's the body count's not huge in the film. What is there, 4 or 5 kills in the whole thing? But I mean, they make do when they have one. Yeah. There's some good shit there. There's some good shit, man. It's effective though. He didn't try to go overboard with. Yeah, exactly. He didn't try to go overboard with this thing, man. He created Hedda Langenkamp's role in the film. It's casted perfect too. Yeah, she's like the girl next door. She is the girl next door, man. She totally is. Everything about the film is really, really good, apart from the ending. I agree. I think the ending could have been worked on a little bit and thought through a little more. But, otherwise, man, you can't deny its status in horror history. It's one of the front runners for everything in the criteria. This is a pop culture iconic film character, and it's just good.
Number 14. John Carpenter's The Thing, 1982.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia. From the voice that broke wide open episode number 50, the most influential, now lost, to be the voice that will bring to a close the 100 greatest horror films of all time. For my own little part, I must submit to you the Dogs of Horror, that the greatest horror film of all time from 1982 must be John Carpenter's flawless masterpiece of terror, The Thing. Toss all freaking debates aside. While ranked at a lowly number 50 of the most influential, it should now rise to crest the pantheon of horror and take its place in the 22 Shots Hall of Fame. Regardless of its fate, Mr. John Carpenter's The Thing will always be the greatest horror flick ever. Peace out.
Hey guys, I just figure I would call and leave my all-time favorite horror movie. Now this was a tough one. It took me probably about 4 or 5 days and it's changed constantly, but I would have to say John Carpenter's remake of The Thing. The movie is just fantastic. Great casting, isolation, makeup effects are just phenomenal. Even to this day, they still look amazing. And just the downer ending, everything about this was just an absolute perfect film. Probably watch it 3 times a year, maybe more, and I just notice something new every single time. It is just freaking fantastic. Oh, and by the way, this is Scott Crawford. I forgot to say that in the beginning. But yeah, I just realized I hadn't sent this message in for you, so there you go. Yep, The Thing from 1982. All right, see ya.
Yeah. Man, this is the film that we did not know where to place in this list.
Yeah, it's so hard.
And it was massively out of the area that it is. And then we came down to realize that it's just one of the best movies ever made. One of the best movies ever made. And how can you not include it in the greatest horror films of all time? It may not have influenced a ton. It may not have been a smash hit at the box office. In fact, it didn't do well at all.
No, it didn't.
It is one of the greatest horror films ever made and greatest movies ever made. It's so creative. It has just this look to it, this perfect filmmaking. There's not a single thing wrong with The Thing.
No, there really isn't. It's the prototype for the X Factor film on our list.
Yeah.
It's just solely an amazing film. Effects wise, acting, story, setting, like filmmaking. There's nothing wrong with this film whatsoever. It's a perfect 10 out of 10. It just doesn't have anything else except for being a great film.
It has such an interesting history, though, because when we think about it, when the film got released, very much like The Shining, it was panhandled, and the critics really didn't, like it very much. But as time went on and more people started to watch it and respect it, the film finally got the recognition that it deserved from the mainstream, critics and audiences. So
yeah, it really is incredible when you think about that people didn't like this movie. You know what I mean? It's such a weird concept, and it didn't do well at the box office. It really didn't.
No, I really didn't.
It only made like $19 million, which, I don't know the budget, but it had to be kind of a higher budgeted film for the year. I mean, they said the setting of the film alone would probably cost a bunch of money.
It's like an oddity in this list. Yeah. It really is. It doesn't fit the criteria, but it's one of the best films of all time.
Number 13, we have Aliens from the year 1986.
And here comes that film again. I just stressed that I prefer Alien, but I think Aliens is a bigger film. It's probably a little more critically conceived.
It's considered the better film. It's considered the more successful film. It did everything that Alien did, but better. And that is the general consensus. It might not be what you or I feel or Jeremy, but it's without a doubt, when you talk about greatest horror films of all time, if you took a poll, this film would probably get mentioned a lot.
Yeah, it's literally up there, and in every single list, it's always
James Cameron went
there.
big, man.
This movie fits the whole criteria straight up, man. Box office, it just smashed the box office. Did amazingly well. Considered one of the best sequels of all time, if not the best sequel of all time. It won Academy Awards. It's really crazy, man. This movie still is truly amazing when you watch it. I mean, it is done by James Cameron, so the production value in the film is going to be pretty good and stuff, but it stands the test of time 100%. You watch the film, it really is truly visually amazing. It's really well done. There's really no problems with it. It's the fact that it's, not 100% for myself.
I just don't care for action in my horror that much, and that's a personal preference, but the rest of the world seems to love it.
All right, coming in at number 12, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors from 1987.
Now, this is on the list for the same reasons that A Nightmare on Elm Street original is on the list. But one thing that we said about Elm Street is that it has a bad ending, and Mood said they could have tightened that up. And they did tighten it up with Elm Street 3. Elm Street 3, to me, is the same exact movie, only amplified. And this film, another reason that it's ahead, lower than Elm Street 1, is because this is the film that launched Freddy Krueger into the mainstream pop culture icon, Freddy of the MTV age. And whether you like that about it or not does not matter. The fact is that happened when Freddy is on fucking MTV.
Like, fuck you.
And it's really where the development of Funny Freddy that we got with Elm Street 4, you can see hints of it in Elm Street 3. And I think it was still at the balance of where it was okay because he was still scary in Elm Street 3. Elm Street 3 scared me more than Elm Street 1 as a kid. I found it much more creepy. The mannequin scene, the marionette scene, rather, terrified me as a kid.
It's got amazing kills in this film, man. It really does, man. Awesome characters. And, I've heard over the years that people, that's the problem that they have with this film, is that they hated the characters, they hated the superpowers and all this type of shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it's set in a fucking dream world, man. You can be anything you want. That's the beauty of this film. And the idea, I think people are missing that whole point, man. Man, Nightmare on Elm Street Dream Warriors it's awesome. Great soundtrack. And it fits the criteria so good.
Yeah, and you take a sequel and you want to extend what you did in the original. They nail it in Elm Street 3. Like, it is an extension of that original film and doesn't do anything to destroy what was created in the original film, but more add to it and sort of expand on the concept itself, as well as be more creative with kills and a more sound story. When you talk about the ending, the ending's actually good. Like, it actually makes sense. It's like, oh, this is a good ending. The mythology is great. The characters are so cool. Like, Kincaid's one of my favorite characters ever in a horror film. I can watch Elm Street 3. I mentioned it earlier that there's 2 films that I can watch over and over again and never get bored with. And one was Return of the Living Dead, and the other one is A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and it's my personal second favorite horror film of all time.
And according to us, it is the best horror sequel of all time. I mean, technically, Part 3 is still a sequel, but but yeah, man, this one it just floats the boat, man. I mean, it killed at the box office. Won a bunch of awards and shit like that. It's just everything about this film is inviting to me. I love this film so much. And, it's not just about my taste right now. I think it truly is one of the best films.
Number 11, Scream, 1996, Wesley Craven classic.
Hey guys, Anthony Crisanti here from Chicago. And first off, I just want to say congratulations on episode 100. As you guys probably know, me and Matt from Union Horror Movies are starting our own podcast. You guys are the ones that inspired me to do so, and I love podcasts, and I discovered them through you, so thanks for showing me all these awesome movies and just being great dudes and always willing to help me out with anything I ask. But for my voicemail, as to my opinion for the greatest horror movie of all time, in my opinion, that is Scream. It's the first horror movie I've ever seen, and not only does it just fill me with joy every time I watch it, but in my opinion, it's the perfect slasher film, and slasher films are my favorite, and it's just perfect all around. Great cast, excellent writing, excellent direction by Wes Craven, of course, rest in peace. And I just think it's an all-around amazing film, and I've probably seen it easily over 60 times. I can watch it at any time of the day, multiple times a day. It's the single greatest horror movie I've ever seen. Yeah. Thanks again, and like I said, congratulations on episode 100. Thanks, guys.
This is a film that some people always say reinvigorated the slasher genre, and it did to an extent, but that's not what happened. It didn't come out and then all of a sudden there were good slasher films. There were just slasher films after it. What it did do was get horror out of a slump in terms of excitement for horror, and it made money, and it made horror viable again at the box office. It made studios realize that they can make horror films and make money again. It didn't influence good slasher films. I hate when people say that.
I'm 100% with you on that one, man. I feel that Scream totally just regenerated the horror genre, especially in the mainstream and stuff. But not only that, just in everywhere. It inspired indie filmmakers. It inspired a lot of, different level type filmmakers. But all Scream did for the slasher genre was create a whole pile of shitty clones, like I Know What You Did Last Summer, and a whole pile of fucking floating head posters.
Yeah, but it did influence that. It did, whether it's good or bad. It influenced a 100% ton of floating head posters, which I hate. But
Ghostface mask.
There was an explosion of slasher films, no doubt about it. A million. Urban Legend. I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah.
The list goes on and on and on. Yeah, you can credit Scream for this. Are those films good? No. It's up for debate, but Scream was the quintessential film at that time, where it brought the energy. It sparked, a whole wave of films to come after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Scream is a film that is extremely smart. It's one of the smartest horror films ever made. There is so many perfectly lightning in a bottle moments in Scream. I always reference it. Jamie Kennedy sitting on a couch watching Halloween after he explained the rules to Halloween, saying, Jamie, behind you. Jamie Lee Curtis is the actress's name, not
Jamie Kennedy.
Her real name in the film. Her name is Laurie Strode, but he's calling her by her real name, which is Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie, behind you. Yet there's somebody behind him, and his name is Jamie. How did you create this?
Oh, it's fucking brilliant. It's really brilliant.
The Ghostface mask, iconic as fuck. I grew up in the 90s. Jeremy grew up in the 90s. For 10 years after that, you saw dozens and dozens of kids wearing Ghostface masks every Halloween because it was a cheap, affordable mask and it was instantly recognizable.
It's so funny, man, because when I was growing up, man, it was everybody wearing Freddy masks. It totally was, man.
It influenced caller ID, for Christ's sake. In the real world, people were like, it ain't nobody killing me tonight. I'm getting some caller ID. They ain't calling my house, It's insane. Like, Scream to me is one of those movies that I don't know how you look at it and not see the brilliance in Scream. It was, it's one of the first horror films that I ever seen that was new, because at this point I was watching things from the 80s, and then Scream came out and it was like new. And before that, what was new? Leprechaun was new, I guess. But also, it did something. It shifted the playing field of the back. The production of horror, the backside of horror, where, if you look at the 80s and the 70s, everybody cast in horror movies is no names for the most part, except for the big budgeted, aliens and stuff. But even at the time, like, they were sort of no names. But then you have Scream that changed the game, where it's like, let's invest in stars that people know so that we can capitalize on this CW crowd. And then you saw it happen over and over again afterwards, and now
every film after was the same. Well, not the same cast, but it was the same type of level actors and stuff. All these TV actors and these slasher films and shit, and it did, man. It influenced the shit out of that. We need her. We need Jennifer Huge Tits in our film. So we'll get her. And
it's such an important horror film. It really is.
Moving on to the top 10, fellas.
Top 10, baby.
It's the final countdown. Okay, here we go. Number 10, from the year 1976, we have yet again another Stephen King adaptation. This time it comes from our awesome friend, Mr. De Palma, It is Carrie.
Landmark film.
Yep.
Landmark film.
Introduced
one of
us
my
to like
favorite films
high
ever.
school. Oh yeah, man, high school horror. Oh man.
And nobody's really came and told us, well, that wasn't the first one like this. This film existed before it, and we talked about that in our influential show, and nobody still came and said anything that had that high school setting like Carrie did before Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because it's such an ingrained part of horror now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was all adults and shit before that, It was just like adults. And Carrie comes along and makes it interesting for teenagers to watch. Because teenagers tend to like to watch teenagers, not grown adults,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
right.
It's highly critically acclaimed. It influenced the jump scare at the end of the film.
Yeah.
The final boo scare, it's so iconic. And
the beginning, man. The beginning sequence.
Yeah.
It's fucking so iconic.
Absolutely.
Really didn't see that kind of nudity before at the time.
The crazy thing about Carrie is that it had Academy Award nominations.
Yeah.
I mean, De Palma, if you know the history of De Palma, that's crazy too. Like, he's coming off some decent films and stuff, but like he's
amazing.
Sisters.
Yeah, Sisters, but
like not like critically acclaimed, high class films and stuff. Like but it's crazy. This little kind of minor. This film was relatively lower budget too, but to have these type of performances and stuff and what he got out of these characters, and it's a really, really amazing film. I recently watched the De Palma documentary, and he was talking about this film, and he was talking about the remakes and stuff, and he's like,
"Isn't that shit awesome?"
Oh, that was fucking.
I love that documentary. It's amazing. It's one of my favorites.
Really, really funny stuff when he's talking about Carrie and the remakes and stuff. And he's like, they pretty much took all the ideas that I could have done wrong in my film and they incorporated it into the remakes.
Oh, man, that's great.
It's
a great doc. I wish more filmmakers did stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff.
Yeah.
Carrie it's landmark, man. It's like an amazing film. It did really well too, didn't it? It was, I think at the point for De Palma, it was one of his best films, box office wise. Obviously, it probably was because this shit didn't do good at all before that. But I don't know, man. Carrie is just.
It's the first Stephen King adaptation as well.
It is, and then it created a shitload of clones after, like right away, man. Jennifer came right out after this one. It was pretty much a Carrie ripoff, and Carrie's been ripped off to death. But
not to mention, Carrie is just a amazingly done movie. It's a great movie.
It's got some of the best scenes ever. Like the scene where Carrie gets her period and the way it's shot and stuff, and it's so like realistic, like to the point where
close-ups, man. It's uncomfortable.
Man, if she was like, that sheltered in her life, she would have no idea what's going on and stuff. The reaction by the asshole fucking girls and stuff is a little over the top.
Yeah. I've never seen a film tackle bullying before Carrie.
Yeah, I know, right? Especially on that level.
Yeah, that's something that's hugely relevant in today's culture,
and standing the test of time, man.
Yeah, Carrie, the pig blood scene is one of the most memorable horror scenes in history.
What's actually interesting about that scene is not only the fact that she gets dumped with fucking pig blood, it's the way they shot that shit too. Mm-hmm. Like De Palma talks about in the documentary how he was getting in shit because it took like all day to set up the shit and he still got the shot and stuff. And he's like, "You want to fucking shoot it?" He's like, "I'm getting this damn shot," and it took forever to set up, like an entire day. It's crazy, but that's what I love about it. Just to get that one shot. That's what separates the film, man. It's good stuff.
Yep. All right, Moods. Number 9.
In at number 9 from 1999, The Blair Witch Project.
Ooh, this one's gonna stir up some stuff.
Oh, I can see the pot just spilt.
Yeah,
stirred it up too much, man. What can we say about The Blair Witch Project, man? It's kind of misunderstood a little bit. A lot of people consider this film to be the first found footage film. It is not even close.
No.
We have Cannibal Holocaust. We have Man Bites Dog before this. We have...
It's the first found footage film to be put in front of a mainstream audience.
100% it is. 100% it is. But people thought the idea of this type of filmmaking was original. It's not. It's what makes this film original.
Marketing
is this marketing campaign. This is probably the best marketed film of all time.
Yep,
100%.
The way they marketed this thing to the point where people legitimately thought what happened in the Blair Witch Project film was real.
Adam Green tells a story.
Showing up at the until they started showing up at the goddamn award ceremony. So like, wait a minute, like it's that fucking insane. This would never happen again. No. This is a flash in the pan. 100%. It would never ever be able to happen again.
No internet, man.
My family friend who was dating a girl told me that when this film was coming out, that the kids that went missing posters were hung up around her schools, her college in West Virginia. In West Virginia, before the film ever came out, they launched a website before the film came out, documenting the case of the Blair Witch and the missing students.
That's right.
Adam Green tells a story where while this film was at the festival circuit, it got bootlegged or something, and he ended up with a copy just on a blank VHS tape, and like he was like panicked when he started watching it. He thought he was watching some kind of snuff film. Like the level of creativity in this marketing is second to none, and you know the way they made a fake documentary for the film air on the Sci-Fi Channel before the film came out. They made a fake documentary talking about these missing students. Yeah. It's called the Search for the Blair Witch or something like that. I watched it and reviewed it on our Blair Witch show. But it's incredible. It is incredible that this film had a documentary, a faux documentary that was pushed as a real documentary. News sites were covering this as if it was a real event. It wasn't until, much later, like I didn't even know it wasn't real for so long because I was young. I was only 8 when this came out. And I seen it, and I 100% thought it was real because nobody told me otherwise. My parents didn't know about film. They didn't know to look at the actors or anything. The internet was barely existent. Like I couldn't look this shit up. It terrified me. The scariest film I ever seen was the Blair Witch Project, and it holds up, dude. It holds
Funny
up.
Story, man, with this one. So a couple of my buddies wanted to go see this film. I think it was a Friday night, and I don't know, man. We were kind of all like tripping out about it and stuff, and like we're just all being pussies about it and shit. When it ended up not going because I think we just kind of chickened out, kind of thing. It wasn't like so much that, but I mean, in a sense, it was. But we're like, well, let's just go tomorrow, Saturday during the day, kind of thing, right? So I remember going to see the Blair Witch Project during the day, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I wish I had to see it at nighttime because it was like so engaging and frightening, and like because when we went to see it, it was like right after it opened up, and we weren't sure what the story was with this film. It still hadn't really come to us, It was one of the most compelling cinematic experiences I've ever had in my life. It was crazy. And I remember right at the end of the film, with the end scene, my buddy stands up and he just starts screaming at the top of his lungs, like blood curdling scream. It was the fucking best thing I've ever, and people were like freaked out in the theater, man. It was awesome. It was fucking awesome. But he did it out of sheer terror, man. He was he hated horror films, man. He used to get freaked out by him, and he like freaked out, but he like overdid it. He's just like, I'm going to just project this to everybody. It was fucking the funniest shit I've ever seen in the theater in my life.
The film plays tricks on your mind. Like, you don't know if you see anything. Like, for years, I thought I seen something when she's running through the woods at night, and she's like, "What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?" I'm like, I saw something too. What the hell is that?
Well, when we did the Blair Witch show, man, like I hadn't watched it in a long time, and it was one of the most engaging experiences I'd had in a long time watching the film. I hadn't seen it for a while.
Me neither.
Remember, I always used to complain. I was like, Blair Witch, whatever. And yeah, man, dude, that shit was amazing watching it again. It is
Dave Z, same thing happened to him.
It's a frightening film. It really is. When you sit there and never take your eyes off the screen, and you invest your whole thoughts into the film, that is some scary ass shit, dude. That is some shit I never want to go through.
In the situation, if you have an imagination, you will understand why this film is terrifying. Essentially, all we're doing is watching people walk through the woods. But psychologically putting yourself in that position and realizing if that happened to you, how unbelievably scary and just terrified and petrified you would be in that situation. That's what makes it terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Roger
I'm a big
Ebert
sound guy.
also-
The sound design freaks me out too. Just hearing those voices off in the distance and shit gives me goosebumps. I hate that. It drives me fucking nuts. If I can't see what I can hear, it drives me nuts. And that film does it so effectively.
And Roger Ebert gave it 4 stars, which I guess is pretty rare.
Oh yeah,
really. And, you know, this movie is insanely successful. What was the budget? 60,000. 60 million. Yeah, 60,000 made 249 million. That is insanity.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
One of the most successful horror films of all time.
Coming in at number 8, we have Rosemary's Baby, 1968, directed by Roman Polanski, part of the Apartment trilogy.
Yes, the second part. Man, it's like an absolute amazing cult devil worship film, man.
Yeah.
It set the bar to the level where Rosemary's Baby is the best.
It is.
Yeah, it really is. It's the best of its kind, and it's never been able to be duplicated, man. Polanski, you know, it's funny, man. We talk about like these top directors of all time, you know, horror directors and things like that. Polanski's name never gets dropped. I know he didn't do an abundance of horror films, but he did enough to be considered more than guys that have done one. John Landis.
We're looking at you.
You know, I mean, Polanski's, you know, he's dipped in a few times, like 4 or 5 times at least. And, you know, and all his films are really, really successful. It's crazy that Polanski's name never gets brought up, but this is kind of like the quintessential cult, you know, kind of devil worshipping film out there. This one, it's a freaky film. It's a terrifying film. When you really get down to the core of it, it's a terrifying film.
It's long, but it's never boring. The way that the story rolls out is just great. It really is. Like, it's captivating. You're interested. You're like, what the hell is going on? Like, the first time I seen it, I didn't know much about it other than it had something to do with the devil. And to see the way that the story plays out and the reveals and the end scene, it's almost like you're looking at it like this ain't real life, is it? Like, this has to be a dream sequence or something, you know?
Yeah. I know.
And it's like everything is just the way people are acting. You're just freaked out. You're like, what the
very surreal.
hell is going? It's super surreal. That's a good word for it. Yeah. And then you hear what have you done to its eyes? Like, you maniacs! Like, that's one of my favorite lines in horror history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so good. And by the time you get to that point, all the stress and duration that you've been under, or that stress that you've been under the duration of the film, to get to that end, you're just like, oh my god.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a terrifying film. It has one of the scariest moments, you know, that has been mentioned by so many people over the years, man. You know, the Satan rape scene, of course. I mean, it's crazy shit, man. Rosemary's Baby is, I mean, it's a top-notch 60s film.
It's a top-notch horror film.
All right, moving on. Here we go. Number 7 from the year 1980. We have Stanley Kubrick's masterpiece, The Shining.
Well, it is simply
The Shining.
One of the best horror films of all time, man.
Gonna bash your fucking brains in.
You know, it's interesting, man, because, you know, if the adaptation to the source material is totally, it's abstract. It's different. It's not there. We all know the story of Stephen King. He didn't really care for this film. I think because he really loved the Shining story, you know, and I think that he thought that Kubrick kind of butchered it and stuff like that.
Yeah, and he's come around on the film a little bit. Like,
I think he's gained the respect for what Kubrick did with it. I mean, by the standards of filmmaking, it's an amazing film. It really is. It's acted well. It's shot brilliantly. There's so many amazing sequences and memorable sequences. For a long film, what is it, 2.5 hours?
Yeah,
I'm never bored. I find the film to be so atmospherically scary because it's the isolation in the film that gets me going, man. I mean, just think about the premise of this film. You're stuck at the Overlook Hotel on a mountain, and you can't get off there. And shit starts going down, and you can't fucking leave this huge, huge hotel. It's scary as fuck. That premise is scary. It's executed amazing. It's psychological. Oh man, this movie is just, it's on a different level of filmmaking, really. I wish Kubrick had done more horror films, to be honest. I know he wasn't overly interested in doing horror films, but I'm so glad that he decided to, to kind of adapt Stephen King's story and, kind of make it his own and stuff. But doesn't it make you wonder what he could have done with horror films? Because that's some different shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's different level filmmaking. So much to talk about because everybody has a theory about every single damn scene in that film that it's one of the most talked about and over-analyzed horror films of all time.
Yeah, I mean, The Shining goes down as one of the best shot films. Kubrick is, on the level of Hitchcock when you talk about pure filmmaking at its core. And there's so many scenes in The Shining that have been ripped off and mocked and even in direct influence. Rob Zombie, again, South Park. I feel like once you've hit South Park fame, you've hit it all.
You've made it.
Yeah.
Pretty much, right?
And it truly is, I have my own personal feelings towards the movie, but I've always said that it's one of the best horror films ever made.
Coming in at number 6, The Exorcist, 1973.
Hey guys, Matt again. This one is for my number 1 horror film. This one is I am picking the original Exorcist from the 1977, I think it is, or whatever the date is. That movie is just fantastic. The eeriness of it, it's like the only one main horror movie that still scares the shit out of me watching this movie. As horror watchers, horror collectors, we're kind of immune mostly to a lot of the jump scares, the shots and everything. But when you have a specific movie that still scares you today, even at how old it is, that's what it does its job. That's what really gets you going and really freaks you out. The acting is superb. You got a demon infecting a poor little 12-year-old girl. And of course, Linda Blair did a fantastic job playing possessed, all the weird shit. And the one lady that voice acted the demon, I forgot her name, but what she did, chain smoked, drank, because she was trying to give up drinking. She changed herself to Chars, trying to get that voice perfect. Really freaked her out too. And pretty much, all the curses that were supposedly done on The Exorcist, people dying, people getting hurt, just making this film, this makes it very eerie. Me, I wish they would do a complete, documentary of it. I think that would be awesome to watch the whole documentary on The Exorcist. If there is one out there. But anyway, that is my number 1 horror film, is, of course, The Exorcist. Alright guys, thanks very much. Good night.
Hey guys, this is Tyler from Los Angeles, and probably my favorite horror movie of all time would probably have to be The Exorcist. I know that may sound so generic, because that's one of the most, iconic horror movies of all time, but that movie just really got me into horror. I watched it at a young age, I've been hooked to it ever since. Still my favorite movie of all time, and, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what can we say about The Exorcist, man? I mean,
first film nominated to be Best Picture horror-wise.
That's right, man. 1973 was the very first time a horror film was nominated to be Best Picture. That's amazing.
Yeah.
It did win 2 Academy Awards, though.
Yep.
For screenplay and sound mixing. And that is one thing that I love about The Exorcist, is the sound design in the film.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That analog mix, man. Oh, dude, it sounds so damn good. Everything. Oh, shit, dude. It's amazing. It really does so much wonders for every scene in that film, man. They did such a good job with that film. But yeah, The Exorcist, man. I mean, it's the quintessential possession film. Thousands and thousands of...
it's the quintessential exorcism film, too. Nobody has come close to doing it like The Exorcist has.
Everybody has tried to rip off this film, and nobody can successfully succeed in making another good exorcism film. I mean, as good as this one. Yeah. I mean, there's been good films over the years.
There's been okay ones, but nothing compared to The Exorcist. And it's a film that, word of mouth
Oh yeah, it's
was
like it's
such
hyped.
a huge factor in this film. Like,
It's one of the most hyped films ever, next to Blair
This
Witch.
one has like an amazing story behind it too. It's kind of like what we were talking about before with the Poltergeist.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know how people started dying after Poltergeist and stuff? Well, The Exorcist, man, the sets burnt down. Fucking people died during the making of this film. It's got a crazy fucking story. It's nuts. I mean, I know this doesn't really help for the best film of all time, but I mean, the story behind The Exorcist is pretty unique in itself too. But
and you know, it spawned a franchise. But I think when you really boil it down, The Exorcist, when you're talking about horror films and what the core meaning of a horror film is, to scare, I think that it's hard to argue that The Exorcist isn't the scariest horror film ever made. And I say that because of how many testimonials I've seen from people saying that. My own grandmother told me that she's watched The Exorcist one time and never again. She will never watch the movie. I've heard multiple people say that in my family. My uncle said that to me.
Because it's so raw.
And religious people especially. Anybody who's a devout Catholic, you know, fear this movie. It's not looked at as like smut either. You know, it's a genuine like telling of what could happen if you mess around with the devil or you let him in, and people are afraid of that big time. And I think that helps it being the scariest movie ever is that Catholicism is so prevalent in the United States and the world. That it definitely makes more people afraid of it because of their religious beliefs. Because it's parallels like actual religion, you know. It's just one of those films that you can't deny it. You just can't. I don't even love The Exorcist, you know. Like, it's been a while since I've watched it.
Me neither.
Rewatch it.
It's an effective. You know, for what it is, it's such an effective film that you know, people that are religious and stuff, even if you're not religious, it just does something to you.
Not me. I'm a Jew. I don't believe in the devil. Fuck that shit. You could suck my nuts.
But it's just the whole idea of it, right? I mean, the way this film is presented, it's actually head turning. But better. I had to get cheesy there for a minute, man.
Coming in at number 5, we have
Chainsaw Massacre.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre at 1974. My personal
perfect timing.
Favorite horror film of all time. For me, this is the definition of a horror film. There is no more pure definition than The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It is 100% a horror film, and it is the horror film. It is scary. I remember to this day renting it, and it was grainy as fuck. The VHS was old as hell. It's definitely been played like a million times. And it was like the tracking was all jacked up and stuff, and I pop it in, and it starts playing, and the hitchhiker gets in the car, and I'm just so unsettled, and then he starts cutting his hand and stuff, and I immediately press stop, eject, and I was like, I ain't watching this shit tonight. But then my curiosity as a horror fan, or what I would become as a horror fan, sucked me back in. I kept looking at it, and I was like, okay, maybe a couple more minutes, and I'd put it in, and then I'd stop it, and I watched the entire movie in about 3 hours. You know what I mean? Because I kept stopping it because I was so scared. But that's just me, you know. This film is also super popular. It's considered, you know, one of the prototype slashers. It brought that.
It gave us Leatherface, man.
It gave us fucking Leatherface, and it spawned a slew of sequels and remakes. And you know, it's still being made today in terms of films. You know, there's one in post production right now, awaiting release. It's a film that I think people often talk about its level of grittiness and also its documentary like style, which is interesting because there's not many films that is said about. And Texas Chainsaw Massacre just has this unique blend. When they open the door and the hammer comes down and hits dude on the head, it's just pure horror.
I mean, even Tobe Hooper even says, though, you know, like, when he shot this film, he didn't really know what he was doing.
Yeah.
And everything was kind of
like the exposure's all wrong and stuff like
exactly.
The lighting.
This movie turned out to be the most fantastic fluke ever. He had this idea and stuff, and he rolled with it. But the way he shot it turned out to be amazing. Yeah. Even though he had no idea what he was doing. But there's a lot of things with this film, and it has a lot of iconic things, man. Not only Leatherface, but in the whole idea with the family and stuff, but it's the fucking sound design in this film too, which is another kind of fluky thing. They incorporated these sounds into the film, and it's just like, it's like on a different level. It's crazy. The shots, when they're taking the pictures, the kind of like the crime scene. Yeah, that whole shit, man. That's fucking, it's amazing. It's like absolutely amazing. It's just kind of a fluke, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. It turned out how it is, and it's amazing. Chainsaw is a frightening film.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
It's a perfect example of a film that doesn't have to rely on the ridiculous gore and just overabundance of stupid characters and fucking all that other bullshit that we loathe in these films, man. This one is just raw. It's straight to the point. It's hard. It doesn't fuck around, and it's just like it comes at you so hard. It's relentless, and it has a great ass ending. There's so many iconic shots in this film. Chainsaw is like the epitome of horror.
Yeah. Every weapon that you could possibly imagine, whether it's Freddy's glove or a machete or a gun, nothing quite sends the poop into your underwear like hearing a chainsaw start up.
The poop into your underwear.
There is one thing that does it. It's your voice, so...
If you're standing in a room in the dark and you hear the sound of a chainsaw, dude.
Coming in at number 4, we have the number 1 most influential horror film of all time on the top 50. We have Night of the Living Dead from the year 1968.
I like how you brought that up. That's good.
That is very good, because if that's not saying something, then I don't know what is. It is the most influential horror film ever. Public domain definitely helped that, but
no, of the last 50 years.
One
most
word,
influential.
And what is that word?
Zombies.
Zombies.
It literally created an entire concept.
Subgenre.
Like, zombies are a great idea, right? Like it's pretty crazy that they didn't
subgenre.
exist. They existed in the voodoo form, but nothing like this. Like, you look at The Walking Dead alone. Thank you, George Romero.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can thank everything after that. There's so many good zombie films. He's made the best.
Yeah. Day of the Dead.
But this subgenre, man. I mean, zombies in today's society is
because of Romero.
It's crazy pop culture. I mean, The Walking Dead is pretty much the biggest TV series on TV. You can thank Romero.
Yep.
You can thank Romero for everything.
Yeah.
That's happened in the last 50 years. Zombie-wise.
This Dr. Pepper I'm drinking probably had something to do with Romero.
It probably did. It's interesting, man. Romero not only created zombies as we know them today, but the film itself is like more than just a zombie film. The social commentary,
oh yeah,
again in this film is like second to none. I mean,
especially Ben.
It has one of the most iconic endings ever, and I love it. I love the ending. It's sad, but it's so damn good.
Yeah, I love it.
Romero is such a genius. He's such a genius, man. I mean, this film has so many different, elements that we love in horror films. Like zombies and fucking social commentary, and
I
my god,
love siege narratives, and it's one of the best siege narratives.
Yep, exactly. Low budget film, which is very influential to a lot of filmmakers. I mean, I've read interviews before where Night of the Living Dead is a prime example of a film. It's like, well, if Romero can do it, coming in at number 3, Jaws, 1975.
This film created the summer blockbuster, 1975. Steven Spielberg. I mean, the list goes on and on of the amazing things that it did. and it influenced so much, and nobody's come close to making a killer shark film or any type of killer aquatic animal.
Is it necessary to say killer shark? Just isn't that what sharks do? They just kill.
They swim a lot. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just fucking with you.
But this was the number one on the Bravo list, wasn't it?
Jaws, man. This is one of the biggest blockbusters of all time. I mean, it created the blockbuster. It's fucking box office smash, man.
Yep.
This
Created.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Ridiculous, man.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did it kill the box office, create that blockbuster, but the critics love this film.
Yeah.
Actually love this film, which is, in my opinion, is a little bit surprising considering it's a fucking shark film. I mean, it doesn't seem like something that would, kind of blow critics' minds and shit like that, but it's done well.
Yeah, it's one of those films that people cite, up there with The Exorcist as being just the film that terrified them as a kid. I heard people say that their parents had trouble giving them a bath for the next year because it was water.
Because that seems logical. Sharks are going to come and eat you in a fucking bathtub.
Yeah, but you're a child, you know what I'm saying?
Stupid.
You're like 5 or something. You're not going to understand
kids are fucking stupid. There's no way a shark could ever fit in your bathtub. It's so stupid.
A shark totally could fit in your bathtub.
What is this, a fucking swimming pool?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe in Mexico everybody uses the same bath, so it's 20 feet long, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it just depends on the size of the shark.
Guys, it's not a Chevy truck. Come on.
Coming in at number 2, the second greatest horror film of all time, we have Psycho, 1960, Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, what can you say bad about Psycho? Surely not the music, because it was done by Bernard Herrmann.
Yeah, man, Psycho, dude. Norman Bates, the whole psychological aspect of this film is
you can't even
begin
to scratch the surface on the influence of Psycho.
Everything about the film is influential.
Yep.
It's absolutely amazing, man.
Talk about a awesome marketing campaign too. Hitchcock was doing it way before.
Yep.
A lot.
Nobody
of people.
in the theaters before it started.
That is. Can you imagine if some studio would say that? It
so
would
good.
blow people's
so good.
mind. It's like, wait,
so
you
good.
don't want us to give you money? Do you know what I mean? That would never happen today. For those of you who don't know, Hitchcock made it a rule that all of the theaters would not allow people after the first 15 minutes to enter, paid or not. They would not sell any tickets. That is getting crazy to think about now. But that's because
it would never
he
happen
cared
today
so much about his art. He cared about people understanding the psychological angle of the film and the setup to the film, and he didn't care about the money. He wanted it to be art, and that's incredible. I mean, that's just, you don't see that anymore, and I think that's what separates people like him and Kubrick from the people of today's era, where it's you have to make a living, you have to make a life, and back then you did too, but some people just were obsessed with their art, and it's amazing.
I've always thought of this film as being very, very unique in a lot of different aspects, but mostly for killing off the main character, like in the first half of the film, half hour of the film. It's very, very unique filmmaking in itself. I mean, you're following this character, and all of a sudden she gets knocked off, and it's like, what the fuck just happened here? This shit doesn't happen. So I think that's one of the most unique things. And I mean, Psycho has been referenced for, doing that for, 50 years.
The lines
it's crazy.
Are so quotable. We all go a little mad sometimes. I mean, Norman Bates, like the first time that I've seen it and you're just in the parlor with him talking, it's just so unsettling. And you don't really know why at the time. It's just, you feel for this character of Marion Crane, and you're kind of like, okay, like what's like, it feels like she's getting in way over her head, and she's digging deep into this situation that something bad. You get the sense that something bad's going to happen to her, and something bad does happen to her.
Oh yeah, one of the most memorable scenes ever.
But
man, she gets dead.
This is the other film that I reference where it's really the first film where you identify so much with the killer that you don't know necessarily at the time, but you know that he's doing bad things because he's covering up murders for his mother, and when the car gets stuck and it doesn't sink in the swamp, you legitimately feel scared for him. Like, you're afraid that he's going to get caught. And that's just bizarre for the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't question the influence this film has. This film is probably one of the most influential films of all time. I mean, like we talked about before. Psycho is classic.
All right, here we go. Numero uno of the top 100 greatest horror films of all time. Number 1, from the year 1978, it is Johnny Carpenter's Halloween.
What's up, boys? It's T-Bone from Columbus again with what I think the greatest horror movie of all time is. I would probably have to go with Halloween because you got a badass villain. The movie's terrifying as fuck. And it just has everything. It even has some moves, and a badass, Dr. Loomis. Jamie Lee Curtis is like the original Scream Queen. So in terms of being a seminal classic, and with the staying power, I'd totally say that. So, yeah, it's not my favorite, but I guess I would say this is the greatest one ever.
Halloween, man. I mean,
when
we
choice.
talked about this, we all have our favorite horror film. Child's Play, no chance in hell it was making it this far. But Dawn of the Dead, more of an argument. Texas Chainsaw, even more of an argument. But
hey, it made 45, so fuck you.
All of our favorite films actually made the top 100. That's cool.
We stepped aside and we looked at it and we said, based on this criteria, what film stands out more than any other film? And we came to the conclusion very quickly that it was Halloween. Because Halloween is one of the most well-known horror films of all time. It's one of the most liked horror films. It's one of the most well-made horror films. It has arguably the best score, recognizable killer, concept. It influenced Friday the 13th and the slasher boom. It influenced holiday horror films. It influenced people to make horror films. It launched Carpenter's career, who is one of the best directors of all time in the horror genre. It is a perfect movie. When you look at it and you look at every aspect of the film, every scene, every shot, everything has a purpose. Everything feels like it belongs. The flow of the music with the cinematography is something that is really, really, really amazing that it came together like that. It's just one of those things where so much had to go right for this film to be as amazing as it is, and it all just fucking went right. It's like you hit the lottery. It's like all the numbers just lined up. The stars aligned, and you got this amazing movie that people... I mean, when you talk... Every single thing that we mentioned in this list tonight, every single different criteria and certain films, this one scared people, this one... All of those things can be applied to Halloween as well.
Yeah, I think the Michael Myers mask especially is important because I think it was like that generation's Ghostface that everybody was buying the Shatner mask from that point forward.
Yeah,
this is the most fandom film of all time.
Yeah,
in my opinion. I think it's the most, universally loved horror film of all time. Even if you are a Friday the 13th fan or, a Freddy fan, Leatherface, I still think that the majority of people resonate towards Halloween as a film. Even if Michael Myers isn't your favorite villain, this is the film.
Yeah.
And for me, it really kind of is too, because man, I'm a big music person, and this has one of the best soundtracks of all time. It's simple, but it fucking works. It clicks on every element of this film. The cues are amazing. Man, it's horror.
So that is our list, and I think that the amount of work that we put into this list and the amount of talk that we just did is quite incredible, and I'm impressed with us. And I want to just say that I know we're going to get a lot of interesting feedback for this list, but the one thing that I want to say to anybody who has beef with our list is I hear you, and I would have beef with a top 100 list most likely too. But the only thing that I ask that you do is make a list yourself of 100 horror films that are the greatest ever, and make it better than ours, and then show it to us, because I think a lot of people think that it might be easier than it actually is.
And put hundreds and hundreds of bulletin points beside each fucking one. And
Probably
then
took 24 total hours to do it, the whole list. Probably more than that.
More than that. And
yeah.
I want to see your list. If you know how to do it better, I want to see it, because it would be really interesting to see other people's lists, for one. But for two, you might have a different perspective coming out of your list, and you might not even want to show it to us. So definitely do that. There's tons of stats with this list that we'll probably talk about on another show. And also the contest that everybody that submitted voicemails and everybody that did top 10 lists for the 2016 show, and all the other iTunes reviews and other ways that you entered the contest. I still have a giant stack of DVDs and Blu-rays. Mood still has a bunch of stuff to give away. And we will actually do the drawings at some point after this episode is released. Again, just give me some time to get everything shipped out, because it's going to cost me a pretty penny, especially if I'm shipping far. So I just want to say that Jeremy, I'm happy to have you back. I really am. I think that we're going to have amazing shows coming up here.
Yeah, that's something that we never did actually mention, though. Jeremy's not just back for this episode; he's actually back on the show.
Yeah, because fuck that Derek guy.
Yeah. So
I love you, Derek. I'm just joking.
Yeah,
I'm back.
So Jeremy's back, and I think we're gonna have some great shows coming up here. And
101's gonna be a big one.
Yeah, and we're gonna be doing the Masters of Horror for 101 season 2, which is a highly requested show, and we're gonna focus a lot on putting out great content. There will probably be a little bit of changes coming to the show, all good changes, nothing that's too drastic or that you have to worry about, but just different added things, different segments, stuff like that, maybe some interviews, different things that we can do along the lines. And I want these guys to say anything that they wanted to say about this milestone episode. And then
man, it's been 100 episodes, man. Unlike Jeremy, I've been here for all of them. Jeremy, you suck.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to have you back, though, man. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, man. I just want to thank everybody out there for supporting the show the last 100 episodes. It really does mean a lot to us. And you guys are actually the driving force behind the show. And, yeah, man, just keep the comments coming in, positive, negative. It doesn't matter, man. As long as we hear from you guys, it means that you're listening. It doesn't matter what it is. So, just want to thank everybody out there for supporting, and we'll see you guys in episode 101. It's going to be a fucking awesome one. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Yeah. I just want to thank everybody over on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Facebook page. You make me go every single day. I don't think if it was for the community that we have built up over on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Facebook page, I do not know what I would do with my free time.
How do you sound like a goddamn robot?
I am a robot. But yeah, I just want to thank everybody over there on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Facebook page. I just want to thank everybody for always having my back, even though that I was gone for a little while. I was a lot of stressful stuff going on in my life with school and finishing that up and finding my place in this wonderful film industry. If you guys haven't known, I've been working a lot in this wonderful industry, and it's been stressful so far, but I think I have grown up a lot since when we first started doing the show, and hopefully as time goes on, you'll start to see those changes in the quality of the content and the stuff that goes on within the show. And don't worry, I'm still going to be an immature bitch and call JP a Mexican asshole like he really deserves to be. But I feel like when we sat down and we came up with this idea to do the show, a few years ago, we never thought about having everybody that listens to the show actually tune in week after week to listen to the show. Even when I was gone, you guys didn't stay away from the show. You guys kept on coming in and you tuned in and you kept on listening. And I think that the quality of the show has just improved a whole boatload since we first started, just technical wise. JP does a fucking amazing job every week, spending hours and hours and hours making sure the show is ready for you guys. And I think you guys don't realize how long it really takes JP every single week to edit the show, do the thumbnail, do all the hard work that he does behind the scenes. So I think we all owe JP a thank you for all his hard work that he does behind the scenes on the show every single week to make sure that it is the best quality possible. So thank you, JP, even though you are a Mexican asshole.
Wow, man.
I still love you.
Thank you, dude. That means a lot because, I don't get to put all the bells and whistles on it that I would like to because it is a long show and it's weekly typically. But I do put a lot of time into the post-production in terms of the thumbnail and getting it ready and the show notes drive me crazy. Like, I hate doing them, but I know how much people love them, so I want to keep doing them to make sure that people can skip around and not have to listen to our news segments or whatever segment they don't like. And, just the final things that I want to say, if you're done, Jeremy.
That should be good. I just want to thank everybody again for listening, and I'm happy to be back, and that Paranormal Activity show will fucking happen.
Yes. And
Christ. Jesus Christ.
So, to me, this has been a great part of my life, having this project that people seem to dig, and I love to do it with my two friends here, Moods and Jeremy, who I met on the internet, which is crazy. But I truly love this, and I look forward to doing it a lot. And there was a time where I was just going through some really tough things, and I almost wanted to step away from it for a while to sort of calm down and figure out my personal shit. And I got a lot of people who reached out to me and said all kind of nice things, and just Moods was great and such a good friend and cared about how I was doing and stuff like that, and convinced me to not just give up on something that I like so much and love so much. And it really meant a lot to see that, like, this has kind of grown beyond what just a side project, like, fun thing to do. Like, this is a regular part of my life that I do every week. And this long layoff was killing me. I know it was killing Moods too. That it was just like, I miss the show, and I have other side projects, but nothing is like this show. Like, I love this show. I put so much energy into this show, and that's why, like, when I say, like, guys, can you, like, rate us on iTunes or review us, and we'll give away some prizes and stuff. It's not any other reason than I want to make sure that I'm still motivated and loving this. And what excites me more than anything is growing in popularity and hearing more feedback on episodes. When we get 10 comments, I get disappointed. When we get 50 comments, I love reading them. I love seeing what people are saying. I love taking people's criticisms, which there are plenty on me. People are saying all kind of bad things, and some of it is very warranted. And I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that better. And I get excited about it. And then I hear ideas and I'm just like, man, I want to bring this to the show. I want to bring this to the show. I want to do this. We should do this. And I just get so excited. I just want to say, man, it's fucking fun and I love it. And it really does make me happy to put out this product, and especially to hear you guys give feedback on it and talk to us about it. Like, I truly love everybody who sits there and listens to the show for 5-6 hours on this one, and and then tells us how they feel about it. It's amazing to me that people care what I think, and I've always looked for that in life. Like, I've always liked to have attention, it's just something that I enjoy. It makes me feel good about.
It's a Mexican thing.
Yeah, it's a Mexican thing, and this podcast has been great. It's 100 episodes.
It's
I know
a fiesta.
I'm going on forever with this, but it's something that I wanted to say about this show. And episode 100 is nowhere near the end of this show. Like, I'll do it till I'm 50.
Yeah, man, if you guys have any ideas for episode 200, start throwing them out now so we can start preparing. Because we don't want to take another 2.5 month layoff before the show airs and stuff. So but yeah, man, final thoughts. I want to thank JP for being such a good friend over the years and stuff, and of course Jeremy for coming back to the show. I think this was something that we really needed to do. Have the original 3 back, and I think it's going to be good. And we have a lot of great shows planned, guys. So stay tuned. They'll be coming regularly. Once the show airs, we'll be back with lots of weekly with lots of so much good material. So stay tuned, and we're going to be in your guys' ears, man. We got to get the fuck out of here, man.
Is Derek out of good old Washington, D.C. I'm just calling because I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. And, yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for the 22 Shots crew for everything they do. It's an awesome podcast. It's got me through hours and hours of work over the past couple of years. So, yeah, thanks. Keep it up. Love this stuff. All right, bye.
Hey, this is Matt the Angry Ginger. I just want to say congratulations, guys, on making it 100 episodes. That's a big feat. And I just want to say I love the show. Fairly new listener, so I'm still catching up on your back catalog, but I'm loving it a lot. I really dig how you guys cover the releases that are coming out and go into some of the special features and maybe why the disc is worth it, or beyond just the reviews of the movies. Anyways, keep up the good work, guys. Loving the show.
Hey guys, this is Matt, and I'm calling for the 100th episode, normal, whatever you want to call it. Pretty much for just listening to the show, you guys are awesome. I would enjoy listening to the show when I get a chance, even though I'm a little far behind, but hey, that's life. I loved working with you guys in a couple episodes. That was fantastic. I had a ball. I would say to change anything, I wouldn't change anything at all. Just keep what you're doing. Do what you know what you're doing. It's great. All the news, all the other extra goodies that are added into the show are fantastic. You guys know your shit. You know what you're doing. Just keep up what you're doing. Awesome show, guys, as usual. And I hope someday I get back on again. That was a lot of fun. Doing the Tremors episode. Oh my god, that was a blast. Doing Slaughterhouse too was even fantastic. Especially with a film that people never even heard of. But again, guys, keep up the great work. Awesome shows. Again, wouldn't change anything. Keep up the good work, guys. Later. Peace.
And I just want to tell you guys, it's a lot listening to your podcast, because living in LA, you would think it would be a lot of movie fans and stuff, but actually there's not a lot of horror fans out here. Well, there is, I just don't know any like that. And excuse me. And some of them that I do know, they're not as big as horror fans like me. So I just really appreciate you guys and this show. And really just you guys introduced me to so many new movies, and I'm just really glad I found you guys. So happy 100, and keep up the good work.
Hey guys, it's Edgar from Los Angeles again, and I'm here just to congratulate you guys on your 100th episode. Fuck, guys. Can't believe it's been already this long. I just by accident, I ran into Moose channel maybe about a year and a half ago, and I've been listening, I've been going through all of your back catalog, and you guys rock, dude. I mean, it's something that I look forward to on a weekly or whenever you guys have a chance to do your podcast. Anyways, guys, thanks, dude. I really appreciate all the work you guys put in. And here's to another 100, dudes. Bye.
Hey, it's Sam again. I want to congratulate you guys on 100 episodes. I mean, it's been a long ride. I wish you guys the best for the future. Cheers, guys. I hope there is at least 100 more episodes planned for the future. Thank you.
Hi, this is Don and Ellie. I just wanted to say congratulations on making it to 100 episodes. I've really enjoyed listening to you guys so far, and I hope that you guys continue what you're doing, because it's been a blast for as long as I've been listening to you guys. Stay true and stay scared. Bye.
Hello, this is James Grimmer, and I am leaving a voicemail regarding the 100th episode, and I wanted to about 22 shots of moods and horror, and I want to congratulate you guys for making it the 100th episode and having a great podcast that is enjoyable to listen to. Thanks, bye.
Hey guys, the Boston Brando here, aka Derek here. Just wanted to congratulate you guys on reaching episode 100. It's a very big milestone, and I know there's been bumps and roads on anything that happens in your lives, but I'm glad you guys put up with the show, and I'm glad that I got to help you guys with a few episodes here and there. And I even had my own error on the show, so it was really great to be part of the show in that way, and I'm glad I was able to help you guys out. And one day the Boston Brando will be back on the show, maybe not as always, but I'm just glad that I got the chance to talk some films with you guys and even have some fun with some words like dynamic and stuff, really funny stuff. JP Moods, awesome shit. Glad everything's going well, and as always, see you soon. Peace out.
Yes, it's going down right now. Episode 100 of 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt the Horror Dynasty. What's going on, guys? Matt the Horror Dynasty calling in to say congratulations on reaching 100 episodes. I know you guys didn't get to 1,000. Eventually this is awesome. My favorite horror podcast. I've been with you guys for a while. I've been listening to the first one I listened to was the Candyman trilogy, I think, because I love the first film so much. And then I was hooked after that. I went to the back catalog, how many episodes there was for that, and then I just been listening ever since. You guys helped get me through my undergrad, and I was working on my bachelor's degree. So there would be a lot of late nights and all-nighters. So you guys listening to your podcast, the super long 4 or 5 hour episodes just really helped me find some pretty joy in the awfulness that was the super long papers and the assignments and shit like that. So I want to say thank you to everybody related with the podcast. It really helped me. You guys helped me get my degree at some point, I guess you can say that. And I feel listen now with the things that I'm doing. So I just wanted to thank you to everybody. I want to thank you to the 3 OG hosts we had. So we had Moose, the Canadian Candyman, JP, the Latino Leatherface, and Jeremy, the Jewish Jigsaw. So thanks for that, guys. And also, you can't forget the Boston Body Snatcher, Derek here. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. Really awesome podcast. And I'm really happy to hear that you got the loyal fan base that you have, and it's been going for so long. And keep up the awesome work. Big fan. So I'm looking forward to what you guys do in the future. So yeah, once again, congratulations, guys. You guys definitely deserve it. And I will talk to you later.
Hey guys, this is Scott Crawford. I actually just started listening to your show probably about 2 weeks ago, and I just gotta say, holy crap, I am hooked. I just finished your Italian month, loved every single one of the episodes, and actually found a couple movies I hadn't seen by each director, so definitely gonna be checking those out. I mainly wanted to say congratulations on reaching episode 100. That's an awesome milestone. So yeah, keep up the good work, and you definitely got a new listener in me, and I am going to be busy going through your back catalog. Congrats again, guys. See ya.
What's up, 22 Shots fam? Austin from Tennessee, aka W Doubles. do my first voicemail as a big salute to episode 100, man. Congratulations on the milestone, guys. Here's to 100 more. Enjoyed the evolution. Y'all are still killing it. Enjoying the guest stars. And always enjoying hearing y'all chop it up each week, man. Peace out, y'all.
Hey guys, it's your Canadian friend Jill here. I had to call in for episode 100 and leave a voicemail. I used to say I love you guys and I've listened to the show for quite a while, as you know, and you're nothing short of amazing. I can't wait to see what you have in store for episode 101 and going forward. I know you guys will do amazing things. Looking forward to this Friday the 13th franchise show and Nightmare on Elm Street. But love you guys so much, and again, congratulations for everything you're doing. Love the show. Keep up the great work. Peace, guys.
Shots of moods and horror. This is T-Bone from Columbus. I just started listening to you guys a couple months ago. Loving the show. It's pretty fucking sweet. 100 episodes. That's fucking awesome. I first heard you guys because I was looking up Ryan Nicholson reviews, and I think that was like on episode 34 or something. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm reviewing that shit, so I knew you guys would be sweet. You guys dig his movies just like I do. So, yeah. Congratulations, 100 episodes. I couldn't come up with a podcast without whatever. So, I'll know this is shit. Wanted to call and say congratulations. You guys got a devoted listener for forever, I guess, until you guys stop doing it. Well, congrats, and I'll keep listening. Goodbye.
Hey, what's up? This is Patrick Hart. I haven't been real active lately. I spent about 40, 50 hours a week trying to convince Derek Bourgeois to post pictures of his wiener online on the Facebook page. It's pretty time consuming, don't have a lot of time for anything else.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia here. So here we are, episode 100, the 100 greatest horror films ever. From a somewhat accidental viewing of Moose's DVD collection to the discovery of the infamous pod to my first drop of voicemail on episode 49, to which JP responded with a very enthusiastic voicemail, for which many would follow, to finding and loving episode 28 and 29, the Halloween franchise, perhaps to this day my most go-to episode to re-listen to, and finally settling into the Facebook community. Thanks for all the hard work, the long hours, and the countless moments of frustration I'm sure you've had to put up with. From Moose's many original openings, Jeremy's infamous Texas Chainsaw Massacre, to his sudden departure, the great scare chase he put into all of us, and now Derek's contributive efforts. The show continues to roll along with an even greater aspirations lying ahead of itself. Congratulations. You've made it to 100. Enjoy the moment, then full speed ahead. Peace out.